Law 40. Despise the free lunch. Judgment. What is offered for free is dangerous. It usually involves either a trick or a hidden obligation. What is worth paying for. By paying your own way you stay clear of gratitude, guilt, and deceit. It is also often wise to pay the full price. There is no cutting corners with excellence. Be lavish with your money and keep it circulating, for generosity is a sign and a magnet for power. H.I. Hill, H.I. Many weak-minded persons in cities hope to discover property under the surface of the earth and to make some profit from it. In the Maghreb there are many Berber students who are unable to make a living by natural ways and means. They approach well-to-do people with papers that have torn margins and contain either non-Arabic writing or what they claim to be the translation of a document written by the owner of buried treasures, giving the clue to the hiding place. In this way, they try to get their sustenance by persuading the well-to-do to send them out to dig and hunt for treasure. Occasionally, one of these treasure hunters displays strange information or some remarkable trick of magic with which he fools people into believing his other claims, although, in fact, he knows nothing of magic and its procedures. The things that have been said about treasure hunting have no scientific basis, nor are they based upon factual information. It should be realized that although treasures are found, this happens rarely and by chance, not by systematic search. Those who are deluded or afflicted by these things must take refuge in God. Money and power. In the realm of power, everything must be judged by its cost, and everything has a price. What is offered for free or at bargain rates often comes with a psychological price. Tad complicated feelings of obligation, compromises with quality, the insecurity those compromises bring, on and on. The powerful learn early to protect their most valuable resources, independence and room to maneuver. By paying the full price, they keep themselves free of dangerous entanglements and worries. Being open and flexible with money also teaches the value of strategic generosity, a variation on the old trick of giving when you are about to take. By giving the appropriate gift, you put the recipient under obligation. Generosity softens people up to be deceived. By gaining a reputation for liberality, you win people's admiration while distracting them from your power plays. By strategically spreading your wealth, you charm the other courtiers, creating pleasure and making valuable allies. Look at the masters of power: the Caesars, the Queen Elizabeths, the Michelangelos, the Medicis, not a miser among them. Even the great con artists spend freely to swindle. Tight purse strings are unattractive when engaged in seduction. Casanova would give completely not only of himself but of his wallet. The powerful understand that money is psychologically charged, and that it is also a vessel of politeness and sociability. They make the human side of money a weapon in their armory. For everyone able to play with money, thousands more are locked in a self-destructive refusal to use money creatively and strategically. These types represent the opposite pole to the powerful, and you must learn to recognize them either to avoid their poisonous natures or to turn their inflexibility to your advantage. The greedy fish. The greedy fish take the human side out of money. Cold and ruthless, they see only the lifeless balance sheet, viewing others solely as either pawns or obstructions in their pursuit of wealth. They trample on people's sentiments and alienate valuable allies. No one wants to work with the greedy fish, and over the years they end up isolated, which often proves their undoing. Greedy fish are the con artist's bread and butter, lured by The bait of easy money, they swallow the ruse hook, line, and sinker. They are easy to deceive, for they spend so much time dealing with numbers, not with people, that they become blind to psychology, including their own. Either avoid them before they exploit you or play on their greed to your gain. The bargain demon. Powerful people judge everything by what it costs, not just in money but in time, dignity, and peace of mind. And this is exactly what bargain demons cannot do. Wasting valuable time digging for bargains, they worry endlessly about what they could have gotten elsewhere for a little less. On top of that, the bargain item they do buy is often shabby, perhaps it needs costly repairs, or will have to be replaced twice as fast as a high-quality item. The costs of these pursuits not always in money, though the price of a bargain is often deceptive, but in time and peace of mind discourage normal people from undertaking MEM, but for the bargain demon, the bargain is an end in itself. These types might seem to harm only themselves, but their attitudes are contagious. Unless you resist them, they will infect you with the insecure feeling that you should have looked harder to find a cheaper price. Don't argue with them or try to change DM. Just mentally add up the cost, in time and inner peace, if not in hidden financial expense, of the irrational pursuit of a bargain, from their inability to make a living and their laziness in this respect. They should not occupy themselves with absurdities and untrue stories. The Muadama, Ibn Khaldun, 1332–1406. The sadist. Financial sadists play vicious power games with money as a way of asserting their power. They might, for example, make you wait for money that is owed you, promising you that the check is in the mail. Or if they hire you to work for DM, they meddle in every aspect of the job, haggling and giving you ulcers. Sadists seem to think that paying for something gives them the right to torture and abuse the seller. They have no sense of the courtier element in money. If you are unlucky enough to get involved with this type, accepting a financial loss may be better in the long run than getting entangled in their destructive power games. The indiscriminate giver. Generosity has a definite function in power. It attracts people, softens DM up, makes allies out of DM. But it has to be used strategically, with a definite end in mind. Indiscriminate givers, on the other hand, are generous because they want to be loved and admired by all. And their generosity is so indiscriminate and needy mad it may not have the desired effect. If they give to one and all, why should die recipient feel special attractive? As it may seem to make an indiscriminate giver your mark. In any involvement with this type you will often feel burdened by their insatiable emotional needs. Transgressions of the law. Transgression I. After Francisco Pizarro conquered Peru, in 1532, gold from the Incan Empire began to pour into Spain, and Spaniards of all classes started dreaming of the instant riches to be had in the New World. The story soon spread of an Indian chief to the east of Peru who once each year would ritually cover himself in gold dust and dive into a lake. Soon, word of mouth transformed El Dorado, the Golden Man, into an empire called El Dorado, wealthier than the Incan, where the streets were paved and the buildings inlaid with gold. This elaboration of die story did not seem implausible. For surely a thief who could afford to waste gold dust in a lake must rule a golden empire. Soon Spaniards were searching for El Dorado all over northern South America. The Misker, a miser, to make sure of his property, sold all that he had and converted it into a great lump of gold, which he hid in a hole in the ground, and went continually to visit and inspect it. This roused the curiosity of one of his workmen, who, suspecting that there was a treasure when his master's back was turned, went to the spot and stole it away. When the miser returned and found the place empty, he wept and tore his hair. But a neighbor who saw him in this extravagant grief, and learned the cause of it, said, "Fret thyself no longer, but take a stone and put it in the same place, and think that it is your lump of gold, for, as you never meant to use it, the one will do you as much good as the other. The worth of money is not in its possession, but in its use." Fables. Aesop. 6th century BC. There is a popular saying in Japan that goes tada yori takaimono wa nai, meaning, nothing is more costly than something given free of charge. The Unspoken Way, M.L. Chihiro. Matsumoto, 1988. Yusuf Ibn Jafar el-Muddal used to take sums of money, sometimes very large ones, from those who came to study with him. A distinguished legalist visiting him once said, "I am enchanted and impressed by your teachings, and I am sure that you are directing your disciples in a proper manner. But it is not in accordance with tradition to take money for knowledge. Besides, the action is open to misinterpretation." Moody said, "I have never sold any knowledge. There is no money on earth sufficient to pay for it. As for misinterpretation, the abstaining from taking money will not prevent it, for it will find some other object. Rather should you know that a man who takes money may be greedy for money, or he may not. But a man who takes nothing at all is under the gravest." In February of 1541, the largest expedition yet in Di's venture, led by Pizarro's brother Gonzalo, left Quito, in Ecuador. Resplendent in their armors and colorful silks, 340 Spaniards headed east, along with 4,000 Indians to carry supplies and serve as scouts, for 1,000 swine, dozens of llamas, and close to 1,000 dogs. But the expedition was soon hit by torrential rain, which rotted its gear and spoiled its food. Meanwhile, as Gonzalo Pizarro questioned Indians met along the way, Dios who seemed to be witty holding information, or who had not even heard of fabulous kingdom, he would torture and feed to the dogs. Word of the Spaniards' murderousness spread quickly among the Indians, who realized that the only way to avoid Gonzalo's wrath was to make up stories about El Dorado and send him as far away as possible. As Gonzalo and his men followed leads Indians gave Diane, they were only led farther into deep jungle. The explorers' spirits sagged. Their uniforms had long since shredded, their armor rusted, and they threw it away. Their shoes were torn to pieces, forcing them to walk barefoot. The Indian slaves they had set out with had either died or deserted them. Dai had eaten not only the swine but the hunting dogs and llamas. They lived on roots and fruit. Realizing that they could not continue this way, Pizarro decided to risk river travel, and a barge was built out of rotting wood. But Dai journey down treacherous Napo River proved no easier. Setting up camp on River's edge, Gonzalo sent scouts ahead on the barge to find Indian settlements with food. He waited and waited for the scouts to return, only to find out they had decided to desert the expedition and continue down the river on their own. The rain continued without end. Gonzalo's men forgot about El Dorado. Dai wanted only to return to Quito. Finally, in August of 1542, a little over 100 men, from an expedition originally numbering in the thousands, managed to find their way back to the residents of Quito. They seemed to have emerged from hell itself, wrapped in tatters and skins, dire bodies covered in sores, and so emaciated as to be unrecognizable. For over a year and a half, Dai had marched in an enormous circle, 2 Tayusan miles. By foot. The vast sums of money invested in Dai expedition had yielded no sign of El Dorado and no sign of gold. Interpretation. Even after Gonzalo Pizarro's disaster, the Spaniards launched expedition after expedition in search of El Dorado. And like Pizarro, the conquistadors would burn and loot villages, torture Indians, endure unimaginable hardships, and get no closer to gold. The money they spent on such expeditions cannot be calculated, yet despite the futility of the search, the lure of the fantasy endured. Not only did Dai's search for El Dorado cost millions of lives, both Indian and Spanish, it helped bring the ruin of Dai. Spanish Empire. Gold became Spain's obsession. The gold diet did find its way back to Spain, and a lot did was reinvested in more expeditions, or in Dai purchase of luxuries, radier yen, in agriculture or any other productive endeavor. Whole Spanish towns were depopulated as Dai menfolk left to hunt gold. Farms fell into ruin, and Dai army had no recruits for its European wars. By the end of the 17th century, the entire country had shrunk by more than half of its population. The city of Madrid had gone from a population of 400,000 to 150,000, with diminishing returns from its efforts. Over so many years, Spain fell into a decline from which it never recovered. Power requires self-discipline. The prospect of wieldy, particularly easy, sudden wealth, plays havoc with the emotions. The suddenly rich believe that more is always possible. The free lunch, Dai money that will fall into your lap, is just around the corner. In this delusion, the greedy neglect everything power really depends on: self-control, the goodwill of others, and so on. Understand, why the one exception death, no lasting change in fortune comes quickly. Sudden wieldy rarely lasts, for it is built on nothing solid. Never let lust for money lure you out of the protective and enduring fortress of real power. Make power your goal, and money will find its way to you. Leave El Dorado for suckers and fools. Transgression 2. In the early 18th century, no one stood higher in English society than the Duke and Duchess of Marlborough. The Duke, having led successful campaigns against Dai French, was considered Europe's premier general and strategist. And his wife, the Duchess, after much maneuvering, had established herself as Dai favorite of Queen Anne, who became ruler of England in 1702. In 1704, Dai Duke's triumph at Dai Battle of Blenheim made him Dai Toast of England, and to honor him Dai Queen awarded him a large plot of land in Dai town of Woodstock, and Dai funds to create a great palace mirror, calling his plan Home Dai Palace of Blenheim. Dai Duke chose as his architect the young John Vanbrugh, a kind of Renaissance man who wrote plays as well as designed buildings. And so construction began, in Dai summer of 1705, with much fanfare and great hopes. Vanbrugh had a dramatist's sense of architecture. His palace was to be a monument to Marlborough's brilliance and power, and was to include artificial lakes, enormous bridges, elaborate gardens, and other fantastical touches. From day one, however, Dai Duchess could not be pleased. She thought Vanbrugh was wasting money on yet another stand of trees. She wanted Dai Palace finished as soon as possible. The Duchess tortured Vanbrugh and his workmen on every detail. She was consumed with petty matters. Aldio Dai government was paying for Blenheim, she counted every penny. Eventually her grumbling about Blenheim and other things too created an irreparable rift between her and Queen Anne, who, in 1711, dismissed her from the court, ordering her to vacate her apartments at the royal palace. When Duchess left, fuming over the loss of her position, and also of her royal salary, she emptied Di apartment of every fixture, down to the brass doorknobs. Over the next 10 years, work on Blenheim would stop and start, as the funds became harder to procure from Di government. The Duchess' suspicion of robbing the disciple of his soul. People who say, "I take nothing," may be found to take away the volition of their victim. The Dermis probe, Idris Shah, 1970. TDK Mays who loved money better than life. In ancient times there was an old woodcutter who went to the mountain almost every day to cut wood. It was said that this old man was a miser who hoarded his silver until it changed to gold, and that he cared more for gold than anything else in all the world. One day a wilderness tiger sprang at him, and though he ran he could not escape, and the tiger carried him off in its mouth. The woodcutter's son saw his father's danger, and ran to save him if possible. He carried a long knife, and as he could run faster than the tiger, who had a man to carry, he soon overtook them. His father was not much hurt, for the tiger held him by his clothes. When the old woodcutter saw his son about to stab the tiger, he called out in great alarm, "Do not spoil the tiger's skin. Do not spoil the tiger's skin. If you can kill him without cutting holes in his skin, we can get many pieces of silver for it. Kill him, but do not cut his body." While the son was listening to his father's instructions, the tiger suddenly dashed off into the forest, carrying the old man where the son could not reach him, and he was soon killed. Chinese table. Various cables. From various places. Diane D. Prima, edition. It is written in the histories of the prophets that Moses was sent to Pharaoh with many miracles, wonders, and honors. Now the daily ration for Pharaoh's table was 4,000 sheep, 400 cows, 200 camels, and a corresponding amount of chickens, fish, beverages, fried meats, sweets, and other things. All the people of Egypt and all his army used to eat at his table every day. For 400 years he had claimed divinity and never ceased providing this food. When Moses prayed, saying, "O Lord, destroy Pharaoh," God answered his prayer and said, "Shall destroy him in water, and I shall bestow all his wealth and that of his soldiers on you and your peoples." Several thought Vanbrugh was out to ruin her. She quibbled over every carload of stone and bushel of lime, counted every extra yard of iron railing or foot of wainscot, hurling abuse at the wasteful workmen, contractors, and surveyors. Marlborough, old and weary, wanted no more than to settle into the palace in his last years, but the project became bogged down in a swamp of litigation, the workmen suing the Duchess for wages, the Duchess suing the architect right back. In the midst of this interminable wrangling, the Duke died. He had never spent a night in his beloved Blenheim. After Marlborough's death, it became clear he had a vast estate, worth over £2 million, more man enough to pay for finishing Die Palace. But the Duchess would not relent. She held back Vanbrugh's wages as well as the workmen's, and finally had the architect dismissed. The man who took his place finished Blenheim in a few years, following Vanbrugh's designs to the letter. Vanbrugh died in 1726. Locked out of the palace by the Duchess, unable to set foot in his greatest creation. Foreshadowing the Romantic movement. Blenheim had started a whole new trend in architecture, but had given its creator a 20-year nightmare. Interpretation. For die Duchess of Marlborough, money was a way to play sadistic power games. She saw the loss of money as a symbolic loss of power. With Vanbrugh her contortions went deeper still. He was a great artist, and she envied his power to create, to attain a fame outside her reach. She may not have had his gifts, but she did have the money to torture and abuse him over the pettiest details to ruin his life. This kind of sadism, however, bears an awful price. It made construction that should have lasted 10 years take 20. It poisoned many a relationship, alienated the Duchess from the court, deeply pained the Duke, who wanted only to live peacefully in Blenheim, created endless lawsuits, and took years off Vanbrugh's life. Finally, too, posterity had the last word. Vanbrugh is recognized as a genius while the Duchess is forever remembered for her consummate cheapness. The powerful must have grandeur of spirit, they can never reveal any pettiness. And money is the most visible arena in which to display either grandeur or pettiness. Best spend freely, then, and create a reputation for generosity, which in the end will pay great dividends. Never let financial details blind you to the bigger picture of how people perceive you. Their resentment will cost you in the long run. And if you want to meddle in the work of creative people under your hire, at least pay DM well. Your money will buy their submission better. Tie in your displays of power. Observances of the law. Observance I. Pietro Aretino, son of a lowly shoemaker, had catapulted himself into fame as a writer of biting satires. But like every Renaissance artist, he needed to find a patron who would give him a comfortable lifestyle while not interfering with his work. In 1528 Aretino decided to attempt a new strategy in the patronage game. Leaving Rome, he established himself in Venice, where few had heard of him. He had a fair amount of money he had managed to save, but little else. Soon after he moved into his new home, however, he threw open its doors to rich and poor, regaling them with banquets and amusements. He befriended each and every gondolier, tipping him royally. In the streets, he spread his money liberally, giving it away to beggars, orphans, washerwomen. Among the city's commoners, word quickly spread that Aretino was more than just a great writer, he was a man of power, a kind of lord. Artists and men of influence soon began to frequent Aretino's house. Within a few years he made himself a celebrity. No visiting dignitary would think of leaving Venice without paying him a call. His generosity had cost him most of his savings, but had bought him influence and a good name, a cornerstone and the foundation of power. Since in Renaissance Italy as elsewhere the ability to spend freely was the privilege of the rich, the aristocracy thought Aretino had to be a man of influence, since he spent money like one. And since the influence of a man of influence is worth buying, Aretino became the recipient of all sorts of gifts and moneys. Dukes and duchesses, wealthy merchants, and popes and princes competed to gain his favor and showered him with all kinds of presents. Aretino's spending habits, of course, were strategic, and the strategy worked like a charm. But for real money and comfort he needed a great patron's bottomless pockets. Having surveyed the possibilities, he eventually set his sights on the extremely wealthy Marquis of Mantua, and wrote an epic poem that he dedicated to the Marquis. This was a common practice of writers looking for patronage. In exchange for a dedication they would get a small stipend, enough to write yet another poem, so that they spent their lives in a kind of constant servility. Aretino, however, wanted power, not a measly wage. He might dedicate a poem to the Marquis, but he would offer it to him as a gift, implying by doing so that he was not a hired hack looking for a stipend. but that he and the Marquis were equals. Aretino's gift-giving did not stop there. As a close friend of two of Venice's greatest artists, the sculptor Jacopo Sansovino and the painter Titian, he convinced these men to participate in his gift-giving scheme. Aretino had studied the Marquis before going to work on him, and knew his taste inside and out. He was able to advise Sansovino and Titian what subject matter would please the Marquis most. When he then sent a Sansovino sculpture and a Titian painting to the Marquis as gifts from all three of them, the man was beside himself with joy. Over the next few months, Aretino sent other gifts: swords, saddles, the glass that was a Venetian specialty, tilings he knew the Marquis prized. Soon he, Titian, and Sansovino began to receive gifts from the Marquis in return. And the strategy went further. When the son-in-law of a friend of Aretino's found himself in jail in Mantua, Aretino was able to get the Marquis to arrange his release. Aretino's friend, a wealthy merchant, was a man of great influence in Venice. By turning the goodwill he had built up, years passed by after this promise, and Pharaoh, doomed to ruin, continued to live in all his magnificence. Moses was impatient for God to destroy Pharaoh quickly, and he could not endure to wait any longer. So he fasted for 40 days, and went to Mount Sinai, and in his communing with God he said, O Lord, thou didst promise that thou wouldst destroy Pharaoh, and still he has forsaken none of his blasphemies and pretensions. So when wilt thou destroy him on foot? A voice came from the truth saying, O Moses, you want me to destroy Pharaoh as quickly as possible, but 1,000 times 1,000 of my servants want me never to do so, because they partake of his bounty and enjoy tranquility under his rule. By my power I swear that as long as he provides abundant food and comfort for my creatures, I shall not destroy him. Moses said, Then when will thy promise be fulfilled? God said, My promise will be fulfilled when he withholds his provision from my creatures. If ever he begins to lessen his bounty, know that his hour is drawing near. It chanced that one day Pharaoh said to Haman, Moses has gathered the sons of Israel about him and is causing us disquiet. We know not what will be the issue of his affair with us. We must keep our stores full lest at any time we be without resources. So we must have our daily rations and keep the saving in reserve. He deducted 2,000 sheep, 200 cows, and 100 camels, and similarly every 2 or 3 days reduced the ration. Moses then knew that the promise of the truth was near to fulfillment, for excessive economy is a sign of decline and a bad omen. The masters of tradition say that on the day when Pharaoh was drowned only 2 ewes had been killed in his kitchen. Nothing is better than generosity. If a man is rich and desires, without a royal charter, to act like a lord, if he wants men to humble themselves before him, to revere him, and call him lord and prince, then tell him every day to spread a table with victuals. All those who have acquired renown in the world have gained it mainly through hospitality, while the miserly and avaricious are despised in both World Star, Book of Government or Rules for Kings. Nizam al-Mulk, 11th century. With the Marquis to use, Aretino had now bought this man's indebtedness, too, and he in turn would help Aretino when he could. The circle of influence was growing wider. Time and again, Aretino was able to cash in on the immense political power of the Marquis, who also helped him in his many court romances. Eventually, however, the relationship became strained, as Aretino came to feel that the Marquis should have requited his generosity better. But he would not lower himself to begging or whining, since the exchange of gifts between the 2 men had made them equals. It would not seem right to Bring up money. He simply withdrew from the marquise circle and hunted for other wealthy prey, settling first on the French King Francis, then the Medicis, the Duke of Urbino, Emperor Charles V, and more. In the end, having many patrons meant he did not have to bow to any of them, and his power seemed comparable to that of a great lord. Interpretation. Aretino understood two fundamental properties of money. First, that it has to circulate to bring power. What money should buy is not lifeless objects but power over people. By keeping money in constant circulation, Aretino bought an ever-expanding circle of influenced fiat and in the end more than compensated him for his expenses. Second, Aretino understood the key property of the gift. To give a gift is to imply that you and the recipient are equals at the very least, or that you are the recipient's superior. A gift also involves an indebtedness or obligation. When friends, for instance, offer you something for free, you can be sure they expect something in return, and that to get it they are making you feel indebted. The mechanism may or may not be entirely conscious on their part, but this is how it works. Aretino avoided such encumbrances on his freedom. Instead of acting like a menial who expects the powerful to pay his way in life, he turned the whole dynamic around. Instead of being indebted to the powerful, he made the powerful indebted to him. This was the point of his gift-giving, a ladder that carried him to the highest social levels. By the end of his life he had become the most famous writer in Europe. Understand, money may determine power relationships. But those relationships need not depend on the amount of money you have, they also depend on the way you use it. Powerful people give freely, buying influence rather than things. If you accept the inferior position because you have no fortune yet, you may find yourself in it forever. Play the trick that Aretino played on Italy's aristocracy. Imagine yourself an equal. Play the Lord, give freely, open your doors, circulate your money, and create the facade of power through an alchemy that transforms money into influence. Observance 2. Soon after Baron James Rothschild made his fortune in Paris in the early 1820s, he faced his most intractable problem: how could a Jew and a German, a total outsider to French society, win the respect of the xenophobic French upper classes? Rothschild was a man who understood power, knew that his fortune would bring him status, but that if he remained socially alienated, neither his status nor his fortune would last. So he looked at the society of die time and asked what would win their hearts. Charity? The French couldn't care less. Political influence? He already had that, and if anything it only made people more suspicious of him. The one weak spot, he decided, was boredom. In the period of the restoration of the monarchy, the French upper classes were bored. So Rothschild began to spend astounding sums of money on entertaining them. He hired the best architects in France to design his gardens and ballroom. He hired Marie-Antoine Carême, the most celebrated French chef, to prepare the most lavish parties Paris had ever witnessed. No Frenchman could resist, even if the parties were given by a German Jew. Rothschild's weekly soirees began to attract bigger and bigger numbers. Over the next few years he won the only thing that would secure an outsider's power: social acceptance. Interpretation. Strategic generosity is always a great weapon in building a support base, particularly for die outsider. But die Baron de Rothschild was cleverer still. He knew it was his money Matt had created the barrier between him and the French, making him look ugly and untrustworthy. The best way to overcome this was literally to waste huge sums, a gesture to show he valued French culture and society over money. What Rothschild did resembled the famous potlatch feasts of the American Northwest, by periodically destroying its wealth in a giant orgy of festivals and bonfires. An Indian tribe would symbolize its power over other tribes. The base of its power was not money but its ability to spend, and its confidence in a superiority diet would restore to it all diet potlatch had destroyed. In the end, the Baron's soirees reflected his desire to mingle not just in France's business world but in its society. By wasting money on his potlatches, he hoped to demonstrate that his power went beyond money into the more precious realm of culture. Rothschild may have won social acceptance by spending money, but support base he gained was one diet money alone could not buy. To secure his fortune he had to waste it. That is strategic generosity. In a nutshell, ability to be flexible with your wieldy. Putting it to work, not to buy objects, but to win people's hearts. Observance 3. The Medicis of Renaissance Florence had built immense power on the fortune he had made in banking. But in Florence, centuries-old republic it was, idea. Diet money bought power went against all the city's proud democratic values. Cosimo de' Medici, first of family, to gain great fame, worked around Di's by keeping a low profile. He never flaunted his wieldy. But by time his grandson Lorenzo came of age, in the 1470s, the family's wieldy was too large, entire influence too noticeable, to be disguised any longer. Lorenzo solved problem in his own way by developing strategy of distraction. Has served people of wieldy ever since he became the flame-colored cloak. During the campaign of Cambyses in Egypt, a great many Greeks visited that country for one reason or another, some, as was to be expected, for trade, some to serve in the army. Others, no doubt, out of mere curiosity, to see what they could see. Amongst the sightseers was Issa's son Siloson, the exiled brother of Polycrates of Samos. While he was in Egypt, Siloson had an extraordinary stroke of luck. He was hanging about the streets of Memphis dressed in a flame-colored cloak, when Darius, who at that time was a member of Cambyses's guard and not yet of any particular importance, happened to catch sight of him and, seized with a sudden longing to possess the cloak, came up to Siloson and made him an offer for it. His extreme anxiety to get it was obvious enough to Siloson, who was inspired to say, "I'm not selling this for any money, but if you must have it, I will give it to you for free." Darius thereupon thanked him warmly and took it. Siloson at the moment merely thought he had lost it by his foolish good nature. Then came the death of Cambyses and the revolt of the Seven against the Magus, and Darius ascended the throne. Siloson now had the news that the man whose request for the flame-colored cloak he had formerly gratified in Egypt had become king of Persia. He hurried to Susa, sat down at the entrance of the royal palace, and claimed to be included in the official list of the king's benefactors. The sentry on guard reported his claim to Darius, who asked in surprise who the man might be. "For surely," he said, "as I have so recently come to the throne, there cannot be any Greek to whom one am indebted for a service. Hardly any of them have been here yet, and I certainly cannot remember owing anything to a Greek. But bring him in all the same, that I may know what he means by this claim." The guard escorted Siloson into the royal presence, and when the interpreters asked him who he was and what he had done to justify the statement that he was the king's benefactor, he reminded Darius of the story of the cloak, and said that he was the man who had given it him. "Sir," exclaimed Darius, "you are the most generous of men, for while I was still a person of no power or Consequence, you gave me a present small indeed, but deserving then as much gratitude from me as with the most splendid of gifts today. I will give you in return more silver and gold than you can count, that you may the most illustrious patron of the arts that history has ever known. Not only did he spend lavishly on paintings, he created Italy's finest apprentice schools for young artists. It was in one of these schools that the young Michelangelo first caught the attention of Lorenzo, who invited the artist to come and live in his house. He did the same with Leonardo da Vinci. Once under his wing, Michelangelo and Leonardo requited his generosity by becoming loyal artists in his stable. Whenever Lorenzo faced an enemy, he would wield the weapon of patronage. When Pisa, Florence's traditional enemy, threatened to rebel against it in 1472, Lorenzo placated its people by pouring money into its university, which had once been its pride and joy but had long ago lost its luster. The Pisans had no defense against this insidious maneuver, which simultaneously fed fire love of culture and blunted their desire for battle. Interpretation. Lorenzo undoubtedly loved the arts, but his patronage of artists had a practical function as well, of which he was keenly aware. In Florence at that time, banking was perhaps the least admired way of making money, and was certainly not a respected source of power. The arts were at the other pole, the pole of quasi-religious transcendence. By spending on die arts, Lorenzo deluded people's opinions of the ugly source of his wealth, disguising himself in nobility. There is no better use of strategic generosity, man mad of distracting attention from an unsavory reality and wrapping oneself in the mantle of art or religion. Observance 4. Louis XIV had an eagle eye for the strategic power of money. When he came to the throne, the powerful nobility had recently proven a thorn in the monarchy's side, and seethed with rebelliousness. So he impoverished these aristocrats by making them spend enormous sums on maintaining their position in the court, making them dependent on royal largesse for their livelihood. He had them in his claws. Next, Louis brought the nobles to their knees with strategic generosity. It would work like this: whenever he noticed a stubborn courtier whose influence he needed to gain, or whose troublemaking he needed to squelch, he would use his vast wealth to soften the soil. First he would ignore his victim, making the man anxious. Then the man would suddenly find that his son had been given a well-paid post, or that funds had been spent liberally in his home region, or that he had been given a painting he had long coveted. Presents would flow from Louis's hands. Finally, weeks or months later, Louis would ask for die favor he had needed all along. A man who had once vowed to do anything to stop the king would find he had lost the desire to fight. A straightforward bribe would have made him rebellious. This was far more insidious. Facing hardened earth in which nothing could take root, Louis loosened the soil before he planted his seeds. Interpretation. Louis understood that there is a deep-rooted emotional element in our attitude to money, an element going back to childhood. When we are children, all kinds of complicated feelings about our parents center around gifts. We see the giving of a gift as a sign of love and approval. And that emotional element never goes away. The recipients of gifts, financial or otherwise, are suddenly as vulnerable as children, especially when the gift comes from someone in authority. They cannot help opening up their will as loosened, as Louis loosened the soil. To succeed best, the gift should come out of the blue. It should be remarkable for the fact that a gift like it has never been given before, or for being preceded by a cold shoulder. From the giver. The more often you give to particular people, the blunter this weapon becomes. If they don't take your gifts for granted, becoming monsters of ingratitude, they will resent what appears to be charity. The sudden, unexpected, one-time gift will not spoil your children, it will keep them under your thumb. Observance v. The antique dealer Fushimiya, who lived in the city of Edo, former name for Tokyo, in the 17th century, once made a stop at a village tea house. After enjoying a cup of tea, he spent several minutes scrutinizing the cup, which he eventually paid for and took away with him. A local artisan, watching this, waited until Fushimiya left the shop, then approached the old woman who owned the tea house and asked her who tea's man was. She told him it was Japan's most famous connoisseur, antique dealer to die lord of Izumo. The artisan ran out of the shop, caught up with Fushimiya, and begged him to sell him the cup, which must clearly be valuable if Fushimiya judged it so. Fushimiya laughed heartily. It's just an ordinary cup of bison ware, he explained, and it is not valuable at all. The reason I was looking at it was that the steam seemed to hang about it strangely, and I wondered if there wasn't a leak somewhere. Devotees of the tea ceremony were interested in any odd or accidental beauty in nature. Since dye artisan still seemed so excited about it, Fushimiya gave him the cup for free. The artisan took dye cup around, trying to find an expert who would appraise it at a high price, but since all of them recognized it as an ordinary teacup, he got nowhere. Soon he was neglecting his own business, thinking only of dye cup and dye fortune it could bring. Finally he went to Edo to talk to Fushimiya at his shop. There the dealer, realizing that he had inadvertently caused this man pain by making him believe the cup had great worth, paid him 100 ryo, gold pieces, for the cup as a kindness. The cup was indeed mediocre, but he wanted to rid the artisan of his obsession, while also allowing him to feel tired his effort had not been wasted. The artisan thanked him and went on his way. Soon word spread of Fushimiya's purchase of the teacup. Every dealer in Japan clamored for him to sell it, since a cup he had bought for 100 ryo must be worth much more. He tried to explain the circumstances in which he had bought dye cup, but the dealers could not be dissuaded. Fushimiya finally relented and put dye cup up for sale. During the auction, two buyers simultaneously bid 200 ryo for the teacup, and then began to fight over who had bid first. Their fighting. Never regret that you one did a favor to Darius the son of Hystasps, my lord, replied Silason, do not give me gold or silver, but recover Samos for me, my native island, which now since Oroetes killed my brother Polycrates is in the hands of one of our servants. Let Samos be your gift to me, but let no man in the island be killed or enslaved. Darius consented to Silason's request, and dispatched a force under the command of Otanes, one of the seven, with orders to do everything that Silason had asked. The Histories, Herodotus, 5th century BC. Money is never spent to so much advantage as when you have been cheated out of it, for at one stroke you have purchased prudence. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. Kung Isu, Premier of Lu, was fond of fish. Therefore, people in the whole country conscientiously bought fish, which they presented to him. However, Kung Yi would not accept the presents. Against such a step his younger brother remonstrated with him and said, you like fish, indeed. Why don't you accept the present offish? In reply, he said, it is solely because I like fish that I would not accept the fish they gave me. Indeed, if I accept the fish, I will be placed under an obligation to them. once placed under an obligation to them. I will sometime have to bend the law. If I bend the law, I will be dismissed from the premiership. After being dismissed from the premiership, I might not be able to supply myself with fish. On the contrary, if I do not accept the fish from them and am not dismissed the premiership, however fond of fish, I can always supply myself with fish. Chinese philosopher, 3rd century BC. Tipped over a table and the teacup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. The auction was clearly over. Fushimi glued and mended the cup, then stored it away. Dunking the affair finished. Years later, however, the great tea master Matsudaira Fumai visited the store and asked to see the cup, which by then had become legendary. Fumi examined it. As a piece, he said, it is not up to much, but a tea master prizes sentiment and association more than intrinsic value. He bought the cup for a high sum. A glued-together work of less than ordinary craftsmanship had become one of the most famous objects in Japan. Interpretation. The story shows, first, an essential aspect of money, that it is humans who have created it and humans who instill it with meaning and value. Second, with objects as with money, what the courtier most values are the sentiments and emotions embedded in them. These are what make them worth having. The lesson is simple: the more your gifts and your acts of generosity play with sentiment, the more powerful may are. The object or concept that plays with a charged emotion or hits a chord of sentiment has more power than the money you squander on an expensive yet lifeless present. Observance 6. Akamoto Suzutomo, a wealthy adherent of the tea ceremony, once gave his page 100 ryo, gold pieces, and instructed him to purchase a tea bowl offered by a particular dealer. When the page saw the bowl, he doubted it was worth that much, and after much bargaining got the price reduced to 95 ryo. Days later, after Suzutomo had put the bowl to use, the page proudly told him what he had done. "What an ignoramus you are," replied Suzutomo. "A tea bowl that anyone asks 100 pieces of gold for can only be a family heirloom, and a thing like that is only sold when the family is pressed for money. And in that case Tai will be hoping to find someone who will give even 150 pieces for it. So what sort of fellow is it who does not consider their feelings quite apart from that, a curio that you give 100 ryo for is something worth having, but one that has only cost 95 gives a mean impression. So never let me see that tea bowl again." And he had die bowl locked away, and never took it out. Interpretation. When you insist on paying less, you may save your 5 ryo, but die insult you cause and the cheap impression you create will cost you in reputation, which is the thing the powerful prize above all. Learn to pay the full price. It will save you a lot in the end. Observance 7. Sometime near the beginning of the 17th century, in Japan, a group of generals whiled away the time before a big battle by staging an incense-smelling competition. Each participant anteed up a prize for the contest's winners: bows, arrows, saddles, and odier items a warrior would covet. The great Lord Date Masamune happened to pass by and was induced to participate. For a prize, he offered the gourd that hung from his belt. Everyone laughed, for no one wanted to win this cheap item. A retainer of Dai host finally accepted the gourd. When Dai party broke up, however, and the generals were chatting outside the tent, Masamune brought over his magnificent horse and gave it to the retainer. "There," he said, "a horse has come out of the gourd." The stunned generals suddenly regretted their scorn at Masamune's gift. Interpretation. Masamune understood the following: money gives its possess the ability to give pleasure to others. The more you can do this, the more you attract admiration. When you make a horse come out of a gourd, you give the ultimate demonstration of your power. Image, the river. To protect yourself or to save the resource, you dam it up. Soon, however, the waters become dank and pestilent. Only the foulest forms of life can live in such stagnant waters. Nothing travels on them, all commerce stops. Destroy the dam. When water flows and circulates, it generates abundance, wealth, and power in ever larger circles. The river must flood periodically for good things to flourish. Took money only from those who could afford it and were willing to go in with me in schemes they fancied would fleece others. They wanted money for its own sake. I wanted it for the luxuries and pleasures it would afford me. They were seldom concerned with human nature. They knew little and cared less about their fellow men. If they had been keener students of human nature, if they had given more time to companionship with their fellows and less to the chase of the almighty dollar, they wouldn't have been such easy marks. Yellow Kid Weil, 1875 to 1976. Authority. The great man who is a miser is a great fool. And a man in high places can have no vice so harmful as avarice. A miserly man can conquer neither lands nor lordships, for he does not have a plentiful supply of friends with whom he may work his will. Whoever wants to have friends must not love his possessions but must acquire friends by means of fair gifts, for in the same way that the lodestone subtly draws iron to itself, so the gold and silver that a man gives attract the hearts of men. The Romance of the Rose. Guillaume de Loris, circa 1200 to 1238. Reversal. The powerful never forget that what is offered for free is inevitably a trick. Friends who offer favors without asking for payment will later want something far dearer than the money you would have paid them. The bargain has hidden problems, both material and psychological. Learn to pay then, and to pay well. On the other hand, this law offers great opportunities for swindling and deception if you apply it from the other side. Dangling the lure of a free lunch is the con artist's stock in trade. No man was better at this than the most successful con artist of our age, Joseph Weil, aka the Yellow Kid. The Yellow Kid learned early that what made his swindles possible was his fellow humans' greed. This desire to get something for nothing, he once wrote, has been very costly to many people who have dealt with me and with other con men. When people learn as I doubt they will that they can't get something for nothing, crime will diminish and we shall all live in greater harmony. Over the years Weil devised many ways to seduce people with the prospect of easy money. He would hand out free real estate who could resist such an offer, and then the suckers would learn they had to pay $25 to register the sale. Since the land was free, it seemed worth the high fee, and the Yellow Kid would make thousands of dollars on the phony registration. In exchange, he would give his suckers a phony deed. Other times, he would tell suckers about a fixed horse race, or a stock that would earn 200% in a few weeks. As he spun his stories, he would watch the suckers' eyes open wide at the thought of a free lunch. The lesson is simple: bait your deceptions with the possibility of easy money. People are essentially lazy, and want wealth to fall in their lap rather than to work for it. 4. A small sum, sell them advice on how to make millions. P.T. Barnum did this later in life, and that small sum will become a fortune when multiplied by thousands of suckers. Lure people in with the prospect of easy money, and you have the Room to work still more deceptions on them, since greed is powerful enough to blind your victims to anything. And as the yellow kid said, half the fun is teaching a moral lesson. Greed does not pay. Law 41. Avoid stepping into a great man's shoes. Judgment. What happens first always appears better and more original than what comes after. If you succeed a great man or have a famous parent, you will have to accomplish double their achievements to outshine them. Do not get lost in their shadow, or stuck in a past not of your own making. Establish your own name and identity by changing course. Slay the overbearing father, disparage his legacy, and gain power by shining in your own way. Many would have shone like the very phoenix in their occupations if others had not preceded them. Being first is a great advantage, with eminence, twice as good. Deal the first hand and you will win the upper ground. Those who go first win fame by right of birth, and those who follow are like second sons, contenting themselves with meager portions. Solomon opted wisely for pacifism, yielding warlike things to his father. By changing course he found it easier to become a hero. And our great Philip II governed the entire world from the throne of his prudence, astonishing the ages. If his unconquered father was a model of energy, Philip was a paradigm of prudence. This sort of novelty has helped the well-advised win a place in the role of the great. Without leaving their own art, the ingenious leave the common path, and take, even in professions gray with age, new steps toward eminence. Horace yielded epic poetry to Virgil, and Martial the lyric to Horace. Terence opted for comedy, Persius for satire, each hoping to be first in his genre. Bold fancy never succumbed to facile imitation. A pocket mirror for heroes. Baltasar Gracian. Translated by Christopher Maurer. Transgression of the law. When Louis XIV died, in 1715, after a glorious 55-year reign, all eyes focused on his great-grandson and chosen successor, the future Louis XV. Would the boy, only 5 at the time, prove as great a leader as the son King Louis XIV had transformed a country on the verge of civil war into the preeminent power in Europe? The last years of his reign had been difficult, had been old and tired, but it was hoped that the child would develop into the kind of strong ruler who would reinvigorate the land and add to the firm foundation that Louis XIV had laid. To this end the child was given the best minds of France as his tutors, men who would instruct him in the arts of statecraft, in the methods that the son king had perfected. Noting was neglected in his education. But when Louis XV came to die throne, in 1726, a sudden change came over him. He no longer had to study or please others or prove himself. He stood alone at the top of a great country, mighty wealth and power at his command. He could do as he wished. In the first years of his reign, Louis gave himself over to pleasure, leaving the government in the hands of a trusted minister, André Hercule de Fleury. This caused little concern, for he was a young man who needed to sow his wild oats. And de Fleury was a good minister. But it slowly became clear that this was more than a passing phase. Louis had no interest in governing. His main worry was not France's finances, or a possible war with Spain, but boredom. He could not stand being bored, and when he was not hunting deer, or chasing young girls, he whiled away his time at the gambling tables, losing huge sums in a single night. The court, as usual, reflected the tastes of the ruler. Gambling and lavish parties became the obsession. The courtiers had no concern with the future of France. They poured their energies into charming the king, angling for titles that would bring them life pensions, and for cabinet. Positions demanding lit work but paying huge salaries. Parasites flocked to the court, and the state's debts swelled. In 1745 Louis fell in love with Madame de Pompadour, a woman of middle-class origin who had managed to rise. Due her charms, her intelligence, and a good marriage, Madame de Pompadour became the official royal mistress. She also became France's arbiter of taste and fashion. But the Madame had political ambitions as well, and she eventually emerged as the country's unofficial prime minister. It was she, not Louis, who wielded hiring and firing power over France's most important ministers. As he grew older, Louis only needed more diversion. On the grounds of Versailles he built a brothel, Père aux Serfs, which housed some of the prettiest young girls of France. Underground passages and hidden staircases gave Louis access at all hours. After Madame de Pompadour died, in 1764, she was succeeded as royal mistress by Madame du Barry, who soon came to dominate the court, and who, like de Pompadour before her, began to meddle in affairs of state. If a minister did not please her, he would find himself fired. All of Europe was aghast when du Barry, the daughter of a baker, managed to arrange the firing of Etienne de Choiseul, the foreign minister and France's most able diplomat. He had shown her too little respect. As time went by, swindlers and charlatans made their nests in Versailles, and enticed Louis's interest in astrology, the occult, and fraudulent business deals. The young and pampered teenager who had taken over France years before had only grown worse with age. The motto that became attached to Louis's reign was Après moi, le déluge, after me the flood, or let France rot after I am gone. And indeed, when Louis did go, in 1774, worn out by debauchery, his country and his own finances were in horrible disarray. His grandson Louis XVI inherited a realm in desperate need of reform and a strong leader. But Louis XVI was even weaker than his grandfather, and could only watch as the country descended into revolution. In 1792, the Republic introduced by the French Revolution declared the end of the monarchy, and gave the king a new name, Louis the Last. A few months later he kneeled on the guillotine, his about-to-be severed head stripped of all the radiance and power that Di's son king had invested in the crown. Interpretation. From a country that had descended into civil war in Di. Late 1640s, Louis XIV forged the mightiest realm in Europe. Great generals would tremble in his presence. A cook once made a mistake in preparing a dish and committed suicide. Rather than face the king's wrath, Louis XIV had many mistresses, but their power ended in the bedroom. He filled his court with the most brilliant minds of the age. The symbol of his power was Versailles, refusing to accept the palace of his forefathers, the Louvre. He built his own palace in what was then the middle of nowhere, symbolizing that Di's was a new order he had founded, one without precedent. He made Versailles the centerpiece of his reign, a place that all the powerful of Europe envied and visited with a sense of awe. In essence, Louis took a great void, the decaying monarchy of France, and filled it with his own symbols and radiant power. Louis XV, on the other hand, symbolizes the fate of all those who inherit something large or who follow in a great man's footsteps. It would seem easy for a son or successor to build on the grand foundation left for them, but in the realm of power the opposite is true. The pampered, indulged son almost always squanders the inheritance, for he does not start with the father's need to fill a void. As Machiavelli states, necessity is what impels men to take action, and once the necessity is gone, only rot and decay are left. Having no need to increase his store of power, Louis XV inevitably succumbed to inertia. Under him, Versailles, the symbol of the Sun King's authority, became a pleasure palace of incomparable banality, a kind of Las Vegas of Die Bourbon monarchy. It came to represent all that the oppressed peasantry of France hated about their king, and during Die Revolution they looted it with glee. Louis XV had only one way out of the trap awaiting the son or successor of a man like the Sun King, to psychologically begin from nothing, to Life of Pericles. As a young man, Pericles was inclined to shrink from facing the people. One reason for this was that he was considered to bear a distinct resemblance to the tyrant Pisistratus, and when men who were well on in years remarked on the charm of Pericles' voice and the smoothness and fluency of his speech, they were astonished at the resemblance between the two. The fact that he was rich and that he came of a distinguished family and possessed exceedingly powerful friends made the fear of ostracism very real to him, and at the beginning of his career he took no part in politics but devoted himself to soldiering, in which he showed great daring and enterprise. However, the time came when Aristides was dead, Themistocles in exile, and Cimon frequently absent on distant campaigns. Then at last Pericles decided to attach himself to the people's party and to take up the cause of the poor and the many instead of that of the rich and the few, in spite of the fact that this was quite contrary to his own temperament, which was thoroughly aristocratic. He was afraid, apparently, of being suspected of aiming at a dictatorship, so that when he saw that Simon's sympathies were strongly with the nobles, and that Cimon was the idol of the aristocratic party, Pericles began to ingratiate himself with the people, partly for self-preservation and partly by way of securing power against his rival. He now entered upon a new mode of life. He was never to be seen walking in any street except the one which led to the marketplace and the council chamber. The Life of Pericles. Plutarch. C. AD 46 to 120. How beneficial poverty may sometimes be to those with talent, and how it may serve as a powerful goad to make them perfect or excellent in whatever occupation they might choose, can be seen very clearly in the actions of Pietro Perugino. Wishing by means of his ability to attain some respectable rank, after leaving disastrous calamities behind in Perugia and coming to Florence, he remained there many months in poverty, sleeping in a chest, since he had no other bed. He turned night into day, and with the greatest zeal continually applied himself to denigrate the past and his inheritance, and to move in a totally new direction, creating his own world. Assuming you have the choice, it would be better to avoid the situation altogether, to place yourself where there is a vacuum of power, where you can be the one to bring order out of chaos without having to compete with another star in the sky. Power depends on appearing larger than other people, and when you are lost in Die's shadow of the father, the king, the great predecessor, you cannot possibly project such a presence. But when they began to make sovereignty hereditary, the children quickly degenerated from their fathers, and, so far from trying to equal their fathers' virtues, they considered that a prince had nothing else to do than to excel all the rest in idleness, indulgence, and every other variety of pleasure. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527. Observance of the law. Alexander the Great had a dominant passion as a young man, an intense dislike for his father, King Philip of Macedonia. He hated Philip's cunning, cautious style of ruling, his bombastic speeches, his drinking and whoring, and his love of wrestling and of other wastes of time. Alexander knew he had to make himself the very opposite of his domineering father. he would force himself to be bold and reckless. He would control his tongue and be a man of few words, and he would not lose precious time in pursuit of pleasures that brought no glory. Alexander also resented the fact that Philip had conquered most of Greece. "My father will go on conquering till there is nothing extraordinary left for me to do," he once complained. While other sons of powerful men were content to inherit wealth and live a life of leisure, Alexander wanted only to outdo his father, to obliterate Philip's name from history by surpassing his accomplishments. Alexander itched to show others how superior he was to his father. A Thessalian horse dealer once brought a prize horse named Bucephalus to sell to Philip. None of the king's grooms could get near the horse. It was far too savage, and Philip berated the merchant for bringing him such a useless beast. Watching the whole affair, Alexander scowled and commented, "What a horse they are losing for want of skill and spirit to manage him." When he had said this several times, Philip had finally had enough, and challenged him to take on die horse. He called the merchant back, secretly hoping his son would have a nasty fall and learn a bitter lesson. But Alexander was die one to teach the lesson. Not only did he mount Bucephalus, he managed to ride him at full gallop, taming the horse that would later carry him all die way to India. The courtiers applauded wildly, but Philip, seated inside, seeing not a son but a rival to his power. Alexander's defiance of his father grew bolder. One day, two men had a heated argument before the entire court, and Philip drew his sword as if to strike his son, having drunk too much wine. However, the king stumbled. Alexander pointed at his father and jeered, "Men of Macedonia, see there the man who is preparing to pass from Europe to Asia. He cannot pass from one table to another without falling." When Alexander was 18, a disgruntled courtier murdered Philip. As word of the regicide spread through Greece, city after city rose up in rebellion against their Macedonian rulers. Philip's advisors counseled Alexander, now the king, to proceed cautiously, to do as Philip had done, and conquer through cunning. But Alexander would do tilings his way. He marched to the furthest reaches of the kingdom, suppressed the rebellious towns, and reunited the empire with brutal efficiency. As a young rebel grows older, his struggle against the father often wanes, and he gradually comes to resemble the very man he had wanted to defy. But Alexander's loathing of his father did not end with Philip's death. Once he had consolidated Greece, he set his eyes on Persia, the prize that had eluded his father, who had dreamed of conquering Asia. If he defeated the Persians, Alexander would finally surpass Philip in glory and fame. Alexander crossed into Asia with an army of 35,000 to face a Persian force numbering over 1,000,000. Before engaging the Persians in battle, he passed through the town of Gordium. Here, in the town's main temple, there stood an ancient chariot tied with cords made of the rind of the cornel tree. Legend had it that any man who could undo these cords, the Gordian knot, would rule the world. Many had tried to untie the enormous and intricate knot, but none had succeeded. Alexander, seeing he could not possibly untie the knot with his bare hands, took out his sword and widely cut it in half. This symbolic gesture showed the world that he would not do as Odiers, but would blaze his own path. Against astounding odds, Alexander conquered the Persians. Most expected him to stop there. It was a great triumph, enough to secure his fame for eternity. But Alexander had the same relationship to his own deeds as he had to his father. His conquest of Persia represented the past, and he wanted never to rest on past triumphs, or to allow the past to outshine the present. He moved on to India, extending his empire beyond all known limits. Only his disgruntled and weary soldiers prevented him from going farther. Interpretation. Alexander represents an extremely uncommon type in history, the son of a famous and successful man who manages to surpass the fat fire in glory and power. The reason this type is uncommon is simple: the father most often manages to amass his fortune, his kingdom, because he begins with little or nothing. A desperate urge impels him to succeed, has nothing to lose by cunning and impetuousness, and has no famous failure of his own to compete against. This kind of man has reason to believe in himself, though believe that his way of doing things is the best, because, after all, it worked for him. When a man like this has a son, he becomes domineering and oppressive, imposing his lessons on the son, who is starting off life in circumstances totally different from those in which the father himself began the study of his profession. After painting had become second nature to him, Pietro's only pleasure was always to be working in his craft and constantly to be painting. And because he always had the dread of poverty before his eyes, he did things to make money which he probably would not have bothered to do had he not been forced to support himself. Perhaps wealth would have closed to him and his talent the path to excellence, just as poverty had opened it up to him, but needs spurred him on, since he desired to rise from such a miserable and lowly position / not perhaps to the summit and supreme height of excellence, then at least to a point where he could have enough to live on. For this reason, he took no notice of cold, hunger, discomfort, inconvenience, toil or shame if he could only live one day in ease and repose, and he would always say, in as if it were a proverb, that after bad weather, good weather must follow, and that during the good weather houses must be built for shelter in times of need. Lives of the Artists, Giorgio Vasari, 1511–1574. The slightest acquaintance with chess shows one that it is a play substitute for the art of war, and indeed it has been a favorite recreation of some of the greatest military leaders, from William the Conqueror to Napoleon. In the contest between the opposing armies, the same principles of both strategy and tactics are displayed as in actual war, the same foresight and powers of calculation are necessary, the same capacity for divining the plans of the opponent, and the rigor with which decisions are followed by their consequences is, if anything, even more ruthless. More than that, it is plain that the unconscious motive actuating the players is not the mere love of pugnacity characteristic of all competitive games, but the grimmer one of father murder. It is true that the original goal of capturing the king has been given up, but from the point of view of motive there is, except in respect of crudity, not appreciable change in the present goal of sterilizing him. In immobility, checkmate means literally the king is dead. Our knowledge of the unconscious motivation of chess playing tells us that what it represented could only have been the wish to overcome the father in an acceptable way. It is no doubt signify, instead of allowing the son to go in a new direction, the father will try to put him in his own shoes, perhaps secretly wishing die boy will fail, as Philip half wanted to see Alexander thrown from Bucephalus. Fathers envy their sons' beauty and vigor, after all, and their desire is to control and dominate. The sons of such men tend to become cowed and cautious, terrified of losing what their fathers have gained. The son will never step out of his father's shadow unless he adopts the ruthless strategy of Alexander: disparage thy past, create your own kingdom, put thy father in thy shadows, instead of letting him do the same to you. If you cannot materially start from ground zero, it would be foolish to Renounce an inheritance you can at least begin from ground zero psychologically, by throwing off the weight of die past and charting a new direction. Alexander instinctively recognized that privileges of birth are impediments to power. Be merciless with the past, tie not only weightier fodder and his fodder but why to your own earlier achievements. Only the weak rest on their laurels and dote on past triumphs. In the game of power there is never time to rest. Keys to power. In many ancient kingdoms, for example Bengal and Sumatra, after Dai King had ruled for several years his subjects would execute him. This was done partly as a ritual of renewal, but also to prevent him from growing too powerful, for the king would generally try to establish a permanent order at the expense of other families and of his own sons. Instead of protecting Dai tribe and leading it in times of war, he would attempt to dominate it. And so he would be beaten to death or executed in an elaborate ritual. Now that he was no longer around for his honors to go to his head, he could be worshipped as a god. Meanwhile Dai field had been cleared for a new and beautiful order to establish itself. The ambivalent, hostile attitude towards the king or father figure also finds expression in legends of heroes who do not know their fodder. Moses, the archetypal man of power, was found abandoned among Dai bulrushes and never knew his parents. Without a father to compete with him or limit him, he could attain the heights of power. Hercules had no earthly father, he was the son of the god Zeus. Later in his life Alexander the Great spread the story that the god Jupiter Ammon had sired him, not Philip of Macedon. Legends and rituals like these eliminate the human fodder because he symbolizes the destructive power of Dai past. The past prevents the young hero from creating his own world. He must do as his father did, even after that father is dead or powerless. The hero must bow and scrape before his predecessor and yield to tradition and precedent. What had success in the past must be carried over to Dai present, even though circumstances have greatly changed. The past also weighs Dai hero down with an inheritance that he is terrified of losing, making him timid and cautious. Power depends on Dai ability to fill a void, to occupy a field Dai it has been cleared of the dead weight of the past. Only after the father figure has been properly done away will you have Dai necessary space to create and establish a new order. There are several strategies you can adopt to accomplish this. Variations on the execution of Dai King that disguise the violence of Dai impulse by channeling it in socially acceptable forms. Perhaps the simplest way to escape the shadow of the past is simply to belittle it, playing on Dai timeless antagonism between the generations, stirring up me young against Dai old. For Dais you need a convenient older figure to pillory. Mao Zedong, confronting a culture that fiercely resisted change, played on the suppressed resentment against the overbearing presence of me venerable Confucius in Chinese culture. John F. Kennedy knew the dangers of getting lost in the past. He radically distinguished his presidency from diet of his predecessor, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and also from Dai preceding decade, Dai 1950s, which Eisenhower personified. Kennedy, for instance, would not play Dai dull and fodderly game of golf, a symbol of retirement and privilege, and Eisenhower's passion. Instead he played football on Dai White House lawn. In every aspect his administration represented vigor and youth, as opposed to Dai stodgy Eisenhower. Kennedy had discovered an old truth: the young are easily set against the old, since Dai yearn to make their own place in the world and resent the shadow of tired fathers. The distance you establish from your predecessor often demands some symbolism, a way of advertising itself publicly. Louis XIV, for example, created such symbolism when he rejected the traditional palace of dix French kings and built his own palace of Versailles. King Philip II of Spain did die same when he created his center of power, die Palace of El Escorial, in what was then die middle of nowhere. But Louis carried the game further. He would not be a king like his father or earlier ancestors. He would not wear a crown or carry a scepter or sit on a throne. He would establish a new kind of imposing authority symbols and rituals of its own. Louis made his ancestors' rituals into laughable relics of the past. Follow his example. Never let yourself be seen as following your predecessor's power. If you do, you will never surpass him. You must physically demonstrate your difference by establishing a style and symbolism that sets you apart. The Roman Emperor Augustus, successor to Julius Caesar, understood this morally. Caesar had been a great general, a theatrical figure whose spectacles kept the Romans entertained, an international emissary seduced by die charms of Cleopatra, larger-than-life figure. So Augustus, despite his own theatrical tendencies, competed with Caesar not by trying to outdo him but by differentiating himself from him. He based his power on a return to Roman simplicity and austerity of both style and substance. Against die memory of Caesar's sweeping presence, Augustus posed a quiet and manly dignity. The problem with the overbearing predecessor is that he fills die vistas before you die symbols of die past. You have no room to create your own name. To deal with the idealized situation, you need to hunt out the vacuums. Those can't. That 19th century chess champion Paul Morphy's soaring odyssey into the higher realms of chess began just a year after the unexpectedly sudden death of his father, which had been a great shock to him, and we may surmise that his brilliant effort of sublimation was, like Shakespeare's Hamlet and Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams, a reaction to this critical event. Something should now be said about the reception Morphy's successes met with, for they were of such a kind as to raise the question whether his subsequent collapse may not have been influenced through his perhaps belonging to the type that Freud has described under the name of Diam or Falschskeitern, those wrecked by success. Couched in more psychological language, was Morphy affrighted at his own presumptuousness when the light of publicity was thrown on his great success? Freud has pointed out that the people who break under the strain of too great success do so because they can endure it only in imagination, not in reality. To castrate the father in a dream is a very different matter from doing it in reality. The real situation provokes the unconscious guilt in its full force, and the penalty may be mental collapse. The problem of Paul Morphy. Ernest Jones, 1951. Areas in culture that have been left vacant and in which you can become the first and principal figure to shine. When Pericles of Athens was about to launch a career as a statesman, he looked for the one thing that was missing in Athenian politics. Most of the great politicians of his time had allied themselves with the aristocracy. Indeed, Pericles himself had aristocratic tendencies. Yet he decided to tyro in his hat with the city's democratic elements. The choice had nothing to do with his personal beliefs, but it launched him on a brilliant career. Out of necessity, he became a man of the people. Instead of competing in an arena filled with great leaders both past and present, he would make a name for himself where no shadows could obscure his presence. When the painter Diego de Velázquez began his career, he knew he could not compete in refinement and technique with the great Renaissance painters who had come before him. Instead, he chose to work in a style that, by the standards of the time, seemed coarse and rough, in a way that had never been seen before. And in Ms. style he excelled. There were members of the Spanish court who wanted to demonstrate their own break with the past. The newness of Velázquez's style thrilled them. Most people are afraid to break so boldly with tradition, but may secretly admire those who can break up the old forms and reinvigorate the culture. This is why there is so much power to be gained from entering vacuums and voids. There is a kind of stubborn stupidity that recurs throughout history, and is a strong impediment to power. The superstitious belief that if the person before you succeeded by doing A, B, and C, you can recreate their success by doing the same thing. This cookie-cutter approach will seduce the uncreative, for it is easy, and appeals to their timidity and their laziness. But circumstances never repeat themselves exactly. When General Douglas MacArthur assumed command of American forces in the Philippines during World War II, an assistant handed him a book containing the various precedents established by the commanders before him, the methods that had been successful for them. MacArthur asked the assistant how many copies there were of this book. 6. The assistant answered. Well, the general replied, you get all those 6 copies together and burn them, every one of them. I'll not be bound by precedents. Any time a problem comes up, I'll make the decision at once, immediately. Adopt this ruthless strategy toward the past, burn all the books, and train yourself to react to circumstances as they happen. You may believe that you have separated yourself from the predecessor or father figure, but as you grow older you must be eternally vigilant lest you become the father you had rebelled against. As a young man, Mao Zedong disliked his father, and in the struggle against him found his own identity in a new set of values. But as he aged, his father's ways crept back in. Mao's father had valued manual work over intellect. Mao had scoffed at this as a young man, but as he grew older he unconsciously returned to his father's views and echoed such outdated ideas by forcing a whole generation of Chinese intellectuals into manual labor, a nightmarish mistake that cost his regime dearly. Remember, you are your own father. Do not let yourself spend years creating yourself only to let your guard down and allow the ghost of the past father habit, historitos, sneak back in. Finally, as noted in the story of Louis XV, plenitude and prosperity tend to make us lazy and inactive. When our power is secure, we have no need to act. This is a serious danger, especially for those who achieve success and power at an early age. The playwright Tennessee Williams, for instance, found himself skyrocketed from obscurity to fame by the success of The Glass Menagerie. The sort of life which I had had previous to this popular success, he later wrote, was one that required endurance, a life of clawing and scratching, but it was a good life because it was the sort of life for which the human organism is created. I was not aware of how much vital energy had gone into this struggle until the struggle was removed. This was security at last. I sat down and looked about me and was suddenly very depressed. Williams had a nervous breakdown, which may, in fact, have been necessary for him. Pushed to the psychological edge, he could start writing with the old vitality again, and he produced a streetcar named Desire. Fyodor Dostoevsky, similarly, whenever he wrote a successful novel, would feel that the financial security he had gained made the act of creation unnecessary. He would take his entire savings to the casino and would not leave until he had gambled away his last penny. Once reduced to poverty, he could write again. It is not necessary to go to such extremes, but you must be prepared to return to square one psychologically rather than growing fat and lazy with prosperity. Pablo Picasso could deal with success, but only by constantly changing the style of his painting, often breaking completely with what had made him successful before. How often our early triumphs turn us into a kind of caricature of ourselves. Powerful people recognize these traps, like Alexander the Great. They struggle constantly to recreate themselves. The father must not be allowed to return, he must be slain at every step of the way. Image, the father. He casts a giant shadow over his children, keeping them in thrall long after he is gone by tying them to the past, squashing their youthful spirit, and forcing them down the same tired path he followed himself. His tricks are many. At every crossroads you must slay the father and step out of his shadow. Authority, beware of stepping into a great man's shoes. You will have to accomplish twice as much to surpass him. Those who follow are taken for imitators. No matter how much they sweat, they will never shed that burden. It is an uncommon skill to find a new path for excellence, a modern route to celebrity. There are many roads to singularity, not all of them well-traveled. The newest ones can be arduous, but they are often shortcuts to greatness. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. The shadow of a great predecessor could be used to advantage if it is chosen as a trick, a tactic that can be discarded once it has brought you power. Napoleon III used the name and legend of his illustrious granduncle Napoleon Bonaparte to help him become first president and then Emperor of France. Once on the throne, however, he did not stay tied to the past. He quickly showed how different his reign would be, and was careful to keep the public from expecting him to attain the heights that Bonaparte had attained. The past often has elements worth appropriating, qualities that would be foolish to reject out of a need to distinguish yourself. Even Alexander the Great recognized and was influenced by his father's skill in organizing an army. Making a display of doing things differently from your predecessor can make you seem childish and in fact out of control, unless your actions have a logic of their own. Joseph II, son of the Austrian Empress Maria Theresa, made a show of doing the exact opposite of his mother, dressing like an ordinary citizen, staying in inns instead of palaces, appearing as the people's emperor. Maria Theresa, on the other hand, had been regal and aristocratic. The problem was that she had also been beloved. An empress who ruled wisely. After years of learning the hard way, if you have the kind of intelligence and instinct Matt will point you in the right direction, playing the rebel will not be dangerous. But if you are mediocre, as Joseph II was in comparison to his mother, you are better off learning from your predecessors. Knowledge and experience, which are based on something real. Finally, it is often wise to keep an eye on the young, your future rivals in power. Just as you try to rid yourself of your father, they will soon play the same trick on you, denigrating everything you have accomplished. Just as you rise by rebelling against the past, keep an eye on those rising from below, and never give them the chance to do die same to you. The great Baroque artist and architect Pietro Bernini was a master at sniffing out younger potential rivals and keeping them in his shadow. One day a young stonemason named Francesco Borromini showed Bernini his architectural sketches. Recognizing his talent immediately, Bernini instantly hired Borromini as his assistant, which delighted the young man but was actually only a tactic to keep him close at hand, so that he could play psychological games on him and create in him a kind of inferiority complex. And indeed, despite Borromini's brilliance, Bernini has the greater fame. His strategy with Borromini he made a lifelong practice. Fearing Matt the great sculptor Alessandro Algardi, for example, would eclipse him in fame, he arranged it so that Algardi could only find work as his assistant. And any assistant who rebelled against Bernini and tried to strike out on his own would find his career ruined. Law 42. Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will scatter. Judgment. Trouble can often be traced to a single strong individual, the stirrer, the arrogant underling, the poisoner of goodwill. If you allow such people room to operate, others will succumb to their influence. Do not wait for the troubles they cause to multiply, do not try to negotiate with them, they are irredeemable. Neutralize their influence by isolating or banishing them. Strike at the source of the trouble and the sheep will scatter. Observance of the law I. Near the end of the 6th century BC, the city-state of Athens overthrew the series of petty tyrants who had dominated its politics for decades. It established instead a democracy that was to last over a century, a democracy that became the source of its power and its proudest achievement. But as the democracy evolved, so did a problem the Athenians had never faced: how to deal with those who did not concern themselves with the cohesion of a small city, surrounded by enemies, who did not work for its greater glory, but thought of only themselves and their own ambitions and petty intrigues. The Athenians understood that these people, if left alone, would sow dissension, divide the city into factions, and stir up anxieties, all of which could lead to the ruin of their democracy. Violent punishment no longer suited the new, civilized order that Athens had created. Instead, the citizens found another, more satisfying, and less brutal way to deal with the chronically selfish. Every year they would gather in the marketplace and write on a piece of earthenware, an ostracon, the name of an individual they wanted to see banished from the city for 10 years. If a particular name appeared on 6,000 ballots, that person would instantly be exiled. If no one received 6,000 votes, the person with the most ostraca recording his name would suffer the 10-year ostracism. This ritual expulsion became a kind of festival. What a joy to be able to banish those irritating, anxiety-inducing individuals who wanted to rise above the group they should have served. In 490 BC, Aristides, one of the great generals of Athenian history, helped defeat the Persians at the Battle of Marathon. Meanwhile, off the battlefield, his fairness as a judge had earned him the nickname the Just. But as the years went by, the Athenians came to dislike him. He made such a show of his righteousness, and this, they believed, disguised his feelings of superiority and scorn for the common folk. His omnipresence in Athenian politics became obnoxious. The citizens grew tired of hearing him called the Just. They feared that this was just the type of man judgmental, haughty who would eventually stir up fierce divisions among them. In 482 BC, despite Aristides' invaluable expertise in the continuing war with the Persians, they collected the ostraca and had him banished. After Aristides' ostracism, the great general Themistocles emerged as the city's premier leader. But his many honors and victories went to his head, and he too became arrogant and overbearing, constantly reminding the Athenians of his triumphs in battle, the temples he had built, the dangers he had fended off. He seemed to be saying that without him the city would come to ruin. And so, in 472 BC, Themistocles' name was filled in on the ostraca and the city was rid of his poisonous presence. The greatest political figure in 5th century Athens was undoubtedly Pericles. Although several times threatened with ostracism, he avoided that fate by maintaining close ties with the people. Perhaps he had learned a lesson as a child from his favorite tutor, the incomparable Damon, who. The struggle now became fiercer than ever around the royal litter of Atahualpa, king of the Incan Empire. It reeled more and more, and at length, several of the nobles who supported it having been slain, it was overturned, and the Indian prince would have come with violence to the ground, had not his fall been broken by the efforts of Pizarro and some other of the cavaliers, who caught him in their arms. The imperial borla was instantly snatched from his temples by a soldier, and the unhappy monarch, strongly secured, was removed to a neighboring building where he was carefully guarded. All attempt at resistance now ceased. The fate of the Inca, Atahualpa, soon spread over town and country. The charm that might have held the Peruvians together was dissolved. Every man thought only of his own safety. Even the Incan soldiery encamped on the adjacent fields took the alarm, and, learning the fatal tidings, were seen flying in every direction before their pursuers, who in the heat of triumph showed no touch of mercy. At length, night, more pitiful than man, threw her friendly mantle over the fugitives, and the scattered troops of Pizarro rallied once more at the sound of the trumpet in the bloody square of Cajamarca. Atahualpa was reverenced as more than a human. He was not merely the head of the state, but the point to which all its institutions converged as to a common center, the keystone of the political fabric which must fall to pieces by its own weight when that was withdrawn. So it fared on the execution of Atahualpa. His death not only left the throne vacant, without any certain successor, but the manner of it announced to the Peruvian people that a hand stronger than that of their Incas had now seized the scepter, and that the dynasty of the children of the sun had passed away forever. The Conquest of Peru. William H. Prescott, 1847. Excelled above all other Athenians in his intelligence, his musical skills, and his rhetorical abilities. It was Damon who had trained Pericles in die arts of ruling. But he, too, suffered ostracism for his superior airs and his insulting manner toward the commoners stirred up too much resentment. Toward the end of the century there lived a man named Hyperbolus. Most writers of the time describe him as the city's most worthless citizen. He did not care what anyone thought of him, and slandered whomever he disliked. He amused some, but irritated many more. In 417 BC, Hyperbolus saw an opportunity to stir up anger against the two leading politicians of the time, Alcibiades and Nicias. He hoped that one of the two would be ostracized and that he would rise in Matman's place. His campaign seemed likely to succeed. The Athenians disliked Alcibiades' flamboyant and carefree lifestyle and were wary of Nicias' wealth and aloofness. They seemed certain to ostracize one or die other. But Alcibiades and Nicias, although they were otherwise enemies, pooled their resources and managed to turn the ostracism on Hyperbolus instead. His obnoxiousness, they argued, could only be terminated by banishment. Earlier sufferers of ostracism had been formidable, powerful men. Hyperbolus, however, was a low buffoon, and with his banishment the Athenians felt that ostracism had been degraded. And so they ended the practice that for nearly 100 years had been one of die keys to keeping the peace within Athens. Interpretation. The ancient Athenians had social instincts unknown. Today the passage of centuries has blunted them. Citizens in the true sense of the word, the Athenians sensed the dangers posed by a social behavior, and saw how such behavior often disguises itself in odier forms, the holier-than-thou attitude that silently seeks to impose its standards on others. Overweening ambition at the expense of the common good. The flaunting of superiority, quiet scheming, terminal obnoxiousness. Some of Yui's behaviors would eat away at the city's cohesion by creating factions and sowing dissension. Odiers would ruin the democratic spirit by making the common citizen feel inferior and envious. The Athenians did not try to re-educate people who acted in these ways, or to absorb them somehow into the group, or to impose a violent punishment that would only create other problems. The solution was quick and effective: get rid of them. Within any group, trouble can most often be traced to a single source: the unhappy, chronically dissatisfied one who will always stir up dissension and infect the group-wide his or her ill ease. Before you know what hit you, the dissatisfaction spreads. Act before it becomes impossible to disentangle one strand of misery from antidote, or to see how the whole thing started. First, recognize troublemakers by their overbearing presence, or by their complaining nature. Once you spot them, do not try to reform them or appease them. That will only make things worse. Do not attack them, whether directly or indirectly, for they are poisonous in nature and will work underground to destroy you. Do as the Athenians did: banish them before it is too late. Separate them from the group before they become the eye of a whirlpool. Do not give them time to stir up anxieties and sow discontent. Do not give them room to move. Let one person suffer so that the rest can live in peace. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Chinese saying. Observance of the law too. In 1296 the cardinals of the Catholic Church met in Rome to select a new pope. They chose Cardinal Gaetani, for he was incomparably shrewd. Such a man would make the Vatican a great power. Taking the name Boniface VIII, Gaetani soon proved he deserved the cardinal's high opinion of him. He plotted his moves carefully in advance, and stopped at nothing to get his way. Once in power, Boniface quickly crushed his rivals and unified the Papal States. The European powers began to fear him and sent delegates to negotiate with him. The German King Albrecht of Austria even yielded some territory to Boniface. All was proceeding according to the Pope's plan. One piece did not fall into place, however, and it was Tuscany, the richest part of Italy. If Boniface could conquer Florence, Tuscany's most powerful city, the region would be his. But Florence was a proud republic and would be hard to defeat. The Pope had to play his cards skillfully. Florence was divided by two rival factions, the Blacks and the Whites. The Whites were the merchant families that had recently and quickly risen to power, and weak. The Blacks were the older money. Because of their popularity, die people, the Whites retained control of the city, to the Blacks increasing resentment. The feud between the two grew steadily more bitter. Here Boniface saw his chance. He would plot to help the Blacks take over the city, and Florence would be in his pocket. And as he studied the situation, he began to focus on one man, Dante Alighieri, the celebrated writer, poet, and ardent supporter of the Whites. Dante had always been interested in politics. He believed passionately in the Republic, and often chastised his fellow citizens for their lack of spine. He also happened to be the city's most eloquent public speaker. In 1300, the year Boniface began plotting to take over Tuscany, Dante's fellow citizens had voted him in to Florence's highest elected position, making him one of the city's 6 priors. During his 6-month term in the post, he had stood firmly against the Blacks and against all of the Pope's attempts to sow disorder. By 1301, however, Boniface had a new plan. He called in Charles de Valois, powerful brother of Die King of France, to help bring order to Tuscany. As Charles marched through northern Italy, and Florence seethed with anxiety and fear, Dante quickly emerged as the man who could rally the wolves and the sheep. Once upon a time, the wolves sent an embassy to the sheep, desiring that there might be peace between them for the time to come. "Why," said they, "should we be forever waging this deadly strife? Those wicked dogs are the cause of all. They are incessantly barking at us, and provoking us. Send them away, and there will be no longer any obstacle to our eternal friendship and peace." The silly sheep listened. The dogs were dismissed, and the flock, thus deprived of their best protectors, became an easy prey to their treacherous enemy. Fables. Aesop. 6th century BC. Themistocles' fellow citizens reached the point at which their jealousy made them listen to any slander at his expense, and so he was forced to remind the assembly of his achievements until they could bear this no longer. He once said to those who were complaining of him, "Why are you tired of receiving benefits so often from the same men?" Besides this, he gave offense to the people when he built the temple of Artemis, for not only did he style the goddess Artemis Aristotele, or Artemis wisest in counsel, with the hint that it was he who had given the best counsel to the Athenians and the Greeks, but he chose a site for it near his own house at Melite. So at last the Athenians banished him. They made use of the ostracism to humble his great reputation and his authority, as indeed was their habit with any whose power they regarded as oppressive, or who had risen to an eminence which they considered out of keeping with the equality of a democracy. The life of Themistocles. Plutarch. C. AD 46 to 120. The people, arguing vehemently against appeasement and working desperately to arm the citizens and to organize resistance against the Pope and his puppet French prince. By hook or by crook, Boniface had to neutralize Dante. And so, even as on the one hand he threatened Florence with Charles de Valois, on the other he held out the olive branch, the possibility of negotiations, hoping Dante would take the bait. And indeed the Florentines decided to send a delegation to Rome and try to negotiate a peace. To head the mission, predictably, they chose Dante. Some warned the poet that the wily Pope was setting up a trap to lure him away, but Dante went to Rome anyway. Arriving as the French army stood before the gates of Florence, he felt sure that his eloquence and reason would win the Pope over and save the city. Yet when the Pope met the poet and the Florentine delegates, he instantly intimidated them, as he did so many. "Fall on your knees before me," he bellowed at their first meeting. "Submit to me. I tell you that in all truth I have nothing in my heart but to promote your peace." Succumbing to his powerful presence, the Florentines listened as the Pope promised to look after dire interests. He then advised them to return home, leaving one of their members behind to continue the talks. Boniface signaled that the man to stay was to be Dante. He spoke with the utmost politeness, but in essence it was an order. And so Dante remained in Rome. And while he and the Pope continued their dialogue, Florence fell apart. With no one to rally the whites, and with Charles de Valois using the Pope's money to bribe and sow dissension, the whites disintegrated, some arguing for negotiations, others switching sides. Facing an enemy now divided and unsure of itself, the blacks easily destroyed them within weeks, exacting violent revenge on them. And once the blacks stood firmly in power, the Pope finally dismissed Dante from Rome. The blacks ordered Dante to return home to face accusations and stand trial. When the poet refused, the Blacks condemned him to be burned to death if he ever set foot in Florence again. And so Dante began a miserable life of exile, wandering through Italy, disgraced in the city that he loved, never to return to Florence, even after his death. Interpretation. Boniface knew that if he only had a pretext to lure Dante away, Florence would crumble. He played die oldest card in the book, threatening with one hand while holding out the olive branch with the other, and Dante fell for it. Once the poet was in Rome, the Pope kept him there for as long as it took. For Boniface understood one of the principal precepts. In the game of power, one resolute person, one disobedient spirit, can turn a flock of sheep into a den of lions. So he isolated the troublemaker without the backbone of the city. To keep them together, the sheep quickly scattered. Learn the lesson: do not waste your time lashing out in all directions at what seems to be a many-headed enemy. Find the one head that matters, the person with willpower, or smarts, or, most important of all, charisma. Whatever it costs you, lure this person away, for once he is absent his powers will lose their effect. His isolation can be physical, banishment or absence from the court; political, narrowing his base of support; or psychological, alienating him from the group through slander and insinuation. Cancer begins with a single cell. Excise it before it spreads beyond cure. Keys to power. In the past, an entire nation would be ruled by a king and his handful of ministers. Only the elite had any power to play. Witty eye. Over the centuries, power has gradually become more and more diffused and democratized. This has created, however, a common misperception that groups no longer have centers of power, that power is spread out and scattered among many people. Actually, however, power has changed in its numbers but not in its essence. There may be fewer mighty tyrants commanding the power of life and death over millions, but there remain thousands of petty tyrants ruling smaller realms, and enforcing tire will rough indirect power games, charisma, and so on. In every group, power is concentrated in the hands of one or two people, for this is one area in which human nature will never change. People will congregate around a single strong personality like planets orbiting a sun. To labor under the illusion deities kind of power center no longer exists is to make endless mistakes, waste energy and time, and never hit the target. Powerful people never waste time. Outwardly they may play along with the game, pretending that power is shared among many, but inwardly they keep their eyes on the inevitable few and die group who hold the cards. These are die ones they work on. When troubles arise, they look for die underlying cause, the single strong character who started the stirring and whose isolation or banishment will settle die waters again. In his family therapy practice, Dr. Milton H. Erickson found that if the family dynamic was unsettled and dysfunctional, there was inevitably one person who was the stirrer, the troublemaker. In his sessions he would symbolically isolate Tin's rotten apple by seating him or her apart from the others, if only by a few feet. Slowly the odier family members would see the physically separate person as the source of their difficulty. Once you recognize who the stirrer is, pointing it out to odier people will accomplish a great deal. Understanding who controls die group dynamic is a critical realization. Remember, stirrers derive by hiding in the group, disguising their actions among the reactions of others. Render their actions visible and die lose dire power. To upset. A key element in games of strategy is isolating die enemy's power. In chess you try to corner the king. In die Chinese game of Go. You try to isolate the enemy's forces in small pockets, rendering them immobile and ineffectual. It is often better to isolate your enemies than to destroy them. You seem less brutal. The result, though, is the same. For in die game of power, isolation spells deadly. The most effective form of isolation is somehow to separate your victims from their power base. When Mao Zedong wanted to eliminate an enemy in the ruling elite, he did not confront the person directly, he silently and stealthily worked to isolate die man, divide his allies and turn them away from him, shrink his support. Soon the man would vanish on his own. Presence and appearance have great import in die game of power. To seduce, particularly in the beginning stages, you need to be constantly present, or create die feeling that you are. If you are often out of sight, die charm will wear off. Queen Elizabeth's Prime Minister, Robert Cecil, had two main rivals, die Queen's favorite, die Earl of Essex, and her former favorite, Sir Walter Raleigh. He contrived to send them both on a mission against Spain, with them away from the court. He managed to wrap his tentacles around die Queen, secure his position as her top advisor and weaken her affection for Raleigh and the Earl. The lesson here is twofold. First, your absence from the court spells danger for you, and you should never leave die scene in a time of turmoil, for your absence can both symbolize and induce a loss of power. Second, and on die odier hand, luring your enemies away from the court at critical moments is a great ploy. Isolation has other strategic uses. When trying to seduce people, it is often wise to isolate them from dire usual social context. Once isolated, they are vulnerable to you, and your presence becomes magnified. Similarly, con artists often look for ways to isolate their marks from their normal social milieu, steering them into new environments in which die are no longer comfortable. Here they feel weak and succumb to deception more easily. Isolation, then, can prove a powerful way of bringing people under your spell to seduce or swindle them. You will often find powerful people who have alienated themselves from the group. Perhaps their power has gone to their heads, and they consider themselves superior. Perhaps they have lost the knack of communicating with ordinary folk. Remember, this makes them vulnerable. Powerful though they be, people like the eyes can be turned to use. The monk Rasputin gained his power over Tsar Nicholas and Tsarina Alexandra of Russia through dire tremendous isolation from the people. Alexandra in particular was a foreigner and especially alienated from everyday Russians. Rasputin used his peasant origins to insinuate himself into her good graces, for she desperately wanted to communicate with her subjects. Once in the court's inner circle, Rasputin made himself indispensable and attained great power. Heading straight for the center, he aimed for die one figure in Russia who commanded power. The Tsarina dominated her husband, and found he had no need to isolate her, for the work was already done. The Rasputin strategy can bring you great power. Always search out people who hold high positions yet who find themselves isolated on the board. They are like apples falling into your lap, easily seduced, and able to catapult you into power yourself. Finally, the reason you strike at the shepherd is because such an action will dishearten the sheep beyond any rational measure. When Hernando Cortés and Francisco Pizarro led their tiny forces against the Aztec and Incan empires, they did not make the mistake of fighting on several fronts, nor were they intimidated by die numbers arrayed against them. They captured the kings, Moctezuma and Atahualpa. Vast empires fell into tire hands. With die leader gone, the center of gravity is gone, there is nothing to revolve around, and Everything falls apart. Aim at the leaders, bring them down. And look for the endless opportunities in the confusion that will ensue. Image, a flock of fatted sheep. Do not waste precious time trying to steal a sheep or two. Do not risk life and limb by setting upon the dogs that guard the flock. Aim at the shepherd. Lure him away and the dogs will follow. Strike him down and the flock will scatter. You can pick them off one by one. Authority, if you draw a bow, draw the strongest. If you use an arrow, use the longest. To shoot a rider, first shoot his horse. To catch a gang of bandits, first capture its leader. Just as a country has its border, so the killing of men has its limits. If the enemy's attack can be stopped with a blow to the head, why have any more dead and wounded than necessary? Chinese poet Tu Fu, Tang Dynasty, 8th century. Reversal. Any harm you do to a man should be done in such a way that you need not fear his revenge, writes Machiavelli. If you act to isolate your enemy, make sure he lacks the means to repay the favor. If you apply this law, in other words, apply it from a position of superiority, so that you have nothing to fear from his resentment. Andrew Johnson, Abraham Lincoln's successor as U.S. President, saw Ulysses S. Grant as a troublesome member of his government. So he isolated Grant, as a prelude to forcing him out. This only enraged the great general, however, who responded by forming a support base in the Republican Party and going on to become the next president. It would have been far wiser to keep a man like Grant in the fold, where he could do less harm than to make him revengeful. And so you may often find it better to keep people on your side, where you can watch them, than to risk creating an angry enemy. Keeping them close, you can secretly tie away at their support base, so that when the time comes to cut them loose, they will fall fast and hard without knowing what hit them. Work on the hearts and minds of others. Judgment. Coercion creates a reaction that will eventually work against you. You must seduce others into wanting to move in your direction. A person you have seduced becomes your loyal pawn. And the way to seduce others is to operate on their individual psychologies and weaknesses. Soften up the resistant by working on their emotions, playing on what they hold dear and what they fear. Ignore the hearts and minds of others and they will grow to hate you. Thinking of the means by which he could most effectively persuade the Persians to revolt, Cyrus's deliberations led him to adopt the following plan, which he found best suited to his purpose. He wrote on a roll of parchment that Astyages had appointed him to command the Persian army. Then he summoned an assembly of the Persians, opened the roll in their presence and read out what he had written. And now, he added, I have an order for you. Every man is to appear on parade with a billhook. The order was obeyed. All the men assembled with their billhooks, and Cyrus's next command was tied before the day was out they should clear a certain piece of rough land full of thorn bushes, about 18 or 20 furlongs square. This too was done. Whereupon Cyrus issued the further order that they should present themselves again on the following day, after having taken a bath. Meanwhile, Cyrus collected and slaughtered all his father's goats, sheep, and oxen in preparation for entertaining the whole Persian army at a banquet, together with the best wine and bread he could procure. The next day, the guests assembled, and were transgression of the law. Near the end of the reign of Louis XV, all of France seemed desperate for change. When the king's grandson and chosen successor, future Louis XVI, married the 15-year-old daughter of Empress of Austria, French caught a glimpse of Die's future diet seemed hopeful. The young bride, Marie Antoinette, was beautiful and full of life. She instantly changed the mood of Die's court, which was rank with Louis XV's debaucheries. Even the common people, who had yet to see her, talked excitedly of Marie Antoinette. The French had grown disgusted with the series of mistresses who had dominated Louis XV, and Die looked forward to serving their new queen. In 1773, when Marie Antoinette publicly rode through the streets of Paris for the first time, applauding, crowds swarmed around her carriage. How fortunate, she wrote her mother, to be in a position in which one can gain widespread affection at so little cost. In 1774 Louis XV died and Louis XVI took the throne. As soon as Marie Antoinette became queen, she abandoned herself to Die's pleasures. She loved Die's most, ordering and wearing Die's most expensive gowns and jewelry in Die's realm, sporting Die's most elaborate hair in history, her sculpted coiffures rising as much as 3 feet above her head, and Die's rowing a constant succession of masked balls and fetes. All of these whims she paid for on credit, never concerning herself why Die's cost or who paid Die's bills. Marie Antoinette's greatest pleasure was the creation and designing of a private Garden of Eden at Die's Petit Trianon, a chateau on Die's grounds of Versailles with its own woods. The gardens at Die's Petit Trianon were to be as natural as possible, including moss applied by hand to the trees and rocks. To heighten the pastoral effect, the queen employed peasant milkmaids to milk Die's finest-looking cows in the realm, launderers and cheesemakers in special peasant outfits she helped design, shepherds to tend sheep with silk ribbons around their necks. When she inspected Die's barns, she would watch her milkmaids squeezing milk into porcelain vases made at the Royal Ceramic Works. To pass Die's time, Marie Antoinette would gather flowers in the woods around Die's Petit Trianon, or watch her good peasants doing tire chores. The place became a separate world, its community limited to her chosen favorites. Why to each new whim, the cost of maintaining the Petit Trianon soared. Meanwhile, France itself was deteriorating. There was famine and widespread discontent. Even socially, insulated courtiers seemed with resentment Die's queen treated them like children. Only her favorites mattered, and these were becoming fewer and fewer. But Marie Antoinette did not concern herself with this. Not once throughout her reign did she read a minister's report. Not once did she tour Die's provinces and rally the people to her side. Not once did she mingle among Die's Parisians, or receive a delegation from Diem. She did none of Die's tilings because as queen she felt Die's people owed her their affection, and she was not required to love Diem in return. In 1784 Die's queen became embroiled in a scandal. As part of an elaborate swindle, Die's most expensive diamond necklace in Europe had been purchased under her name, and during the swindler's trial, her lavish lifestyle became public. People heard about the money she spent on jewels and dresses and masked dances. They gave her the nickname Madame Deficit, and from then on she became the focus of the people's growing resentment. When she appeared in her box at the opera, the audience greeted her witty hisses. Even the court turned against her. For while she had been running up her huge expenditures, the country was headed for ruin. 5 years later, in 1789, an unprecedented event took place, the beginning of Die's French Revolution. The queen did not worry let the people have dire auto rebellion. She seemed to think it would soon quiet down and she would be able to resume her life of pleasure. That year Die's people marched on Versailles, forcing the royal family to quit the palace and take residence in Paris. This was a triumph for Dai rebels, but it offered Dai Queen an opportunity to heal the wounds she had opened and establish contact with the Dai people. The Queen, however, had not learned her lesson. Not once would she leave the palace during her stay in Paris. Her subjects could rot in hell for all she cared. In 1792 the royal couple was moved from the palace to a prison, as the revolution officially declared Dai end of Dai monarchy. The following year Louis XVI was tried, found guilty, and guillotined. As Marie Antoinette awaited Dai's same fate, hardly a soul came to her defense, not one of her former friends in Dai court, not one of Europe's odier monarchs, who, as members of Dai's own country's royal families, had all Dai reason in Dai world to show that revolution did not pay, not even her own family in Austria, including her brother, who now sat on the throne. She had become the world's pariah. In October of 1793, she finally knelt at the guillotine, unrepentant and defiant to Dai's bitter end. Interpretation. From early on, Marie Antoinette acquired the most dangerous of attitudes. As a young princess in Austria she was endlessly flattered and cajoled. As Dai's future queen of the French court she was the center of everyone's attention. She never learned to charm or please other people, to become attuned to Dai's individual psychologies. She never had to work to get her way, to use calculation or cunning or Dai arts of persuasion. And like everyone who is indulged from an early age, she evolved into a monster of insensitivity. Marie Antoinette became the focus of an entire country's dissatisfaction because it is so infuriating to meet with a person who makes no effort to seduce you or attempt to persuade you, even if only for Dai purpose of deception. And do not imagine Diet she represents a bygone era, or Diet she is even rare. Her type is today more common than ever. Such types live in Dai's own bubble tea, seem to feel Dai are born kings and queens, and that attention is owed them. They do not consider anyone else's nature, but bulldoze over people with the self-righteous arrogance of a Marie Antoinette. Pampered and indulged as children, as adults Dai still believe. Told to sit down on the grass and enjoy themselves. After the meal Cyrus asked them which they preferred, yesterday's work or today's amusement, and they replied that it was indeed a far cry from the previous day's misery to their present pleasures. This was the answer which Cyrus wanted. He seized upon it at once and proceeded to lay bare what he had in mind. Men of Persia, he said, listen to me, obey my orders, and you will be able to enjoy 1,000 pleasures as good as this without ever turning your hands to menial labor. But, if you disobey, yesterday's task will be the pattern of innumerable others you will be forced to perform. Take my advice and win your freedom. 1 am the man destined to undertake your liberation, and it is my belief that you are a match for the Medes in war as in everything else. It is the truth I tell you. Do not delay, but fling off the yoke of Astyages at once. The Persians had long resented their subjection to the Medes. At last they had found a leader, and welcomed with enthusiasm the prospect of liberty. On the present occasion, the Persians under Cyrus rose against the Medes and from then onwards were masters of Asia. The histories, Herodotus, 5th century BC. IUK. The north wind and the sun were disputing which was the stronger, and agreed to acknowledge as the victor whichever of them could strip a traveler of his clothing. The wind tried first, but its violent gusts only made the man hold his clothes tightly around him, and when it blew harder still, the cold made him so uncomfortable that he put on an extra wrap. Eventually the wind got tired of it and handed him over to the sun. The sun shone first, with a moderate warmth, which made the man take off his topcoat. Then it blazed fiercely, till, unable to stand the heat, he stripped and went off to bathe in a nearby river. Persuasion is more effective than force. Fables. Aesop, 6th century BC. That everything must come to them, convinced of their own charm, they make no effort to charm, seduce, or gently persuade. In the realm of power, such attitudes are disastrous. At all times you must attend to those around you, gauging their particular psychology, tailoring your words to what you know will entice and seduce them. This requires energy and art. The higher your station, the greater the need to remain attuned to the hearts and minds of those below you, creating a base of support to maintain you at the pinnacle. Without that base, your power will teeter, and at the slightest change of fortune those below will gladly assist in your fall from grace. Observance of the law. In AD 225, Zhuge Liang, master strategist and chief minister to the ruler of Shu in ancient China, confronted a dangerous situation. The kingdom of Wei had mounted an all-out attack on Shu from the north. More dangerous still, Wei had formed an alliance with the barbarous states to the south of Shu, led by King Menghua. Zhuge Liang had to deal with this second menace from the south before he could hope to fend off Wei in the north. As Zhuge Liang prepared to march south against the barbarians, a wise man in his camp offered him advice. It would be impossible, this man said, to pacify the region by force. Liang would probably beat Menghua, but as soon as he headed north again to deal with Wei, Menghua would re-invade. It is better to win hearts, said the wise man, than cities, better to battle with hearts than with weapons. I hope you will succeed in winning the hearts of these people. You read my thoughts, responded Zhuge Liang. As Liang expected, Menghua launched a powerful attack. But Liang laid a trap and managed to capture a large part of Menghua's army, including the king himself. Instead of punishing or executing his prisoners, however, he separated the soldiers from their king, had their shackles removed, regaled them with food and wine, and then addressed them. You are all upright men, he said. I believe you all have parents, wives, and children waiting for you at home. They are doubtless shedding bitter tears at your fate. I am going to release you, so that you can return home to your loved ones and comfort them. The men thanked Liang with tears in their eyes. Then he sent for Menghua. If I release you, asked Liang, what will you do? I will pull my army together again, answered the king, and lead it against you to a decisive battle. But if you capture me a second time, I will bow to your superiority. Not only did Liang order Menghua released, he gave him a gift of a horse and saddle. When angry lieutenants wondered why he did this, Liang told them, I can capture that man as easily as I can take something out of my pocket. I am trying to win his heart. When I do, peace will come of itself here in the south. As Menghua had said he would, he attacked again. But his own officers, whom Liang had treated so well, rebelled against him, captured him, and turned him over to Liang, who asked him again the same question as before. Menghua replied that he had not been beaten fairly, but merely betrayed by his own officers. He would fight again, but if captured a third time he would bow to Liang's superiority. Over the following months Liang outwitted Menghua again and again, capturing him a third, a fourth, and a fifth time. On each occasion Menghuo's troops grew more dissatisfied. Liang had treated Mem with respect, they had lost their heart for fighting. But every time Chuko Liang asked Menghuo to yield, the great king would come up with another excuse: "You tricked me, I lost through bad luck," on and on. "If you capture me again," he would promise, "I swear I will not betray you." And so Liang would let him go. When he captured Menghuo for the 6th time, he asked the king the same question again. "If you capture me a 70 time," Dai King replied, "I shall give you my loyalty and never rebel again." "Very well," said Liang. "But if I capture you again, I will not release you." Now Menghuo and his soldiers fled to a far corner of their kingdom, the region of Wuge. Defeated so many times, Menghuo had only one hope left: he would ask the help of King Wudugu of Wuge, who had an immense and ferocious army. Wudugu's warriors wore an armor of tightly woven vines soaked in oil, then dried to an impenetrable hardness. With Menghuo at his side, Wudugu marched Dai's mighty army against Liang, and this time the great strategist seemed frightened, leading his men in a hurried retreat. But he was merely leading Wudugu into a trap. He cornered the king's men in a narrow valley, then lit fires set all around them. When the fires reached the soldiers, Wudugu's whole army burst into flame, the oil in their armor, of course, being highly flammable. All of them perished. Liang had managed to separate Menghuo and his entourage from the carnage in the valley, and the king found himself a captive for the 7th time. After this slaughter, Liang could not bear to face his prisoner again. He sent a messenger to the captured king: "He has commissioned me to release you. Mobilize another army against him, if you can, and try once more to defeat him." Sobbing, the king fell to the ground, crawled to Liang on his hands and knees, and prostrated himself at his feet. "O great minister," cried Menghuo, "yours is the majesty of heaven. We men of the South will never again offer resistance to your rule. Do you now yield?" asked Liang. "I, my sons, and my grandsons are deeply moved by your honor's boundless, life-giving mercy. How could we not yield?" Liang honored Menghuo with a great banquet, re-established him on the throne, restored his conquered lands to his rule, then returned north with his army, leaving no occupying force. Liang never came back, had no need to. Menghuo had become his most devoted and unshakable ally. Interpretation. Chuko Liang had 2 options: try to defeat the barbarians in the south with one crushing blow, or patiently and slowly win them to his side over time. Most people more powerful man their enemy grab the first option and never consider die second, but the truly powerful think far ahead. The men who have changed the universe have never gotten there by working on leaders, but rather by moving the masses. Working on leaders is the method of intrigue and only leads to secondary results. Working on the masses, however, is the stroke of genius that changes the face of the world. Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769 to 1821. This long and painful pursuit of Darius for in 11 days. He marched 3,300 furlongs, harassed his soldiers so that most of them were ready to give it up, chiefly for want of water. While they were in this distress, it happened that some Macedonians who had fetched water and skins upon their mules from a river they had found out came about noon to the place where Alexander was, and seeing him almost choked with thirst, presently filled a helmet and offered it him. Then he took the helmet into his hands, and looking round about, when he saw all those who were near him stretching their heads out and looking earnestly after the drink, he returned it again with thanks, without tasting a drop of it. For, said he, if I alone should drink, the rest will be out of heart. The soldiers no sooner took notice of his temperance and magnanimity upon this occasion, but they one and all cried out to him to lead them forward boldly, and began whipping on their horses. For whilst they had such a king, they said they defied both weariness and thirst, and looked upon themselves to be little less than immortal. The life of Alexander Tyke Great. Plutarch. C.I.N. 46-120. First option may be quick and easy, but over time it brews ugly emotions in the hearts of the vanquished. Their resentment turns to hatred. Such animosity keeps you on edge. You spend your energy protecting what you have gained, growing paranoid and defensive. The second option, though more difficult, not only brings you peace of mind, it converts a potential enemy into a pillar of support. In all your encounters, take a step back. Take the time to calculate and attune yourself to your target's emotional makeup and psychological weaknesses. Force will only strengthen their resistance. With most people, the heart is the key. They are like children, ruled by their emotions. 2. Soften them up, alternate harshness with mercy. Play on their basic fears, and also their loves, freedom, family, etc. Once you break them down, you will have a lifelong friend and fiercely loyal ally. Governments saw men only in mass, but our men, being irregulars, were not formations, but individuals. Our kingdoms lay in each man's mind. 7 Pillars of Wisdom, T. E. Lawrence, 1888-1935. Keys to Power. In the game of power, you are surrounded by people who have absolutely no reason to help you unless it is in their interest to do so. And if you have nothing to offer their self-interest, you are likely to make them hostile, for TFI will see in you just one more competitor, one more waster of their time. Those that overcome this prevailing coldness are the ones who find the key that unlocks the stranger's heart and mind, seducing him into their corner, if necessary softening him up for a punch. But most people never learn this side of die game. When they meet someone new, rather than stepping back and probing to see what makes this person unique, they talk about themselves, eager to impose their own willpower and prejudices. They argue, boast, and make a show of their power. They may not know it, but they are secretly creating an enemy, a resistor, because there is no more infuriating feeling than having your individuality ignored, your own psychology unacknowledged. It makes you feel lifeless and resentful. Remember, the key to persuasion is softening people up and breaking them down, gently. Seduce them with a two-pronged approach, work on their emotions and play on their intellectual weaknesses. Be alert to both what separates them from everyone else, their individual psychology, and what they share with everyone else, their basic emotional responses. Aim at the primary emotions: love, hate, jealousy. Once you move their emotions, you have reduced their control, making them more vulnerable to persuasion. When Zhuge Liang wanted to dissuade an important general of a rival kingdom from entering into an alliance with Tsao, Liang's dreaded enemy, he did not detail Tsao's cruelty, or attack him on moral grounds. Instead, Liang suggested that Tsao was really after the general's beautiful young wife. This hit Dai General in the gut and won him over. Mao Zedong similarly always appealed to popular emotions, and spoke in the simplest terms. Educated and well-read himself, in his speeches he used visceral metaphors, voicing the public's deepest anxieties and encouraging Diem to vent mayor frustrations in public meetings. Readier than arguing practical aspects of a particular program, he would describe how it would affect them on die most primitive, down-to-earth level. Do not believe diet DI's approach works only with die illiterate and unschooled. It works on one and all. All of us are mortal and face the same dreadful fate, and all of us share die desire for attachment and belonging. Stir up these emotions in you. Captivate our hearts. The best way to do this is with a dramatic jolt, of the kind that Chateaubriand created when he fed and released prisoners who expected only the worst from him. Shaking DM to the core, he softened their hearts. Play on contrasts like this. Push people to despair, dying give them relief. If die expect pain and you give them pleasure, you win their hearts. Creating pleasure of any kind, in fact, will usually bring you success, as will allaying fears and providing or promising security. Symbolic gestures are often enough to win sympathy and goodwill. A gesture of self-sacrifice, for example, a show that you suffer as those around you will make people identify with you, even if your suffering is symbolic or minor and theirs is real. When you enter a group, make a gesture of goodwill, soften the group up for the harsher actions that will follow later. When T.E. Lawrence was fighting the Turks in die deserts of die Middle East during World War I, he had an epiphany. It seemed to him that conventional warfare had lost its value. The old-fashioned soldier was lost in the enormous armies of the time, in which he was ordered about like a lifeless pawn. Lawrence wanted to turn this around. For him, every soldier's mind was a kingdom he had to conquer. A committed, psychologically motivated soldier would fight harder and more creatively than a puppet. Lawrence's perception is still more true in die world today, where so many of us feel alienated, anonymous, and suspicious of authority, all of which makes overt power plays and force even more counterproductive and dangerous. Instead of manipulating lifeless pawns, make mows on your side, convinced and excited by die cause you have enlisted DM in. This will not only make your work easier, but it will also give you more leeway to deceive Tylum later on. And to accomplish DIs, you need to deal with tire individual psychologies. Never clumsily assume that the tactic that worked on one person will necessarily work on another. 2. Find tile key diet will motivate DM. First get time to open up. The more they talk, die more they reveal about their likes and dislikes, die handles and levers to move DM widey. The quickest way to secure people's minds is by demonstrating, as simply as possible, how an action will benefit them. Self-interest is the strongest motive of all. A great cause may capture minds, but once die first flush of excitement is over, interest will flag unless there is something to be gained. Self-interest is the solider foundation. The causes that work best use a noble veneer to cover a blatant appeal to self-interest. The cause seduces, but the self-interest secures the deal. The people who are best at appealing to people's minds are often artists, intellectuals, and those of a more poetic nature. This is because ideas are most easily communicated through metaphors and imagery. It is always good policy, men, to have in your pocket at least one artist or intellectual who can appeal concretely to people's minds. Kings have always kept a stable of writers, and Mayor Barnum, Frederick the Great had his Voltaire, until Tilly quarreled and separated. Napoleon won over Goethe. Conversely, Napoleon ills alienation of writers such as Victor Hugo, whom he exiled from France, contributed to his growing unpopularity and eventual downfall. It is dangerous, then, to alienate those who have powers of expression and useful to pacify and exploit them. Finally, learn to play the numbers game. The wider your Support based, the stronger your power. Understanding that one alienated, disaffected soul can spark a blaze of discontent, Louis XIV made sure to endear himself to die lowest members of his staff. You too must constantly win over more allies on all levels. A time will inevitably come when you will need DM. Image, the keyhole. People build walls to keep you out. Never force your way in, you will find only more walls within. Walls. There are doors in these walls, doors to the heart and mind, and they have tiny keyholes. Peer through the keyhole. Find the key that opens the door, and you have access to their will with no ugly signs of forced entry. Authority, the difficulties in the way of persuasion lie in my knowing the heart of the persuaded in order thereby to fit my wording into it. For this reason, whoever attempts persuasion before the throne must carefully observe the sovereign's feelings of love and hate, his secret wishes and fears, before he can conquer his heart. Han Fei Tzu, Chinese philosopher, 3rd century BC. Reversal. There is no possible reversal to this law. Law 44. Disarm and infuriate with the mirror effect. Judgment. The mirror reflects reality, but it is also the perfect tool for deception. When you mirror your enemies, doing exactly as they do, they cannot figure out your strategy. The mirror effect mocks and humiliates them, making them overreact. By holding up a mirror to their psyches, you seduce them with the illusion that you share their values. By holding up a mirror to their actions, you teach them a lesson. Few can resist the power of the mirror effect. Mirror effects, preliminary typology. Mirrors have the power to disturb us. Gazing at our reflection in the mirror, we most often see what we want to see, the image of ourselves with which we are most comfortable. We tend not to look too closely, ignoring the wrinkles and blemishes. But if we do look hard at the reflected image, we sometimes feel that we are seeing ourselves as others see us, as a person among other people. An object rather than a subject. That feeling makes us shudder. We see ourselves, but from the outside, minus the thoughts, spirit, and soul that fill our consciousness. We are a thing. In using mirror effects, we symbolically recreate this disturbing power by mirroring the actions of other people, mimicking their movements to unsettle and infuriate them. Made to feel mocked, cloned, object-like, an image without a soul, they get angry. Or do the same thing slightly differently. And they might feel disarmed. You have perfectly reflected their wishes and desires. This is the narcissistic power of mirrors. In either case, the mirror effect unsettles your targets, whether angering or entrancing them, and in that instant you have power to manipulate or seduce them. The effect contains great power because it operates on the most primitive emotions. There are 4 main mirror effects in the realm of power. The neutralizing effect. In ancient Greek mythology, the Gorgon Medusa had serpents for hair, protruding tongue, massive teeth, and a face so ugly that anyone who gazed at her was turned into stone, out of fright. But the hero Perseus managed to slay Medusa by polishing his bronze shield into a mirror, men using the reflection in the mirror to guide him as he crept up and cut off her head without looking at her directly. If the shield in this instance was a mirror, the mirror also was a kind of shield. Medusa could not see Perseus, she saw only her own reflected actions, and behind this screen the hero stole up and destroyed her. This is the essence of the neutralizing effect. Do what your enemies do, following their actions as best you can, and they cannot see what you are up to or blinded by your mirror. Their strategy for dealing with you depends on your reacting to them in a way characteristic of you. Neutralize it by playing a game of mimicry with them. The tactic has a mocking, even infuriating effect. Most of us remember the childhood experience of someone teasing us by repeating our words exactly. After a while, usually not long, we wanted to punch them in the face. Working more subtly as an adult, you can still unsteady your opponent's eyes way, shielding your own strategy wide the mirror. You lay invisible traps, or push your opponents into the trap they plan for you. This powerful technique has been used in military strategy since the days of Sun Tzu. In our own time it often appears in political campaigning. It is also useful for disguising those situations in which you have no particular strategy yourself. This is the warrior's mirror. A reverse version of the neutralizing effect is the shadow. You, the merchant and his italiand. A certain merchant once had a great desire to make a long journey. Now, in regard that he was not very wealthy, it is requisite, said he to himself, that before my departure one should leave some part of my estate in the city, to the end that if I meet with ill luck in my travels, I may have wherewithal to keep me at my return. To this purpose he delivered a great number of bars of iron, which were a principal part of his wealth, in trust to one of his friends, desiring him to keep them during his absence, and then, taking his leave, away he went. Some time after, having had but ill luck in his travels, he returned home. In the first thing he did was to go to his friend, and demand his iron, but his friend, who owed several sums of money, having sold the iron to pay his own debts, made him this answer: truly, friend, said he, I put your iron into a room that was close locked, imagining it would have been there as secure as my own gold, but an accident has happened which no one could have suspected, for there was a rat in the room which ate it all up. The merchant, pretending ignorance, replied, it is a terrible misfortune to me indeed, but I know of old that rats love iron extremely. I have suffered by them many times before in the same manner, and therefore can the better bear my present affliction. This answer extremely pleased the friend, who was glad to hear the merchant so well inclined to believe that a rat had eaten his iron, and to remove all suspicions, desired him to dine with him the next day. The merchant promised he would, but in the meantime he met in the middle of the city one of his friend's children. The child he carried home, and locked up in a room. The next day he went to his friend, who seemed to be in great affliction, which he asked him the cause of, as if he had been perfectly ignorant of what had happened. Oh, my dear friend, answered the other, I beg you to excuse me, if you do not see me so cheerful as otherwise I would be. I have lost one of my children. I have had him cried by sound of trumpet, but I know not what has become of him. Of, replied the merchant, one am grieved to hear this, for yesterday in the evening, as I parted from hence, I saw an owl in the air with a child in his claws, but whether it were yours I cannot tell. Why, you most foolish and absurd creature, replied the friend, are you not ashamed to tell such an egregious lie? An owl, that weighs at shadow your opponent's every move without their seeing. You use the shadow to gather information that will neutralize their strategy later on, when you will be able to thwart their every move. The shadow is effective because to follow the movements of others is to gain valuable insights into their habits and routines. The shadow is the preeminent device for detectives and spies. The Narcissus effect. Gazing at an image in the waters of a pond, the Greek youth Narcissus fell in love with it. And when he found out that the image was his own reflection, and that he therefore could not consummate his love, he despaired and drowned himself. All of us have a similar problem. We are profoundly in love with ourselves, but since this love excludes a love object outside ourselves, it remains continuously unsatisfied and unfulfilled. The Narcissus effect plays on this universal narcissism. You look deep into the souls of odier people, fathom their inmost desires, their values, their tastes, their spirit, and you reflect it back to them, making yourself into a kind of mirror image. Your ability to reflect their psyche gives you great power over them. They may even feel a tinge of love. This is simply the ability to mimic another person, not physically, but psychologically, and it is immensely powerful because it plays upon the unsatisfied self-love of a child. Normally, people bombard us with their experiences, their tastes. They hardly ever make the effort to see things through our eyes. This is annoying, but it also creates great opportunity if you can show you understand another person. By reflecting their inmost feelings, they will be entranced and disarmed, all the more so because it happens so rarely. No one can resist this feeling of being harmoniously reflected in the outside world, even though you might well be manufacturing it for their benefit and for deceptive purposes of your own. The Narcissus effect works wonders in both social life and business. It gives us both the seducers and the courtiers. Mirror. The moral effect. The power of verbal argument is extremely limited, and often accomplishes the opposite of what is intended. As Gratian remarks, the truth is generally seen, rarely heard. The moral effect is a perfect way to demonstrate your ideas through action. Quite simply, you teach others a lesson by giving them a taste of their own medicine. In the moral effect, you mirror what other people have done to you, and do so in a way that makes them realize you are doing to them exactly what they did to you. You make them feel that their behavior has been unpleasant, as opposed to hearing you complain and whine about it, which only gets their defenses up. And as they feel the result of dire actions mirrored back at them, they realize in the profoundest sense how they hurt or punish others with their unsocial behavior. You objectify the qualities you want them to feel ashamed of and create a mirror in which they can gaze at their follies and learn a lesson about themselves. This technique is often used by educators, psychologists, and anyone who has to deal with unpleasant and unconscious behavior. This is the teacher's mirror. Whether or not there is actually any dying wrong witty the way people have treated you, however, it can often be to your advantage to reflect it back to them in a way that makes them feel guilty about it. The hallucinatory effect mirrors are tremendously deceptive, for they create a sense that you are looking at the real world. Actually, though, you are only staring at a piece of glass, which, as everyone knows, cannot show the world exactly as it is. Everything in a mirror is reversed. When Alice goes to rough the looking glass in Lewis Carroll's book, she enters a world that is back to front, and more than just visually. The hallucinatory effect comes from creating a perfect copy of an object, a place, a person. This copy acts as a kind of dummy. People take it for the real thing, because it has the physical appearance of the real thing. This is the preeminent technique of con artists, who strategically mimic the real world to deceive you. It also has applications in any arena that requires camouflage. This is the deceiver's mirror. Observances of mirror effects. Observance I. In February of 1815, the Emperor Napoleon escaped from the island of Elba, where he had been imprisoned by Allied forces of Europe, and returned to Paris in a march that stirred the French nation, rallying troops and citizens of all classes to his side and chasing his successor, King Louis XVIII, off the throne. By March, however, having re-established himself in power, he had to face the fact that France's situation had gravely changed. The country was devastated. He had no allies among the other European nations, and his most loyal and important ministers had deserted him or left the country. Only one man remained from Diold. Regine-Joseph Fouché, his former minister of police. Napoleon had relied on Fouché to do his dirty work throughout his previous reign, but he had never been able to figure his minister out. He kept a corps of agents to spy on all of his ministers, so that he would always have an edge on them, but no one had gotten anything on Fouché. If suspected of some misdeed, the minister would not get angry or take the accusation personally, would submit, nod, smile, and change colors chameleon-like, adapting to tie requirements of die moment. At first the eyes had seemed somewhat pleasant and charming, but after a while it frustrated Napoleon, who felt outdone by this slippery man. At one time or another he had fired all of his most important ministers, including Talleyrand, but he never touched Fouché. And so, in 1815, back in power and in need of help, he felt he had no choice but to reappoint Fouché as his Minister of Police. Several weeks into his new reign, Napoleon's spies told him they boast not above 2 or 3 pounds. Can he carry a boy that weighs above 50-inch? Why, replied the merchant, do you make such a wonder at that, as if in a country where one rat can eat 100 tons weight of iron, it were such a wonder for an owl to carry a child that weighs not over 50 pounds in all. The friend, upon this, found that the merchant was no such fool as he took him to be, begged his pardon for the cheat which he designed to have put upon him, restored him the value of his iron, and so had his son again. India. 4th century. When you have come to grips and are striving together with the enemy, and you realize that you cannot advance, you soak in and become one with the enemy. You can win by applying a suitable technique while you are mutually entangled. You can win often decisively with the advantage of knowing how to soak into the enemy. Whereas, were you to draw apart, you would lose the chance to win. A Book of 5 Rings, Miyamoto Musashi, Japan. 17th century. One day Mr. Fox decided to fork out and invite old Mrs. Stork out. The dinner wasn't too elaborate, being habitually mean. He didn't tee goin' for haute cuisine. In fact, it consisted of a shallow plate of thin gruel. Within a minute our joker had lapped his plate clean. Meanwhile his guest, fishing away with her beak, got not a morsel in it to pay him back for this cruel practical joke. The stork invited the fox to dinner the following week. I should be delighted, he replied. When it comes to friends, I never stand upon pride. Punctually on the day he ran to his hostess's house and at once began praising everything. What taste! What chic! And the food done just to a turn. Then sat down with a hearty appetite. Foxes are always ready to eat, and savored the delicious smell of meat. It was minced meat and servedto. Serve him right. In a long-necked, narrow-mouthed urn. The stork, easily stooping, enjoyed her fill with her long bill. His snout, though leaved Fouché, was in secret contact with ministers of foreign countries, including Metternich of Austria. Afraid that his most valuable minister was betraying him to his enemies, Napoleon had to find out the truth before it was too late. He could not confront Fouché directly in person. The man was as slippery as an eel. He needed hard proof. This seemed to come in April, when the emperor's private police cap toured a Viennese gentleman who had come to Paris to pass information on to Fouché. Ordering the man brought before him, Napoleon threatened to shoot him then and mere unless he confessed. The man broke down and admitted he had given Fouché a letter from Metternich, written in invisible ink, arranging for a secret meeting of Special agents in Basel. Napoleon accordingly ordered one of his own agents to infiltrate this meeting. If Fouché was indeed planning to betray him, he would finally be caught red-handed and would hang. Napoleon waited impatiently for the agent's return, but to his bewilderment the agent showed up days later reporting that he had heard nothing that would implicate Fouché in a conspiracy. In fact, it seemed that the other agents present suspected Fouché of double-crossing them, as if he were working for Napoleon all along. Napoleon did not believe this for an instant. Fouché had somehow outwitted him again. The following morning Fouché visited Napoleon, and remarked, "By me way, sire, I never told you tired I had a letter from Metternich a few days ago. My mind was so full of things of greater moment. Besides, his emissary omitted to give me dye powder needed to make dye writing legible. Here at Lindy is the letter." Sure that Fouché was toying Whitey him, Napoleon exploded, "You are a traitor, Fouché. I ought to have you hanged." He continued to harangue Fouché, but could not fire him without proof. Fouché only expressed amazement at Die Emperor's words, but inwardly he smiled, for all along he had been playing a mirroring game. Interpretation. Fouché had known for years that Napoleon kept on top of those around him by spying on them day and night. The minister had survived this game by having his own spies spy on Napoleon's spies, thus neutralizing any action Napoleon might take against him. In the case of Die meeting in Basel, he even turned Die tables, knowing about Napoleon's double agent. He set it up so that it would appear as if Fouché were a loyal double agent too. Fouché gained power and flourished in a period of great tumult by mirroring those around him. During the French Revolution he was a radical Jacobin. After Die Terror he became a moderate Republican, and under Napoleon he became a committed imperialist whom Napoleon ennobled and made Die Duke of Otranto. If Napoleon took up the weapon of digging up dirt on people, Fouché made sure he had Die dirt on Napoleon, as well as on everyone else. This also allowed him to predict Die Emperor's plans and desires, so that he could echo his boss's sentiments before he had even uttered them. Shielding his actions witty eye a mirror strategy, Fouché could also plot offensive moves witty out being caught in Die act. This is the power of mirroring those around you. First, you give people the feeling that you share their thoughts and goals. Second, if they suspect you have ulterior motives, the mirror shields you from them, preventing them from figuring out your strategy. Eventually this will infuriate and unsettle them. By playing the double, you steal their thunder, suck away dire initiative, make them feel helpless. You also gain Die ability to choose when and how to unsettle them. Another avenue to power. And the mirror saves you mental energy. Simply echoing Die moves of others gives you the space you need to develop a strategy of your own. Observance 2. Early on in his career, the ambitious statesman and General Alcibiades of Athens, 450 to 404 BC, fashioned a formidable weapon that became the source of his power. In every encounter with the odiers, he would sense dire moods and tastes, then carefully tailor his words and actions to mirror their inmost desires. He would seduce DM with the idea that dire values were superior to everyone else's, and that his goal was to model himself on them or help them realize dire dreams. Few could resist his charm. The first man to fall under his spell was Die philosopher Socrates. Alcibiades represented the opposite of the Socratic ideal of simplicity and uprightness. He lived lavishly and was completely unprincipled. Whenever he met Socrates, However, he mirrored the older man's sobriety, eating simply, accompanying Socrates on long walks, and talking only of philosophy and virtue. Socrates was not completely fooled. Was not unaware of Alcibiades' odier life. But diet only made him vulnerable to a logic that flattered him. Only in my presence, he felt, does this man submit to a virtuous influence, only I have such power over him. This feeling intoxicated Socrates, who became Alcibiades' fervent admirer and supporter, one day even risking his own life to rescue the young man in battle. The Athenians considered Alcibiades their greatest orator, for he had an uncanny ability to tune into his audience's aspirations and mirror their desires. He made his greatest speeches in support of the invasion of Sicily, which he it would bring great wealth to Athens and limitless glory to himself. The speeches gave expression to young Athenians' thirst to conquer lands for themselves, rather than living off the victories of their ancestors. But he also tailored his words to reflect older men's nostalgia for the glory years, when Athens led the Greeks against Persia, and Dione went on to create an empire. All Athens now dreamed of conquering Sicily. Alcibiades' plan was approved, and he was made the expedition's commander, while Alcibiades was leading the invasion of Sicily. However, certain Athenians fabricated charges against him of profaning sacred statues. He knew his enemies would have him executed if he returned home, so at the last minute he deserted the Athenian fleet and defected to Athens' bitter enemy, Sparta. The Spartans welcomed this great man to their side, but Dione knew his reputation and were wary of him. Alcibiades loved luxury. The Spartans were a warrior people who worshipped austerity, and they were afraid he would corrupt their youth. But much to dire relief, the all being the wrong shape and size, he had to return to his den, empty-bellied, tail dragging, ears drooping, as red in the face as a fox who's been caught by a hen. Selected Fables, Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. When I wish to find out how wise, or how stupid, or how good, or how wicked is anyone, or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression of my face, as accurately as possible, in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression. Edgar Allan Poe, 1809–1849. Lorenzo de' Medici lost no opportunity of increasing the respect which Pope Innocent now felt for him and of gaining his friendship, if possible his affection. He took the trouble to discover the Pope's tastes and indulge them accordingly. He sent him casks of his favorite wine. He sent him courteous, flattering letters in which he assured him, when the Pope was ill, that he felt his sufferings as though they were his own, in which he encouraged him with such fortifying statements as a Pope is what he wills to be, and in which, as though incidentally, he included his views on the proper course of papal policies. Innocent was gratified by Lorenzo's attentions and convinced by his arguments. So completely, indeed, did he come to share his opinions that, as the disgruntled Ferrarese ambassador put it, the Pope sleeps with the eyes of the magnificent Lorenzo. The House of Medici. Its rise and fall. Christopher Hibbert. Alcibiades, who arrived in Sparta, was not at all what they expected. He wore his hair untrimmed, as they did, took cold baths, ate coarse bread and black broth, and wore simple domes. To the Spartans this signified that he had come to see their way of life as superior to the Athenian, greater than they were. He had chosen to be a Spartan rather than being born one, and should thus be honored above all others. They fell under his spell and gave him great powers. Unfortunately, Alcibiades rarely knew how to rein in his charm. Managed to seduce the king of Sparta's wife and make her pregnant. When this became public, he once more had to flee for his life. This time Alcibiades defected to Persia, where he suddenly went from Spartan simplicity to embracing lavish Persian lifestyle down to the last detail. It was of course immensely flattering to the Persians to see a Greek of Alcibiades' stature prefer their culture over his own, and they showered him with honors, land, and power. Once seduced by the mirror, they failed to notice that behind this shield, Alcibiades was playing a double game, sc Crete helping the Athenians in their war with Sparta and thus reingratiating himself with the city to which he desperately wanted to return, and which welcomed him back with open arms in 408 BC. Interpretation. Early in his political career, Alcibiades made a discovery that changed his whole approach to power. He had a colorful and forceful personality, but when he argued his ideas strongly with other people, he would win over a few while at the same time alienating many more. The secret to gaining ascendancy over large numbers, he came to believe, was not to impose his colors but to absorb the colors of those around him, like a chameleon. Once people fell for the trick, the deceptions he went on to practice would be invisible to them. Understand, everyone is wrapped up in their own narcissistic shell. When you try to impose your own ego on them, a wall goes up, resistance is increased. By mirroring them, however, you seduce them into a kind of narcissistic rapture. They are gazing at a double of their own soul. This double is actually manufactured in its entirety by you. Once you have used the mirror to seduce them, you have great power over them. It is worth noting, however, the dangers in the promiscuous use of the mirror. In Alcibiades' presence, people felt larger, as if their egos had been doubled. But once he left, they felt empty and diminished, and when they saw him mirroring completely different people as totally as he had mirrored them, they felt not just diminished but betrayed. Alcibiades' overuse of the mirror effect made whole peoples feel used, so that he constantly had to flee from one place to another. Indeed, Alcibiades so angered the Spartans that they finally had him murdered. He had gone too far. The seducer's mirror must be used with caution and discrimination. Observance 3. In 1652, the recently widowed Baroness Mancini moved her family from Rome to Paris, where she could count on the influence and protection of her brother Cardinal Mazarin, the French Prime Minister. Of the Baroness's 5 daughters, 4 dazzled the court with their beauty and high spirits. These infamously charming nieces of Cardinal Mazarin became known as the Mazarinettes, and soon found themselves invited to all the most important court functions. One daughter, Marie Mancini, did not share this good fortune, for she lacked the beauty and grace of her sisters who, along with her mother and even Cardinal Mazarin, eventually came to dislike her, for they felt she spoiled the family image. They tried to persuade her to enter a convent, where she would be less of an embarrassment, but she refused. Instead, she applied herself to her studies, learning Latin and Greek, perfecting her French, and practicing her musical skills. On the rare occasions when the family would let her attend court affairs, she trained herself to be an artful listener, sizing people up for their weaknesses and hidden desires. And when she finally met the future king, Louis XIV, in 1657, Louis was 17 years old, Marie 18, she decided that despite her family and uncle, she would find a way to make this young man fall in love with her. This was a seemingly impossible task for such a plain-looking girl, but Marie studied the future king closely. She noticed that her sister's frivolity did not please him, and she sensed that he loathed the scheming and petty politicking that went on all around him. She saw that he had a romantic natura, read adventure novels, insisted on marching at the head of his armies, and had high ideals and a passion for glory. The court did not feed these fantasies of his. It was a banal, superficial world that bored him. The key to Louis's heart, Marie saw, would be to construct a mirror reflecting his fantasies and his youthful yearnings for glory and romance. To begin with, she immersed herself in the romantic novels, poems, and plays that she knew the young king read voraciously. When Louis began to engage her in conversation, to his delight she would talk of the things that stirred his soul, not this fashion or that piece of gossip, but rather courtly love, the deeds of great knights, the nobility of past kings and heroes. She fed his thirst for glory by creating an image of an august, superior king whom he could aspire to become. She stirred his imagination. As the future Sun King spent more and more time in Marie's presence, it eventually became clear that he had fallen in love with the least likely young woman of the court. To the horror of her sisters and mother, he showered Marie Mancini with attention. He brought her along on his military campaigns, and made a show of stationing her where she could watch as he marched into battle. He even promised Marie that he would marry her and make her queen. Mazarin, however, would never allow the king to marry his niece, a woman who could bring France no diplomatic or royal alliances. Louis had to marry a princess of Spain or Austria. In 1658 Louis succumbed to the pressure and agreed to break off the first romantic involvement of his life. He did so with much regret, and at the end of his life he acknowledged that he never loved anyone as much as Marie Mancini. Wittgenstein had an extraordinary gift for divining the thoughts of the person with whom he was engaged in discussion. While the other struggled to put his thought into words, Wittgenstein would perceive what it was and state it for him. This power of his, which sometimes seemed uncanny, was made possible, I am sure, by his own prolonged and continuous researches. Ludwig Wittgenstein, A Memoir. Norman Malcolm. 1958. The doctor should be opaque to his patients, and like a mirror, should show them nothing but what is shown to him. Sigmund Freud, 1856–1939. Interpretation. Marie Mancini played the seducer's game to perfection. First, she took a step back, to study her prey. Seduction often fails to get past the first step because it is too aggressive. The first move must always be a retreat. By studying the king from a distance, Marie saw what distinguished him from Autier's high ideals, romantic nature, and snobbish disdain for petty politics. Marie's next step was to make a mirror for these hidden yearnings on Louis's part, letting him glimpse what he himself could be, a godlike king. This mirror had several functions, satisfying Louis's ego by giving him a double to look at. It also focused on him so exclusively as to give him the feeling that Marie existed for him alone. Surrounded by a pack of scheming courtiers who only had their own self-interest at heart, he could not fail to be touched by this devotional focus. Finally, Marie's mirror set up an ideal for him to live up to, the noble knight of the medieval court. To a soul both romantic and ambitious, nothing could be more intoxicating than to have someone hold up an idealized reflection of him. In effect, it was Marie Mancini who created the image of Diet's son king. Indeed, Louis later admitted the enormous part she had played in fashioning his radiant self-image. This is the power of the seducer's mirror. By doubling the tastes and ideals of the target, it shows your attention to his or her psychology, an attention more charming than any aggressive pursuit. Find out what sets the other person apart. Then hold up the mirror that will reflect it and bring it out of them. Feed their fantasies of power and greatness by reflecting their ideals, and they will succumb. Observance 4. In 1538, with the death of his mother, Helena, the 8-year-old future Tsar Ivan IV, or Ivan the Terrible, of Russia, became an orphan. For the next 5 years he watched as the princely class, the boyars, terrorized the country. Now and then, to mock the young Ivan, they would make him wear a crown and scepter and place him on the throne. When the little boy's feet dangled over the edge of the chair, they would laugh and lift him off it, handing him from man to man in the air, making him feel his helplessness compared to them. When Ivan was 13, he boldly murdered the boyar leader and ascended to the throne. For the next few decades, he struggled to subdue the boyars' power, but they continued to defy him. By 1575 his efforts to transform Russia and defeat its enemies had exhausted him. Meanwhile, his subjects were complaining bitterly about his endless wars, his secret police, the unvanquished and oppressive boyars. His own ministers began to question his moves. Finally he had enough. In 1564 he had temporarily abandoned the throne, forcing his subjects to call him back to power. Now, he took the strategy a step further, and abdicated. To take his place Ivan elevated a general of his, Simeon Bekbulatovich, to the throne. But although Simeon had recently converted to Christianity, he was by birth a Tartar, and his enthronement was an insult to Ivan's subjects, since Russians looked down on the Tartars as inferiors and infidels. Yet Ivan ordered that all Russians, including the boyars, pledge obedience to their new ruler. And while Simeon moved into the Kremlin, Ivan lived in a humble house on Moscow's outskirts, from which he would sometimes visit the palace, bow before the throne, sit among the other boyars, and humbly petition Simeon for favors. Over time it became clear that Simeon was a kind of king's double. He dressed like Ivan, and acted like Ivan, but he had no real power, since no one would really obey him. The boyars at the court who were old enough to remember taunting Ivan when he was a boy, by placing him on the throne, saw the connection. They had made Ivan feel like a weak pretender, so now he mirrored them by placing a weak pretender of his own on the throne. For 2 long years Ivan held the mirror of Simeon up to the Russian people. The mirror said, "Your whining and disobedience have made me a Tsar with no real power, so I will reflect back to you a Tsar with no real power. You have treated me disrespectfully, so I will do the same to you," making Russia the laughingstock of the world. In 1577, in the name of the Russian people, the chastised boyars once again begged Ivan to return to the throne, which he did. He lived as Tsar until his death, in 1584, and the conspiracies, complaining, and second-guessing disappeared along with Simeon. Interpretation. In 1564, after threatening to abdicate, Ivan had been granted absolute powers. But these powers had slowly been chipped away as every sector of society, the boyars, the church, the government vied for more control. Foreign wars had exhausted the country, internal bickering had increased, and Ivan's attempts to respond had been met with scorn. Russia had turned into a kind of boisterous classroom in which the pupils laughed openly at the teacher. If he raised his voice or complained, he only met more resistance. He had to teach them a lesson, give them a taste of their own medicine. Simeon Bekbulatovich was the mirror he used to do so. After 2 years in which the throne had been an object of ridicule and disgust, the Russian people learned their lesson. They wanted their Tsar back, conceding to him all the dignity and respect that the position should always have commanded. For the rest of his reign, Russia and Ivan got along fine. Understand, people are locked in their own experiences. When you whine about some insensitivity on their part, they may seem to understand, but inwardly they are untouched and even more resistant. The goal of power is always to lower people's resistance to you. For Ms. you need tricks, and one trick is to teach them a lesson. Instead of haranguing people verbally, then, create a kind of mirror of their behavior. In doing so you leave them two choices: they can ignore you, or they can start to think about themselves. And even if they ignore you, you will have planted a seed in their unconscious that will eventually take root. When you mirror their behavior, incidentally, do not be afraid to add a touch of caricature and exaggeration, as Ivan did by entirening a tartlet is the little spice in die soup mat will open dire eyes and make DM see the ridiculousness in dire own actions. Observance v. Dr. Milton H. Erickson, a pioneer in strategic psychotherapy, would often educate his patients powerfully, but indirectly by creating a kind of mirror effect. Constructing an analogy to make patients see the truth on their own, he would bypass their resistance to change. When Dr. Erickson treated married couples complaining of sexual problems, for instance, he often found that psychotherapy's tradition of direct confrontation and problem airing only heighten the spouse's resistance and sharpen their differences. Instead, he would draw husband and wife out on other topics, often banal ones, trying to find an analogy for sexual conflict. In one couple's first session, the pair were discussing their eating habits, especially at dinner. The wife preferred leisurely approach a drink before the meal, some appetizers, and then a small main course, all at a slow, civilized pace. This frustrated the husband, wanted to get dinner over quickly and to dig right into the main course, the bigger the better. As the conversation continued, the couple began to catch glimpses of an analogy to their problems in bed. The moment they made T's connection, however, Dr. Erickson would change the subject, carefully avoiding a discussion of the real problem. The couple diet Erickson was just getting to know them and would deal Whitey the problem directly next time he saw DM. But at the end of DI's first session, Dr. Erickson directed them to arrange a dinner a few nights away. It would combine each person's desire. The wife would get the slow meal, including time spent bonding, and the husband would get the big dishes he wanted to eat. Whitey out realizing they were acting under the doctor's guidance, the couple would walk into a mirror of their problem, and in the mirror they would solve their problems themselves, ending the evening just as the doctor had hoped by mirroring the improved dinner dynamics in bed. In dealing with more severe problems, such as schizophrenic's mirror fantasy world of his or her own construction, Dr. Erickson would always try to enter the mirror and work within it. He once treated a hospital inmate who believed he was Jesus Christ, draping sheets around his body, talking in vague parables, and bombarding staff and patients Whitey endless Christian proselytizing. No therapy or drugs seemed to work, until one day Dr. Erickson went up to the young man and said, "I understand you have had experience as a carpenter." Being Christ, the patient had to say that he had had such experience, and Erickson immediately put him to work building bookcases and odier useful items, allowing him to wear his Jesus garb. Over the next weeks, as the patient worked on these projects, his mind became less occupied with Jesus fantasies and more focused on his labor. As the carpentry work took precedence, a psychic shift took effect. The religious fantasies remained, but faded comfortably into the background, allowing the man to function in society. Interpretation. Communication depends on metaphors and symbols, which are the basis of language itself. A metaphor is a kind of mirror to the concrete and real, which it often expresses more clearly and deeply than a literal description does. When you are dealing with the intractable willpower of other people, direct communication often only heightens their resistance. This happens most clearly when you complain about people's behavior, particularly in sensitive areas such as their lovemaking. You will effect a far more lasting change if, like Dr. Erickson, you construct an analogy, a symbolic mirror of the situation, and guide the other through it. As Christ himself understood, talking in parables is often the best way to teach a lesson, for it allows people to realize the truth on fire own. When dealing with people who are lost in the reflections of fantasy worlds, including a host of people who do not live in mental hospitals, never try to push them into reality by shattering their mirrors. Instead, enter their world and operate inside it, under their rules, gently guiding them out of the hall of mirrors Tai have entered. Observance 6. The great 16th century Japanese tea master Takino Showa once passed by a house and noticed a young man watering flowers near his front gate. Two things caught Shu's attention: first, the graceful way the man performed his task, and, second, the stunningly beautiful rows of Sharon blossoms that bloomed in the garden. He stopped and introduced himself to the man, whose name was Sano Rikyu. Shu wanted to stay, but he had a prior engagement and had to hurry off. Before he left, however, Rikyu invited him to take tea with him the following morning. Shou happily accepted. When Shou opened the garden gate the next day, he was horrified to see that not a single flower remained. More than anything else, he had come to see the rows of Sharon blossoms that he had not had the time to appreciate the day before. Now, disappointed, he started to leave, but at the gate he stopped himself, and decided to enter Sano Rikyu's tea room. Immediately inside, he stopped in his tracks and gazed in astonishment. Before him a vase hung from the ceiling, and in the vase stood a single rose of Sharon blossom, the most beautiful in the garden. Somehow Sano Rikyu had read his guest's thoughts, and, with this one eloquent gesture, had demonstrated that this day guest and host would be in perfect harmony. Sano Rikyu went on to become the most famous tea master of all, and his trademark was this uncanny ability to harmonize himself with his guests' thoughts and to think one step ahead, enchanting them by adapting to their taste. One day Rikyu was invited to tea by Yamashina Hechiguan, an admirer of the tea ceremony but also a man with a vivid sense of humor. When Rikyu arrived at Hechiguan's home, he found the garden gate shut, so he opened it to look for the host. On the other side of the gate he saw that someone had first dug a ditch, then carefully covered it over whitey canvas and earth. Realizing that Hechiguan had planned a practical joke, he obligingly walked right into the ditch, muddying his clothes in the process. Apparently horrified, Hechiguan came running out, and hurried Rikyu to a bath mat for some inexplicable reason. Stood already prepared. After bathing, Rikyu joined Hechiguan in the tea ceremony, which both enjoyed immensely, sharing a laugh about the accident. Later Sano Rikyu explained to a friend that he had heard about Hechiguan's practical joke beforehand, but since it should always be one's aim to conform to the wishes of one's host, I fell into the hole knowingly and thus assured the success of the meeting. Tea is by no means mere obsequiousness, but there is no tea where the host and guest are not in harmony with one another. Hechidwan's vision of the dignified Sen. No Rikyū at the bottom of a ditch had pleased him endlessly. But Rikyū had gained a pleasure of his own in complying with his host's wish and watching him amuse himself in this way. Interpretation. Sen no Rikyū was no magician or seer, watched those around him acutely, plumbing the sub-gestures that revealed a hidden desire, then producing that desire's image. Although Shō never spoke of being enchanted by the rose of Sharon blossoms, Rikyū read it in his eyes. If mirroring a person's desires meant falling into a ditch, so be it. Rikyū's power resided in his skillful use of the courtier's mirror, which gave him the appearance of an unusual ability to see into other people. Learn to manipulate thy courtier's mirror, for it will bring you great power. Study people's eyes, follow their gesture, surer barometers of pain and pleasure than any spoken word. Notice and remember the details, the doming, the choice of friends, the daily habits, the tossed-out remarks that reveal hidden and rarely indulged desires. Soak it all in. Find out what lies under the surface, then make yourself the mirror of their unspoken selves. That is the key to this power. The other person has not asked for your consideration, has not mentioned his pleasure in the rose of Sharon, and when you reflect it back to him, his pleasure is heightened because it is unasked for. Remember, the wordless communication, the indirect compliment, contains the most power. No one can resist the enchantment of the courtier's mirror. Observance 7. Yellow Kid, while con artist extraordinaire, used the deceiver's mirror in his most brilliant cons. Most audacious of all was his recreation of a bank in Muncie, Indiana. While read one day that the Merchants' Bank in Muncie had moved, he saw an opportunity he could not pass up. While rented out the original Merchants' Building, which still contained bank furniture, complete with teller windows, he bought money bags, stenciled a bank's invented name on them, filled them with steel washers, and arrayed them impressively behind the teller windows, along with bundles of boudlereal bills, hiding newspaper cut to size for his bank staff and customers, while hired gamblers, bookies, girls from local bawdy houses, and other assorted confederates. He even had a local thug pose as a bank dick, claiming to be the broker for a certificate investment the bank was offering, while would fish the waters and hook the proper wealthy sucker. He would bring this man to the bank and ask to see the president. An officer of the bank would tell them that they had to wait, which only heightened the realism of the con. One always has to wait to see the bank president. And as they waited, the bank would bustle with bank-like activity, as call girls and bookies in disguise floated in and out, making deposits and withdrawals and tipping their hats to the phony bank dick. Lulled by this perfect copy of reality, the sucker would deposit $50,000 into the fake bank without a worry in the world. Over the years, Wilde did the same thing with a deserted yacht club, an abandoned brokerage office, a relocated real estate office, and a completely realistic gambling club. Interpretation. The mirroring of reality offers immense deceptive powers. The right uniform, the perfect accent, the proper props. The deception cannot be deciphered because it is enmeshed in a simulation of reality. People have an intense desire and need to believe, and their first instinct is to trust a well-constructed facade, to mistake it for reality. After all, we cannot go around doubting the reality of everything we see. That would be too exhausting. We habitually accept appearances, and this is a credulity you can use. In this particular game, it is the first moment that counts the most. If your sucker's suspicions are not raised by their First glance at the mirror's reflection, they will stay suppressed. Once they enter your hall of mirrors, they will be unable to distinguish the real from the fake, and it will become easier and easier to deceive them. Remember, study the world's surfaces and learn to mirror them in your habits, your manner, your clothes. Like a carnivorous plant, too. Unsuspecting insects, you will look like all the other plants in the field. Authority, the task of a military operation is to accord deceptively with the intentions of the enemy, get to what they want first, subtly anticipate them, maintain discipline, and adapt to the enemy. Thus, at first you are like a maiden, so the enemy opens his door, then you are like a rabbit on the loose, so the enemy cannot keep you out. Sun Tzu, 4th century BC. Image, the shield of Perseus. It is polished into a reflecting mirror. Medusa cannot see you, only her own hideousness reflected back at her. Behind such a mirror you can deceive, mock, and infuriate. With one blow you sever Medusa's unsuspecting head. A warning, beware of mirrored situations. Mirrors contain great power but also dangerous reefs. Including the mirrored situation, a situation that seems to reflect or closely resemble a previous one, mostly in style and surface appearance. You can often back into such a situation without fully understanding it, while those around you understand it quite well and compare it and you to whatever happened before. Most often you suffer by the comparison, seeming either weaker than the previous occupant of your position or else tainted by any unpleasant associations that person has left behind. In 1864 the composer Richard Wagner moved to Munich at the behest of Ludwig II, known variously as the Swan King or the Mad King of Bavaria. Ludwig was Wagner's biggest fan and most generous patron. The strength of his support turned Wagner's head. Once established in Munich under the king's protection, he would be able to say and do whatever he wanted. Wagner moved into a lavish house, which the king eventually bought for him. This house was but a stone's throw from the former home of Lola Montez, the notorious courtesan who had plunged Ludwig IP's grandfather into a crisis that had forced him to abdicate. Warned that he could be infected by this association, Wagner only scoffed. "I am no Lola Montez," he said. Soon enough, however, the citizens of Munich began to resent the favors and money showered on Wagner, and dubbed him the Second Lola, or Lolot. He unconsciously began to tread in Lola's footsteps, spending money extravagantly, meddling in matters beyond music, even dabbling in politics and advising the king on cabinet appointments. Meanwhile, Ludwig's affection for Wagner seemed intense and undignified for a king just like his grandfather's love for Lola Montez. Eventually Ludwig's ministers wrote him a letter: "Your Majesty now stands at a fateful parting of the ways. You have to choose between the love and respect of your faithful people and the friendship of Richard Wagner." In December of 1865, Ludwig politely asked his friend to leave and never return. Wagner had inadvertently placed himself in Lola Montez's reflection. Once there, everything he did reminded the stolid Bavarians of that dread woman, and there was nothing he could do about it. Avoid such association effects like the plague. In a mirrored situation you have little or no control over the reflections and recollections that will be connected to you. And any situation beyond your control is dangerous. Even if the person or event has positive associations, you will suffer from not being able to live up to them, since the past generally appears greater than the present. If you ever notice people associating you with some past event or person, do everything you can to separate yourself from that memory and to shatter the reflection. Law 45. Preach the need for change, but never reform too much at once. Judgment. Everyone understands the need for change in the abstract. But on the day-to-day level, people are creatures of habit. 2. Much innovation is traumatic and will lead to revolt. If you are new to a position of power, or an outsider trying to build a power base, make a show of respecting the old way of doing things. If change is necessary, make it feel like a gentle improvement on the past. Transgression of the law. Sometime in the early 1520s, King Henry VIII of England decided to divorce his wife, Catherine of Aragon, because she had failed to bear him a son, and because he had fallen in love with die young and comely Anne Boleyn. The Pope, Clement VII, opposed die divorce, and threatened die king Whitey excommunication. The king's most powerful minister, Cardinal Wolsey, also saw no need for divorce, and his half-hearted support of die king cost him his position and soon his life. One man in Henry's cabinet, Thomas Cromwell, not only supported him in his desire for a divorce but had an idea for realizing it, a complete break Whitey die past. He convinced die King Matt by severing ties Whitey Rome and making himself the head of a newly formed English church. He could divorce Catherine and marry Anne. By 1531 Henry saw dies as die only solution. To reward Cromwell for his simple but brilliant idea, he elevated Di's son of a blacksmithie to die post of royal counselor. By 1534 Cromwell had been named die king's secretary. And as me power behind die Tyrone he had become die most powerful man in England. But for him die break Whitey Rome went beyond die satisfaction of die king's carnal desires. He envisioned a new Protestant order in England, vim die power of die Catholic Church smashed and its vast wieldy in the hands of die king and die government. In die same year he initiated a complete survey of die churches and monasteries of England. And as it turned out, die treasures and monies die churches had accumulated over me centuries were far more than he had imagined. His spies and agents came back Whitey astonishing figures. To justify his schemes, Cromwell circulated stories about die corruption in die English monasteries, dire abuse of power, their exploitation of die people tie supposedly served. Having won Parliament's support for breaking up die monasteries, he began to seize mayor holdings and to put them out of existence one by one. At die same time, he began to impose Protestantism, introducing reforms in religious ritual, and punishing those who stuck to Catholicism and who now were called heretics. Virtually overnight, England was converted to a new official religion. A terror fell on die country. Some people had suffered under die Catholic Church, which before die reforms had been immensely powerful, but most Britons had strong ties to Catholicism and to its comforting rituals. They watched in horror as churches were demolished, images of die Madonna and saints were broken in pieces, stained glass windows were smashed, and die churches' treasures were confiscated. Whitey monastery's diet had succored die poor suddenly gone, the poor now flooded die streets. The growing ranks of die beggar class were further swelled by former monks. On top of all dies, Cromwell levied high taxes to pay for his ecclesiastical reforms. In 1535 powerful revolts in die north of England threatened to topple Henry from his throne. By die following year he had suppressed die rebellions, but he had also begun to see die costs of Cromwell's reforms. The king himself had never wanted to go di's far, had only wanted a dwhkrk. Christmas came from celebrating the turn of the year is an ancient custom. The Romans celebrated the Saturnalia, the festival of Saturn, god of the harvest, between December 17th and 23rd. It was the most cheerful festival of the year. All work and commerce stopped, and the streets were filled with crowds and a carnival atmosphere. Slaves were temporarily freed, and the houses were decorated with laurel branches. People visited one another, bringing gifts of wax, candles, and little clay figurines. Long before the birth of Christ, the Jews celebrated an 8-day festival of lights, at the same season, and it is believed that the Germanic peoples held a great festival not only at midsummer but also at the winter solstice, when they celebrated the rebirth of the sun and honored the great fertility gods Wotan and Freya, Donner, Thor, and Freyr. Even after the Emperor Constantine, AD 306 to 337, declared Christianity to be Rome's official imperial religion, the evocation of light and fertility as an important component of pre-Christian midwinter celebrations could not be entirely suppressed. In the year 274, the Roman Emperor Aurelian, AD 214 to 275, had established an official cult of the sun god Mithras, declaring his birthday, December 25th, a national holiday. The cult of Mithras, the Aryan god of light, had spread from Persia through Asia Minor to Greece, Rome, and as far as the Germanic lands and Britain. Numerous ruins of his shrines still testify to the high regard in which this god was held, especially by the Roman legions, as a bringer of fertility, peace, and victory. So it was a clever move when, in the year AD 354, the Christian Church under Pope Liberius, 352 to 366, co-opted the birthday of Mithras and declared December 25th to be the birthday of Jesus Christ. Newsarcher Zeitung. Anne Suzanne. RLSCHKE. December 25, 1983. Vorse. It was now Cromwell's turn to watch uneasily as Die King began slowly to undo his reforms, reinstating Catholic sacraments and odier rituals that Cromwell had outlawed. Sensing his fall from grace, in 1540 Cromwell decided to regain Henry's favor with one throw of the dice. He would find the king a new wife. Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, had died a few years before, and he had been pining for a new young queen. It was Cromwell who found him one. And of Cleves, a German princess and, most important to Cromwell, a Protestant. On Cromwell's commission, the painter Holbein produced a flattering portrait of him. When Henry saw it, he fell in love, and agreed to marry her. Cromwell seemed back in favor. Unfortunately, however, Holbein's painting was highly idealized, and when Die King finally met Die Princess, she did not please him in Die least. His anger against Cromwell first for the ill-conceived reforms, now for saddling him Wydian unattractive and Protestant wife could no longer be contained. In June of that year, Cromwell was arrested, charged as a Protestant extremist and a heretic, and sent to Die Tower. 6 weeks later, before a large and enthusiastic crowd, the public executioner cut off his head. Interpretation. Thomas Cromwell had a simple idea: he would break up Die power and wieldy of the Church and lay Die foundation for Protestantism in England. And he would do twice in a mercilessly short time. He knew his speedy reforms would cause pain and resentment, but he tie out these feelings would fade in a few years. More important, by identifying himself with change, he would become Die leader of Die new order, making Die King dependent on him. But Mir was a problem in his strategy, like a billiard ball hit too hard against the cushion. His reforms had reactions and caroms he did not envision and could not control. The man who initiates strong reforms often becomes the scapegoat for any kind of dissatisfaction. And eventually me. Reaction to his reforms may consume him, for change is upsetting to the human animal, even when it is for thy good. Because thy world is and always has been full of insecurity. En route, we latch onto familiar faces and create habits and rituals to make the world more comfortable. Change can be pleasant and even sometimes desirable in the abstract, but too much of it creates an anxiety that will stir and boil. Benitii die surface and dying eventually erupt. Never underestimate thy hidden conservatism of those around you. It is powerful and entrenched. Never let die seductive charm of an idea cloud your reason, just as you cannot make people see the world your way, you cannot wrench them into thy future with painful changes. They will rebel. If reform is necessary, anticipate thy reaction against it. And find ways to disguise the change and sweeten thy poison. Observance of the law. As a young communist in the 1920s, Mao Zedong understood better than any of his colleagues die incredible odds against a communist victory in China. With their small numbers, limited funds, lack of military experience, and small arsenal of weapons, the party had no hope of success unless it won over China's immense peasant population. But who in the world was more conservative, more rooted in tradition, than the Chinese peasantry? The oldest civilization on the planet had a history that would never loosen its power, no matter how violent the revolution. The ideas of Confucius remained as alive in the 1920s as they had been in the 60th century BC, when the philosopher was alive. Despite the oppressions of the current system, would the peasantry ever give up the deep-rooted values of thy past for the great unknown of communism? The solution, as Mao saw it, involved a simple deception. Cloak the revolution in the clothing of the past, making it comforting and legitimate in people's eyes. One of Mao's favorite books was the very popular medieval Chinese novel, The Water Margin, which recounts the exploits of a Chinese Robin Hood and his robber band as they struggle against a corrupt and evil monarch. In China in Mao's time, family ties dominated over any other kind, for the Confucian hierarchy a father and oldest son remained firmly in place, but the Water Margin preached a superior value die fraternal ties of the band of robbers, the nobility of the cause that unites people beyond blood. The novel had great emotional resonance for Chinese people who love to root for the underdog. Time and again, then, Mao would present his revolutionary army as an extension of the robber band in the Water Margin, likening his struggle to the timeless conflict between the oppressed peasantry and an evil emperor. He made the past seem to envelop and legitimize the communist cause. The peasantry could feel comfortable with and even support a group with such roots in the past. Even once the party came to power, Mao continued to associate it with the past. He presented himself to the masses not as a Chinese Lenin but as a modern Zhuge Liang, the real-life 3rd century strategist who figures prominently in the popular historical novel The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Liang was more man, a great general, was a poet, a philosopher, and a figure of stern moral rectitude. So Mao represented himself as a poet-warrior like Liang, a man who mixed strategy with philosophy and preached a new ethics. He made himself appear like a hero from the great Chinese tradition of warrior statesmen. Soon, everything in Mao's speeches and writings had a reference to an earlier period in Chinese history. He recalled, for example, the great Emperor Qin, who had unified the country in the 3rd century BC. Qin had burned the works of Confucius, consolidated and completed the building of the Great Wall, and given his name to China. Like Qin, Mao also had brought the country together and had sought bold reforms against an oppressive past. Qin had traditionally been seen as a violent dictator whose reign was short. The brilliance of Mao's strategy was to turn this around, simultaneously reinterpreting Qin, justifying his rule in the eyes of present-day Chinese, and using him to justify the violence of the new order that Mao himself was creating. After the failed Cultural Revolution of the late 1960s, a power struggle emerged in the Communist Party, in which Mao's main foe was Lin Rao, once a close friend of his. To make clear to the masses the difference between his philosophy and Lin's, Mao once again exploited the past. He cast his opponent as representing Confucius, a philosopher Lin in fact would constantly quote, and Confucius signified the conservatism of the past. Mao associated himself, on the other hand, with the ancient philosophical movement known as legalism, exemplified by the writings of Han Fei-tzu. The legalists disdained Confucian edicts. Tai believed in the need for violence to create a new order. They worshipped power. To give himself weight in the struggle, Mao unleashed a nationwide propaganda campaign against Confucius, using the issues of Confucianism versus legalism to whip the young into a kind of frenzied revolt against the older generation. This grand context enveloped a radier banal power struggle, and Mao once again won over the masses and triumphed over his enemies. Interpretation. No people had a more profound attachment to the past. Tai and the Chinese. In the face of T's enormous obstacle to reform, Mao's strategy was simple. Instead of struggling against the past, he turned it to his advantage, associating his radical communists with the romantic figures of Chinese history, weaving the story of the War of the Three Kingdoms into the struggle between the United States, the Soviet Union, and China. He cast himself as Zhuge Liang. As the emperors had, he welcomed the cultic adoration of the masses, understanding the Chinese could not function without some kind of father figure to admire. And after he made a terrible blunder, with the great leap forward, trying to force modernization on the country and failing miserably, he never repeated his mistake. From then on, radical change had to be cloaked in the comfortable clothes of the past. The lesson is simple: the past is powerful. What has happened before seems greater. Habit and history give any act weight. Use T's to your advantage. When you destroy the familiar, you create a void or vacuum. People fear the chaos. Tai it will flood in to fill it. You must avoid stirring up such fears at all cost. Borrow the weight and legitimacy from the past, however remote, to create a comforting and familiar presence. This will give your actions romantic associations. Add to your presence, and cloak the nature of the changes you are attempting. It must be considered that there is nothing more difficult to carry out, nor more doubtful of success, nor more dangerous to handle, than to initiate a new order of things. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Keys to Power. Human psychology contains many dualities, one of them being tied even while people understand the need for change. Knowing how important it is for institutions and individuals to be occasionally renewed, Tai are also irritated and upset by changes that affect them personally. They know diet change is necessary, and that novelty provides relief from boredom, but deep inside they cling to the past. Change in the abstract, or superficial change, Tai desire, but a change that upsets core habits and routines is deeply disturbing to them. No revolution has gone without a powerful later reaction. Against it, for in the long run dye void it creates proofs too. Unsettling to dye human animal, who unconsciously associates such voids witty ideati and chaos. The opportunity for change and renewal seduces people to the side of dye revolution, but once dire enthusiasm fades, which it will, dye are left witty a certain emptiness. Yearning for dye past. Dye create an opening for it to creep back in. For Machiavelli, dye prophet who preaches and brings change can only survive by taking up arms. When dye masses inevitably yearn for the past, he must be ready to use force. But me armed prophet cannot last long unless he quickly creates a new set of values and rituals to replace dye old ones, and to soothe dye anxieties of dios who dread change. It is far easier, and less bloody, to play a kind of con game. Preach change as much as you like, and even enact your reforms, but give dye comforting appearance of older events and traditions. Reigning from AD 8 to AD 23, dye Chinese Emperor Wang Mang emerged from a period of great historical turbulence in which dye people yearned for order, an order represented for diem by Confucius. Some 200 years earlier, however, Emperor Qin had ordered dye writings of Confucius burned. A few years later, word had spread dye certain texts had miraculously survived, hidden under dye scholar's house. These texts may not have been genuine, but they gave Wang his opportunity. He first confiscated diem. Dyeing had his scribes insert passages into them. It seemed to support me changes he had been imposing on dye country. When he released the texts, it seemed dye Confucius sanctioned Wang's reforms, and dye people felt comforted and accepted diem more easily. Understand, the fact dye past is dead and buried gives you dye freedom to reinterpret it. To support your cause, tinker with dye facts. The past is a text in which you can safely insert your own lines. A simple gesture like using an old title or keeping dye same number for a group will tie you to dye past and support you with dye audiority of history. As Machiavelli himself observed, dye Romans used T's device when Tye transformed dire monarchy into a republic. They may have installed 2 consuls in place of dye king, but since dye king had been served by 12 lictors, they retained dye same number to serve under the consuls. The king had personally performed an annual sacrifice, in a great spectacle that stirred dye republic retained dye's practice, only transferring it to a special chief of dye ceremony, whom Tye called dye king of dye sacrifice. These and similar gestures satisfied dye people and kept diem from clamoring for the monarchy's return. Anadyr's strategy to disguise change is to make a loud and public display of support for the values of dye past. Seem to be a zealot for tradition, and few will notice how unconventional you really are. Renaissance Florence had a centuries-old republic and was suspicious of anyone who flouted its traditions. Cosimo de' Medici made a show of enthusiastic support for the republic, while in reality he worked to bring the city under the control of his wealthy family. In form, dye Medicis retained the appearance of a republic. In substance, they rendered it powerless. They quietly enacted a radical change, while appearing to safeguard tradition. Science claims a search for truth that would seem to protect it from conservatism and the irrationality of habit. It is a culture of innovation. Yet when Charles Darwin published his ideas of evolution, he faced fiercer opposition from his fellow scientists than from religious authorities. His theories challenged too many fixed ideas. Jonas Salk ran into the same wall with his radical innovations in immunology, as did Max Planck with his revolutionizing of physics. Planck later wrote of the scientific opposition he faced, anew. Scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die, and a new generation grows up. That is familiar witty-it. The answer to this innate conservatism is to play die. Courtier's game. Galileo did this at the beginning of his scientific career. He later became more confrontational, and paid for it. So pay lip service to tradition. Identify the elements in your revolution that can be made to seem to build on the past. Say the right things, make a show of conformity, and meanwhile let your theories do their radical work. Play with appearances and respect past protocol. This is true in every arena, science being no exception. Finally, powerful people pay attention to the zeitgeist. If tire reform is too far ahead of its time, few will understand it, and it will stir up anxiety and be hopelessly misinterpreted. The changes you make must seem less innovative than they are. England did eventually become a Protestant nation, as Cromwell wished, but it took over a century of gradual evolution. Watch the zeitgeist. If you work in a tumultuous time, there is power to be gained by preaching a return to the past, to comfort, tradition, and ritual. During a period of stagnation, on the other hand, play the card of reform and revolution, but beware of what you stir up. Those who finish a revolution are rarely those who start it. You will not succeed at this dangerous game unless you are willing to forestall die inevitable reaction against it by playing with appearances and building on die past authority. He who desires or attempts to reform the government of a state, and wishes to have it accepted, must at least retain the semblance of the old forms, so that it may seem to the people that there has been no change in the institutions, even though in fact they are entirely different from the old ones. For the great majority of mankind are satisfied with appearances, as though they were realities. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Image, the cat. Creature of habit, it loves the warmth of the familiar. Upset its routines, disrupt its space, and it will grow unmanageable and psychotic. Placated by supporting its rituals. If change is necessary, deceive the cat by keeping the smell of the past alive. Place objects familiar to it in strategic locations. Reversal. The past is a corpse to be used as you see fit. If what happened in the recent past was painful and harsh, it is self-destructive to associate yourself with it. When Napoleon came to power, the French Revolution was fresh in everyone's minds. If the court that he established had borne any resemblance to the lavish court of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, his courtiers would have spent all their time worrying about their own necks. Instead, Napoleon established a court remarkable for its sobriety and lack of ostentation. It was the court of a man who valued work and military virtues. This new form seemed appropriate and reassuring. In other words, pay attention to the times. But understand, if you make a bold change from the past, you must avoid at all costs the appearance of a void or vacuum, or you will create terror. Even an ugly recent history will seem preferable to an empty space. Fill diet space immediately with new rituals and forms. Soothing and growing familiar, these will secure your position among the masses. Finally, the arts, fashion, and technology would seem to be areas in which power would come from creating a radical rupture with the past and appearing cutting edge. Indeed, such a strategy can bring great power, but it has many dangers. It is inevitable that your innovations will be outdone by someone else. You have little control someone younger and fresher moves in a sudden new direction, making your bold innovation of yesterday seem tiresome and tame today. You are forever playing catch-up, your power is tenuous and short-lived. You want a power built on something more solid. Using the past, tinkering with tradition, playing with convention to subvert it will give your creation something more than a momentary appeal. Periods of dizzying change disguise the fact that a yearning for the past will inevitably creep back in. In the end, using the past for your own purposes will bring you more power than trying to cut it out. Completely a futile and self-destructive endeavor. Law 46. Never appear too perfect. Judgment. Appearing better than others is always dangerous, but most dangerous of all is to appear to have no faults or weaknesses. Envy creates silent enemies. It is smart to occasionally display defects and admit to harmless vices, in order to deflect envy and appear more human and approachable. Only gods and the dead can seem perfect with impunity. Transgression of the law. Joe Orton met Kenneth Hodge-Lywell at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts, London, in 1953, where Bodhi had enrolled as acting students. They soon became lovers and moved in together. Halliwell, 25 at the time, was 7 years older than Orton and seemed the more confident of the two. But neither had much talent as actors, and after graduating, having settled down together in a dank London apartment, they decided to give up acting and collaborate as writers. Instead, Halliwell's inheritance was enough to keep them from having to find work for a few years, and in the beginning, he was also the driving force behind the stories and novels they wrote. He would dictate to Orton, who would type the manuscripts, occasionally interjecting his own lines and ideas. Their first efforts attracted some interest from literary agents, but it sputtered. The promise they had shown was leading nowhere. Eventually the inheritance money ran out, and the pair had to look for work. Their collaborations were less enthusiastic and less frequent. The future looked bleak. In 1957 Orton began to write on his own, but it wasn't until 5 years later, when the lovers were jailed for 6 months for defacing dozens of library books, that he began to find his voice, perhaps not by chance. This was the first time he and Hodge-Lywell had been separated in 9 years. He came out of prison determined to express his contempt for English society in UIE form of theatrical farces. He and Halliwell moved back in together, but now the roles were reversed. Orton did the writing while Halliwell put in comments and ideas. In 1964 Joe Orton completed his first full-length play, Entertaining Mr. Sloane. The play made it to London's West End, where it received brilliant reviews. A great new writer had emerged from nowhere. Now success followed access at a dizzying pace. In 1966 Orton had a hit with his play Loot, and his popularity soared. Soon commissions came in from all sides, including from the Beatles, who paid Orton handsomely to write them a film script. Everything was pointing upwards, everything except Orton's relationship with Kenneth Halliwell. The pair still lived together, but as Orton grew successful, Hodge-Lywell began to deteriorate. Watching his lover become the center of attention, he suffered the humiliation of becoming a kind of personal assistant to the playwright, his role in what had once been a collaboration growing smaller and smaller. In the 1950s he had supported Orton with his inheritance. Now Orton supported him at a party or among friends. People would naturally gravitate towards Orton's tone was charming, and his mood was almost always buoyant. Unlike the handsome Orton, Halliwell was bald and awkward. His defensiveness made people want to avoid him. With Orton's success, the couple's problems only worsened. Halliwell's moods made their life together impossible. Orton claimed to want to leave him, and had numerous affairs, but would always end up returning to his. A greedy man and an envious man met a king. The king said to them, "One of you may ask something of me, and one will give it to him, provided I give twice as much to the other." The envious person did not want to ask first, for he was envious of his companion who would receive twice as much, and the greedy man did not want to ask first, since he wanted everything that was to be had. Finally, the greedy one pressed the envious one to be the first to make the request. So the envious person asked the king to pluck out one of his eyes. Jewish parable, The Seven Deadly Sins, Solomon Schimmel. 1992. An admirer who feels that he cannot be happy by surrendering himself elects to become envious of that which he admires. So he speaks another language. The thing which he really admires is called a stupid, insipid, and queer sort of thing. Admiration is happy self-surrender, envy is unhappy self-assertion. Søren Kierkegaard, 1813–1855. It takes great talent and skill to conceal one's talent and skill. La Rochefoucauld, 1613–1680. knvytoumkntsaci.lhos. The goddess Minerva made her way to the house of envy. A house filthy with dark and noisome slime. It is hidden away in the depths of the valleys, where the sun never penetrates, where no wind blows through, a gloomy dwelling, permeated by numbing chill, ever fireless, ever shrouded in thick darkness. When Minerva reached this spot, she stopped in front of the house, and struck the doors with the tip of her spear, and at the blow they flew open and revealed envy within, busy at a meal of snake's flesh, the food on which she nourished her wickedness. At the sight, Minerva turned her eyes away. But the other rose heavily from the ground, leaving the half-eaten corpses, and came out with dragging steps. When she saw the goddess in all the brilliance of her beauty, in her flashing armor, she groaned. Envy's face was sickly pale, her whole body lean and wasted, and old friend and lover. He tried to help Halliwell launch a career as an artist, even arranging for a gallery to show his work, but the show was a flop, and this only heightened Halliwell's sense of inferiority. In May of 1967, the pair went on a brief holiday together in Tangier, Morocco. During the trip, Orton wrote in his diary, "We sat talking of how happy we felt, and how it couldn't, surely, last. We'd have to pay for it, or we'd be struck down from afar by disaster because we were, perhaps, too happy to be young, good-looking, healthy, famous, comparatively rich, and happy is surely going against nature." Halliwell outwardly seemed as happy as Orton. Inwardly, though, he was seething. And 2 months later, in the early morning of August 10, 1967, just days after helping Orton put the finishing touches to the wicked face, what the butler saw, undoubtedly his masterpiece, Kenneth Halliwell bludgeoned Joe Orton to death with repeated blows of a hammer to the head. He then took 21 sleeping pills and died himself, leaving behind a note that read, "If you read Orton's diary, all will be explained." Interpretation. Kenneth Halliwell had tried to cast his deterioration as mental illness, but what Joe Orton's diaries revealed to him was the truth. It was envy, pure and simple, that lay at the heart of his sickness. The diaries, which Halliwell read on the sly, recounted the couple's days as equals and their struggle for recognition. After Orton found success, the diaries began to describe Halliwell's brooding, his rude comments at parties, his growing sense of inferiority. All of this Orton narrated with a distance that bordered on contempt. The diaries made clear Halliwell's bitterness over Orton's success. Eventually, the only thing that would have satisfied him would have been for Orton to have a failure of his own. An unsuccessful play perhaps, so that they could have commiserated in their failure, as they had done years before. When the opposite happened, as Orton grew only more successful and popular, Halliwell did the only thing that would make them equals again. He made them equals in death. With Orton's murder, he became almost as famous as his friend posthumously. Joe Orton only partly understood his lover's deterioration. His attempt to help Halliwell launch a career in art registered for what it was, charity and guilt. Orton basically had two possible solutions to the problem. He could have downplayed his own success, displaying some faults, deflecting Halliwell's envy, or, once he realized the nature of the problem, he could have fled as if Halliwell were a viper, as in fact he was a viper of envy. Once envy eats away at someone, everything you do only makes it grow, and day by day it festers inside him. Eventually he will attack. Only a minority can succeed at the game of life, and that minority inevitably arouses the envy of those around them. Once success happens your way, however, the people to fear the most are those in your own circle, the friends and acquaintances you have left behind. Feelings of inferiority gnaw at them, the thought of your success only heightens their feelings of stagnation. Envy, which the philosopher Kierkegaard calls unhappy admiration, takes hold. You may not see it, but you will feel it someday unless, that is, you learn strategies of deflection, little sacrifices to the gods of success. Either dampen your brilliance, occasionally, purposefully revealing a defect, weakness, or anxiety, or attributing your success to luck, or simply find yourself new friends. Never underestimate the power of envy. Observance of the law. The merchant class and the craft guilds to which medieval Florence owed its prosperity had created a republic that protected them from oppression by the nobility. Since high office could only be held for a few months, no one could gain lasting dominance, and although this meant that the political factions struggled constantly for control, the system kept out tyrants and petty dictators. The Medici family lived for several centuries under this system without making much of a mark. They had modest origins as apothecaries, and were typical middle-class citizens. Not until the late 14th century, when Giovanni de' Medici made a modest fortune in banking, did they emerge as a force to be reckoned with. Upon Giovanni's death, his son Cosimo took over the family business, and quickly demonstrated his talent for it. The business prospered under his control, and the Medicis emerged as one of the preeminent banking families of Europe. But they had a rival in Florence, despite the city's republican system. One family, the Albitzes, had managed over the years to monopolize control of the government, forging alliances that allowed them to constantly fill important offices with their own men. Cosimo did not fight this, and in fact gave the Albitzes his tacit support. At the same time, while the Albitzes were beginning to flaunt their power, Cosimo made a point of staying in the background. Eventually, however, the Medici wealth could not be ignored, and in 1433, feeling threatened by the family, the Albitzes used their government muscle to have Cosimo arrested on charges of conspiring to overthrow the republic. Some in the Albizzi faction wanted Cosimo executed, others feared this would spark a civil war. In the end they exiled him from Florence. Cosimo did not fight the sentence, he left quietly. Sometimes, he knew, it is wiser to bide one's time and keep a low profile. Over the next year, the Albitzes began to stir up fears that they were setting up a dictatorship. Meanwhile, Cosimo, using his wealth to advantage, continued to exert influence on Florentine affairs, even from exile. A civil war broke out in the city, and in September of 1434 the Albitzes were toppled from power and sent into exile. Cosimo immediately returned to Florence, his position restored. But he saw that he now faced a delicate situation. If he seemed ambitious, as the Albitzes had, he would stir up opposition and envy that would ultimately threaten his business. If he stayed on. She squinted horribly, her teeth were discolored and decayed, her poisonous breast of a greenish hue, and her tongue dripped venom. Only the sight of suffering could bring a smile to her lips. She never knew the comfort of sleep, but was kept constantly awake by care and anxiety. Looked with dismay on men's good fortune, and grew thin at the sight. Gnawing at others, and being gnawed, she was herself her own torment. Minerva, in spite of her loathing, yet addressed her briefly, instill your poison into one of Cecrop's daughters. Her name is Aglaros. This is what I require of you. Without another word she pushed against the ground with her spear, left the earth, and soared upwards. From the corner of her eye the other watched the goddess out of sight, muttering in angry that Minerva_'s plan should be successful. Then she took her staff, all encircled with thorny briars, wrapped herself in dark clouds, and set forth. Wherever she went she trampled down the flowery fields, withered up the grass, seared the treetops, and with her breath tainted the peoples, their cities, and their homes, until at length she came to Athens, the home of wit and wealth, peaceful and prosperous. She could scarcely refrain from weeping when she saw no cause for tears. Then entering the chamber of Cecrop's daughter, she carried out Minerva's orders. She touched the girl's breast with a hand dipped in malice, filled her heart with spiky thorns, and breathing in a black and evil poison dispersed it through her very bones, instilling the venom deep in her heart, that the reason for her distress might not be far to seek. She set before Aglaros' eyes a vision of her sister, of that sister's fortunate marriage with the god Mercury, and of the god in all his handsomeness, and she exaggerated the glory of it all. So Aglaros was tormented by such thoughts, and the jealous anger she concealed ate into her heart. Day and night she sighed, unceasingly wretched, and in her utter misery wasted away in a slow decline, as when ice is melted by the fitful sun. The fire that was kindled within her at the thought of her sister's luck and good fortune was like the burning of weeds which do not burst into flames, but are none the less consumed by smoldering fire. Metamorphosers, Ovid, 43 BCC. AD 18. The sidelines, on the other hand, he would leave an opening for another faction to rise up as die Albitzes had, and to punish the Medicis for their success. Cosimo solved me problem in two ways. He secretly used his wealth to buy influence among key citizens, and he placed his own allies, all cleverly enlisted from the middle classes to disguise their allegiance to him, in top government positions. Those who complained of his growing political clout were taxed into submission, or dire properties were bought out from under them by Cosimo's banker allies. The Republic survived in name only. Cosimo held the strings, while he worked behind the scenes to gain control. However, publicly Cosimo presented an Homère picture. When he walked through the streets of Florence, he dressed modestly, was attended by no more than one servant, and bowed deferentially to magistrates and elder citizens. He rode a mule instead of a horse. He never spoke out on matters of public import, even though he controlled Florence's foreign affairs for over 30 years. He gave money to charities and maintained his ties to Florence's merchant class. He financed all kinds of public buildings that fed die Florentines' pride and dire city. When he built a palace for himself and his family in nearby Fiesole, he turned down the ornate designs that Brunelleschi had drawn up for him, and instead chose a modest structure designed by Michelozzo, a man of humble Florentine origins. The palace was a symbol of Cosimo's strategy, all simplicity on the outside, all elegance and opulence within. Cosimo finally died in 1464, after ruling for 30 years. The citizens of Florence wanted to build him a great tomb, and to celebrate his memory with elaborate funeral ceremonies, but on his deathbed he had asked to be buried without any pomp or demonstration. Some 60 years later, Machiavelli hailed Cosimo as the wisest of all princes, for he knew how extraordinary things that are seen and appear every hour make men much more envied than those that are done indeed and are covered over with decency. Interpretation. A close friend of Cosimo's, the bookseller Vespasiano da Bisticci, once wrote of him, and whenever he wished to achieve something, he saw to it, in order to escape envy as much as possible, that the initiative appeared to come from others, and not from him. One of Cosimo's favorite expressions was, "Envy is a weed that should not be watered." Understanding the power envy has in a democratic environment, Cosimo avoided the appearance of greatness. This does not mean that greatness should be suffocated, or that only the mediocre should survive, only a game of appearances must be played. The insidious envy of the masses can actually be deflected quite easily. Appear as one of them in style and values. Make alliances with those below you, and elevate them to positions of power to secure their support in times of need. Never flaunt your wealth, and carefully conceal the degree to which it has bought influence. Make a display of deferring to others, as if they were more powerful than you. Cosimo de' Medici perfected this game. He was a consummate con artist of appearances. No one could gauge the extent of his power. His modest exterior hid the truth. Never be so foolish as to believe that you are stirring up admiration by flaunting the qualities that raise you above others. By making others aware of their inferior position, you are only stirring up unhappy admiration, or envy, which will gnaw away at them until they undermine you in ways you cannot foresee. The fool dares the gods of envy by flaunting his victories. The master of power understands that the appearance of superiority over others is inconsequential next to the reality of it. Of all the disorders of the soul, envy is the only one no one confesses to. Plutarch, c. AD 46 to 120. Keys to power. The human animal has a hard time dealing with feelings of inferiority in the face of superior skill, talent, or power. We are often disturbed and ill at ease. This is because most of us have an inflated sense of ourselves, and when we meet people who surpass us, they make it clear to us that we are in fact mediocre, or at least not as brilliant as we had thought. This disturbance in our self-image cannot last long without stirring up ugly emotions. At first we feel envy. If only we had the quality or skill of the superior person, we would be happy. But envy brings us neither comfort nor any closer to equality. Nor can we admit to feeling it, for it is frowned upon socially. To show envy is to admit to feeling inferior. 2. Close friends, we may confess our secret unrealized desires, but we will never confess to feeling envy. So it goes underground. We disguise it in many ways, like finding Grounds to criticize the person who makes us feel it. He may be smarter than I am, we say, but he has no morals or conscience. Or he may have more power, but that's because he cheats. If we do not slander him, perhaps we praise him excessively. Another of envy's disguises. There are several strategies for dealing with the insidious, destructive emotion of envy. First, accept the fact that there will be people who will surpass you in some way, and also tile fact that you may envy them. But make that feeling a way of pushing yourself to equal or surpass them someday. Let envy turn inward and it poisons the soul. Expel it outward and it can move you to greater heights. Second, understand that as you gain power, those below you will feel envious of you. They may not show it, but it is inevitable. Do not naively accept the facade they show. You read between the lines of their criticisms, their little sarcastic remarks, the signs of backstabbing, the excessive praise that is preparing you for a fall, the resentful look in the eye. Half the problem with envy comes when we do not recognize it until it is too late. Finally, expect it when people envy you, they will work against you. The envious hides as carefully as the secret, lustful sinner, and becomes the endless inventor of tricks and stratagems to hide and mask himself. Thus he is able to pretend to ignore the superiority of others, which eats up his heart, as if he did not see them, nor hear them, nor were aware of them, nor had ever heard of them. Lie is a master simulator. On the other hand, he tries with all his power to connive and thus prevent any form of superiority from appearing in any situation. And if they do, he casts on them obscurity, hypercriticism, sarcasm and calumny like the toad that spits poison from its hole. On the other hand, he will raise endlessly insignificant men, mediocre people, and even the inferior in the same type of activities. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. For not many men, the proverb says, can love a friend who fortune prospers without feeling envy, and about the envious brain, cold poison clings and doubles all the pain life brings him. His own woundings he must nurse, and feels another's gladness like a curse. Aeschylus, c. 525 to 456 BC. Joski 2 am, iiic.o.vi. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And his brothers envied him, and when they saw him afar off, they conspired against him to slay him. And now they said to one another, behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we shall say, some evil beast hath devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. Old Testament, Genesis 37 verses 3 to 20. When Pope Julius first saw Michelangelo's design for his tomb, it pleased him so much that he at once sent him to Carrara to quarry the necessary marbles, instructing Alemanno Salviati, of Florence, to pay him 1,000 ducats for this purpose. Michelangelo stayed in these mountains more than 8 months with 2 workmen and his horse, and without any other provision except food. Enough marbles quarried and chosen, he took them to the sea coast, and left insidiously. They will put obstacles in your path that you will not foresee, or that you cannot trace to their source. It is hard to defend yourself against this kind of attack. And by the time you realize that envy is at the root of a person's Feelings about you, it is often too late, your excuses, your false humility, your defensive actions, only exacerbate the problem. Since it is far easier to avoid creating envy in the first place than to get rid of it once it is there, you should strategize to forestall it before it grows. It is often your own actions that stir up envy, your own unawareness. By becoming conscious of those actions and qualities that create envy, you can take the teeth out of it before it nibbles you to death. Kierkegaard believed that there are types of people who create envy, and are as guilty when it arises as those who feel it. The most obvious type we all know, the moment something good happens to them, whether by luck or design, they crow about it. In fact, they get pleasure out of making people feel inferior. This type is obvious and beyond hope. There are others, however, who stir up envy in more subtle and unconscious ways, and are partly to blame for their troubles. Envy is often a problem, for example, for people with great natural talent. Sir Walter Raleigh was one of the most brilliant men at the court of Queen Elizabeth of England. He had skills as a scientist, wrote poetry still recognized as among the most beautiful writing of the time, was a proven leader of men, an enterprising entrepreneur, a great sea captain, and on top of all this was a handsome, dashing courtier who charmed his way into becoming one of the Queen's favorites. Wherever he went, however, people blocked his path. Eventually he suffered a terrific fall from grace, leading even to prison and finally the executioner's axe. Raleigh could not understand the stubborn opposition he faced from the other courtiers. He did not see that he had not only made no attempt to disguise the degree of his skills and qualities, he had imposed them on one and all, making a show of his versatility, thinking it impressed people and won him friends. In fact, it made him silent enemies, people who felt inferior to him and did all they could to ruin him the moment he tripped up or made the slightest mistake. In the end, the reason he was executed was treason, but envy will use any cover it finds to mask its destructiveness. The envy elicited by Sir Walter Raleigh is the worst kind. It was inspired by his natural talent and grace, which he felt was best displayed in its full flower. Money others can attain. Power as well. But superior intelligence, good looks, charm, these are qualities no one can acquire. The naturally perfect have to work the most to disguise their brilliance, displaying a defect or two to deflect envy before it takes root. It is a common and naive mistake to think you are charming people with your natural talents when in fact they are coming to hate you. A great danger in the realm of power is the sudden improvement, infortunian, unexpected promotion, a victory or success that seems to come out of nowhere. This is sure to stir up envy among your former peers. When Archbishop de Retz was promoted to the rank of Cardinal, in 1651, he knew full well that many of his former colleagues envied him. Understanding the foolishness of alienating those below him, de Retz did everything he could to downplay his merit and emphasize the role of luck in his success. To put people at ease, he acted humbly and deferentially, as if nothing had changed. In reality, of course, he now had much more power than before. He wrote that these wise policies produced a good effect, by lessening the envy which was conceived against me, which is the greatest of all secrets. Follow de Retz's example. Subtly emphasize how lucky you have been to make your happiness seem more attainable to other people, and dying need for envy less acute. But be careful not to affect a false modesty diet people can easily see through. This will only make me more envious. The act has to be good. Your humility, and your openness to those you have left behind, have to seem genuine. Any hint of insincerity will only make your new status more oppressive. Remember, despite your elevated position, it will do you no good to alienate your former peers. Power requires a wide and solid support base, which envy can silently destroy. Political power of any kind creates envy, and one of the best ways to deflect it before it takes root is to seem unambitious. When Ivan the Terrible died, Boris Godunov knew he was the only one on the scene who could lead Russia. But if he sought the position eagerly, he would stir up envy and suspicion among the boyars, so he refused die crown, not once but several times. He made people insist Matt he take thy throne. George Washington used the same strategy to great effect, first in refusing to keep the position of Commander-in-Chief of the American Army, second in resisting the presidency. In both cases he made himself more popular than ever. People cannot envy the power that they themselves have given a person who does not seem to desire it. According to me, Eliza Beeman, statesman and writer Sir Francis Bacon, the wisest policy of the powerful is to create a kind of pity for themselves, as if their responsibilities were a burden and a sacrifice. How can one envy a man who has taken on a heavy load for the public interest? Disguise your power as a kind of self-sacrifice rather than a source of happiness, and you make it seem less enviable. Emphasize your troubles and you turn a potential danger, envy, into a source of moral support, pity. A similar ploy is to hint that your good fortune will benefit those around you. To do this, you may need to open your purse strings, like Cimon, a wieldy general in ancient Athens who gave lavishly in all kinds of ways to prevent people from resenting the influence he had bought in Athenian politics. He paid a high price to deflect dire envy, but in the end it saved him from ostracism and banishment from the city. The painter J.M.W. Turner devised another way of giving to deflect the envy of his fellow artists, which he recognized as his greatest obstacle to his success. Noticing his incomparable color skills made them afraid to hang their paintings next to his in exhibitions, he realized that their fear would turn to envy, and would eventually make it harder for him to find galleries to show in. On occasion, Turner is known to have temporarily dampened the colors in his paintings with soot to earn him the goodwill of his colleagues. One of his men to have them embarked. He himself returned to Rome. The quantity of marbles was immense, so that, spread over the piazza, they were the admiration of all and a joy to the Pope, who heaped immeasurable favors upon Michelangelo, and when he began to work upon them again and again went to see him at his house, and talked to him about the tomb and other things as with his own brother. And in order that he might more easily go to him, the Pope ordered that a drawbridge should be thrown across from the corridor to the rooms of Michelangelo, by which he might visit him in private. These many and frequent favors were the cause, as often is the case at court, of much envy, and, after the envy, of endless persecution, since Bramante, the architect, who was loved by the Pope, made him change his mind as to the monument by telling him, as is said by the vulgar, that it is unlucky to build one's tomb in one's lifetime, and other tales. Fear as well as envy stimulated Bramante, for the judgment of Michelangelo had exposed many of his errors. Now, because he had no doubt that Michelangelo knew these errors of his, he always sought to remove him from Rome, or, at least, to deprive him of the favor of the Pope, and of the glory and usefulness that he might have acquired by his industry. He succeeded in the matter of the tomb. There is no doubt that if Michelangelo had been allowed to finish it, according to his first design, having so large a field in which to show his worth, no other artist, however celebrated, be it said without envy, could have wrested from him the high place he would have held. Did ever anybody seriously confess to envy something, there is in it universally felt to be more shameful than even felonious crime. And not only does everybody disown it, but the better sort are inclined to incredulity when it is in earnest, imputed to an intelligent man. But since lodgment is in the heart not the brain, no degree of intellect supplies a guarantee against it. Billy Budd. Herman Melville. 1819–1891. To deflect envy, Gratian recommends that the powerful display a weakness, a minor social indiscretion, a harmless vice. Give those who envy you something to feed on, distracting them from your more important sins. Remember, it is the reality that matters. You may have to play games with appearances, but in the end you will have what counts: true power. In some Arab countries, a man will avoid arousing envy by doing as Cosimo de' Medici did by showing his wealth only on the inside of his house. Apply this wisdom to your own character. Beware of some of envy's disguises. Excessive praise is an almost sure sign that the person praising you envies you. They are either setting you up for a fall it will be impossible for you to live up to their praise, or they are sharpening their blades behind your back. At the same time, those who are hypercritical of you, or who slander you publicly, probably envy you as well. Recognize their behavior as disguised envy, and you keep out of the trap of mutual mudslinging, or of taking their criticisms to heart. Win your revenge by ignoring their measly presence. Do not try to help or do favors for those who envy you. They will think you are condescending to them. Joe Orton's attempt to help Halliwell find a gallery for his work only intensified his lover's feelings of inferiority and envy. Once envy reveals itself for what it is, the only solution is often to flee the presence of the enviers, leaving them to stew in a hell of their own creation. Finally, be aware that some environments are more conducive to envy than others. The effects of envy are more serious among colleagues and peers, where there is a veneer of equality. Envy is also destructive in democratic environments where overt displays of power are looked down upon. Be extra sensitive in such environments. The filmmaker Ingmar Bergman was hounded by Swedish tax authorities because he stood out in a country where standing out from the crowd is frowned on. It is almost impossible to avoid envy in such cases, and there is little you can do but accept it graciously and take none of it personally. As Thoreau once said, envy is die tax which all distinction must pay. Image, a garden of weeds. You may not feed them, but they spread as you water the garden. You may not see how, but they take over, tall and ugly, preventing anything beautiful from flourishing. Before it is too late, do not water indiscriminately. Destroy the weeds of envy by giving them nothing to feed on. Authority, upon occasion, reveal a harmless defect in your character. For the envious accuse the most perfect of sinning by having no sins. They become an Argus, all eyes for finding fault with excellency is their only consolation. Do not let envy burst with its own venom effect some lapse in valor or intellect, so as to disarm it beforehand. You thus wave your red cape before the horns of envy, in order to save your immortality. Baltasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Reversal. The reason for being careful with the envious is that they are so indirect, and will find innumerable ways to undermine you. But treading carefully around them will often only make their envy worse. They sense that you are being cautious, and it registers as yet another sign of your superiority. That is Why you must act before envy takes root. Once envy is there, however, whether through your fault or not, it is sometimes best to effect the opposite approach. Display the utmost disdain for those who envy you. Instead of hiding your perfection, make it obvious. Make every new triumph an opportunity to make the envious squirm. Your good fortune and power become their living hell. If you attain a position of unimpeachable power, their envy will have no effect on you, and you will have the best revenge of all. They are trapped in envy while you are free in your power. This is how Michelangelo triumphed over die venomous architect Bramante, who turned Pope Julius against Michelangelo's design for his tomb. Bramante envied Michelangelo's godlike skills. Into this one triumph the aborted tomb project the thought to add another, by pushing the Pope to commission Michelangelo to paint the murals in the Sistine Chapel. The project would take years, during which Michelangelo would accomplish no more of his brilliant sculptures. Furthermore, Bramante considered Michelangelo not nearly as skilled in painting as in sculpture. The chapel would spoil his image as the perfect artist. Michelangelo saw the trap and wanted to turn down the commission, but he could not refuse the Pope, so he accepted it without complaint. Then, however, he used Bramante's envy to spur him to greater heights, making the Sistine Chapel his most perfect work of all. Every time Bramante heard of it or saw it, he felt more oppressed by his own envy. Die sweetest and most lasting revenge you can exact on die envious. Know how to triumph over envy and malice. Here, contempt, although prudent, counts, indeed, for little. Magnanimity is better. A good word concerning one who speaks evil of you cannot be praised too highly. There is no revenge more heroic than that brought about by those merits and attainments which frustrate and torment the envious. Every stroke of good fortune is a further twist of the rope round the neck of the ill-disposed, and the heaven of the envied is hell for the envious. To convert your good fortune into poison for your enemies is held to be the most severe punishment you can inflict on them. The envious man dies not only once but as many times as the person he envies lives. To hear the voice of praise, the eternity of the latter's fame is the measure of the former's punishment. The one is immortal in his glory, the latter in his misery. The trumpet of fame, which sounds immortality for the one, heralds death for the other, who is sentenced to be choked to death on his own envy. Balthasar Gracian, 1601–1658. Law 47. Do not go past the mark you aimed for. In victory, learn when to stop. Judgment. The moment of victory is often the moment of greatest peril. In the heat of victory, arrogance and overconfidence can push you past the goal you had aimed for, and by going too far, you make more enemies than you defeat. Do not allow success to go to your head. There is no substitute for strategy and careful planning. Set a goal, and when you reach it, stop. Transgression of the law. In 559 BC, a young man named Cyrus gathered an immense army from the scattered tribes of Persia and marched against his grandfather Astyages, king of the Medes. He defeated Astyages with ease, had himself crowned king of Media and Persia, and began to forge the Persian Empire. Victory followed victory in quick succession. Cyrus defeated Croesus, ruler of Lydia, then conquered the Ionian Islands and other smaller kingdoms. He marched on Babylon and crushed it. Now he was known as Cyrus the Great, king of the world. After capturing the riches of Babylon, Cyrus set his sights on the east, on the half-barbaric tribes of the Machiavelli, a vast realm on the Caspian Sea. A fierce warrior race led by Queen Tamaris, the Machiavelli lacked the riches of Babylon. But Cyrus decided to attack them anyway, believing himself superhuman and incapable of defeat. The Machiavelli would fall easily to his vast armies, making his empire immense. In 529 BC, then, Cyrus marched to the wide river Araxes, gateway to the kingdom of the Machiavelli. As he set up camp on the western bank, he received a message from Queen Tomyris, king of the Medes. She told him, "I advise you to abandon this enterprise, for you cannot know if in the end it will do you any good. Rule your own people, and try to bear the sight of me ruling mine. But of course you will refuse my advice, as the last dying you wish for is to live in peace." Tomyris, confident of her army's strength and not wishing to delay the inevitable bat, offered to withdraw troops on her side of the river, allowing Cyrus to cross its waters safely and fight her army on the eastern side, if it was his desire. Cyrus agreed, but instead of engaging the enemy directly, he decided to play a trick. The Machiavelli knew few luxuries. Once Cyrus had crossed the river and made his camp on the eastern side, he set the table for an elaborate banquet, full of meat, delicacies, and strong wine. Then he left his weakest troops in the camp and withdrew the rest of the army to the river. A large Machiavelli detachment soon attacked the camp and killed all of the Persian soldiers in a fierce bat. Then, overwhelmed by the fabulous feast that had been left behind, they ate and drank to their heart's content. Later, inevitably, they fell asleep. The Persian army returned to the camp that night, killing many of Dai's sleeping soldiers and capturing Dai rest. Among the prisoners was Dai's general, a youth named Spargopizes, son of Queen Tomyris. When Dai queen learned what had happened, she sent a message to Cyrus, chiding him for using tricks to defeat her army. "Now listen to me," she wrote, "and I will advise you. For your own good, give me back my son and leave my country with your forces intact, and be content with your triumph over a third part of the Machiavelli. If you refuse, I swear by the sun our master to give you more blood than you can drink, for all your gluttony." Cyrus scoffed at her. He would not release her son. He would crush these barbarians. The queen's son, seeing he would not be released, could not stand the v.mmm.ohioskaki.kki. Two cockerels fought on a dung heap. One cockerel was the stronger. He vanquished the other and drove him from the dung heap. All the hens gathered around the cockerel and began to laud him. The cockerel wanted his strength and glory to be known in the next yard. He flew on top of the barn, flapped his wings, and crowed in a loud voice, "Look at me, all of you. I am a victorious cockerel. No other cockerel in the world has such strength as I." The cockerel had not finished, when an eagle killed him, seized him in his claws, and carried him to his nest. Tables. Leo Tolstoy, 1828–1910. In all your cross-examinations, most important of all, let me repeal the injunction to be ever on the alert for a good place to stop. Nothing can be more important than to see you, your examination with a triumph. So many lawyers succeed in catching a witness in a serious contradiction, but, not satisfied with this, go on asking questions, and taper off their examination until the effect upon the jury of their former advantage is lost altogether. The Art Zero Cross-Examination, Francis L. Phi. Mann, 1913. We read of many instances of this kind, for the general, who by his valor has conquered a state for his master, and won great glory for himself by his victory over the enemy, and has loaded his soldiers with rich booty, acquires necessarily with his own soldiers as well as with those of the enemy and with the subjects of the prince, so high a reputation that his very victory may become distasteful, and a cause for apprehension to his prince. For as the humiliation, and so he killed himself. The news of her son's death overwhelmed Thamyris. She gathered all the forces that she could muster in her kingdom, and whipping them into a vengeful frenzy, engaged Cyrus's troops in a violent and bloody battle. Finally, the Massagetae prevailed. In their anger they decimated the Persian army, killing Cyrus himself. After the battle, Thamyris and her soldiers searched the battlefield for Cyrus's corpse. When she found it, she cut off his head and shoved it into a wineskin full of human blood, crying out, "Though I have conquered you and live, yet you have ruined me by treacherously taking my son. See now I fulfill my tirade, you have your fill of blood." After Cyrus's death, the Persian Empire quickly unraveled. One act of arrogance undid all of Cyrus's good work. Interpretation. There is nothing more intoxicating than victory, and nothing more dangerous. Cyrus had built his great empire on the ruins of a previous one. 100 years earlier, the powerful Assyrian Empire had been totally destroyed, its once splendid capital of Nineveh but ruins in the sand. The Assyrians had suffered this fate because they had pushed too far, destroying one city-state after another until they lost sight of the purposes of their victories, and also of the costs. They overextended themselves and made many enemies who were finally able to band together and destroy them. Cyrus ignored the lesson of Assyria. He paid no heed to the warnings of oracles and advisors. He did not worry about offending a queen. His many victories had gone to his head, clouding his reason. Instead of consolidating his already vast empire, he pushed forward. Instead of recognizing each situation as different, he thought each new war would bring the same result as the one before as long as he used the methods he knew, ruthless force and cunning. Understand, in the realm of power, you must be guided by reason. To let a momentary thrill or an emotional victory influence or guide your moves will prove fatal. When you attain success, step back. Be cautious. When you gain victory, understand the part played by the particular circumstances of a situation, and never simply repeat the same actions again and again. History is littered with the ruins of victorious empires and die corpses of leaders who could not learn to stop and consolidate their gains. Observance of the law. No single person in history has occupied a more delicate and precarious position than the king's mistress. She had no real or legitimate power base to fall back on in times of trouble. She was surrounded by packs of envious courtiers, eagerly anticipating her fall from grace, and finally, since die source of her power was usually her physical beauty, for most royal mistresses' mat fall was inevitable and unpleasant. King Louis XV of France began to keep official mistresses. In the early days of his reign, each woman's good fortune rarely lasting more than a few years. But men came Madame de Pompadour, who, when she was a middle-class child of 9 named Jean Poisson, had been told by a fortune-teller that she would someday be the king's favorite. This seemed an absurd dream, since die royal mistress almost always came from the aristocracy. Jean nevertheless believed herself destined to seduce the king, and doing so became her obsession. She applied herself to the talents the king's favorite had to have: music, dancing, acting, horseback riding. And she excelled in every one of them. As a young woman, she married a man of the lower nobility, which gave her an entree to the best salons in Paris. Word quickly spread of her beauty, talent, charm, and intelligence. Jean Poussin became close friends with Voltaire, Montesquieu, and other great minds of the time, but she never lost sight of the goal she had set herself as a girl, to capture the heart of the king. Her husband had a chateau in a forest where the king would often go hunting, and she began to spend a lot of time there. Studying his movements like a hawk, she would make sure he would happen to come upon her while she was out walking in her most alluring dress, or riding in her splendid coach. The king began to take note of her, making her gifts of die game he caught in the hunt. In 1744 Louis's current mistress, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, died. Jean went on the offensive. She placed herself everywhere he would be, at masked balls at Versailles, at the opera, wherever their paths would cross, and wherever she could display her many talents, dancing, singing, writing, coquetry. The king finally succumbed to her charms, and in a ceremony at Versailles in September of 1745, Di's 24-year-old daughter of a middle-class banking agent was officially inaugurated as the king's mistress. She was given her own room in the palace, a room the king could enter at any time via a hidden stairway and back door. And because some of the courtiers were angry that he had chosen a woman of low origins, he made her a marquise. From now on she would be known as Madame de Pompadour. The king was a man whom Di's slightest feeling of boredom would oppress out of proportion. Madame de Pompadour knew that keeping him under her spell meant keeping him amused. To that end she put on constant theatrical productions at Versailles, in which she starred. She organized elaborate hunting parties, masked balls, and whatever else it would take to keep him diverted outside the bedroom. She became a patroness of the arts, and the arbiter of taste and fashion for all of France. Her enemies at the court only grew in number with each new success, but Madame de Pompadour thwarted Diem in a totally novel way. For a king's mistress, with extreme politeness, snobs who resented her for her low birth she won over with charm and grace. Most unusual of all, she befriended Di Queen, and insisted Mat Louis XV pay more attention to his wife, and treat her more kindly. Even the royal family begrudgingly gave her their support. 2. Nature of men is ambitious as well as suspicious, and puts no limits to one's good fortune. It is not impossible that the suspicion that may suddenly be aroused in the mind of the prince by the victory of the general may have been aggravated by some haughty expressions or insolent acts on his part, so that the prince will naturally be made to think of securing himself against the ambition of his general. And to do this, the means that suggest themselves to him are either to have the general killed, or to deprive him of that reputation which he has acquired with the prince's army and the people, by using every means to prove that the general's victory was not due to his skill and courage, but to chance, and the cowardice of the enemy, or to the sagacity of the other captains who were with him in that action. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. A man who was famous as a tree climber was guiding someone in climbing a tall tree. He ordered the man to cut the top branches, and, during this time, when the man seemed to be in great danger, the expert said nothing. Only when the man was coming down and had reached the height of the eaves did the expert call out, "Be careful. Watch your step coming down." I asked him, "Why did you say that at that height he could jump the rest of the way if he chose?" "That's the point," said the expert. As long as the man was up at a dizzy height and the branches were threatening to break, he himself was so afraid. I said nothing. Mistakes are always made when people get to the easy places. This man belonged to the lowest class, but his words were in perfect accord with the precepts of the sages. In football too, they say that after you have kicked out of a difficult place and you think the next one will be easier, you are sure to miss the ball. Essays in Idleness. Kenko. Japan. 14th century. Crown or glory, Dai King made her a duchess. Her sway was felt even in politics, indeed she became the untitled Minister of Foreign Affairs. In 1751, when Madame de Pompadour was at the height of her power, she experienced her worst crisis. Physically weakened by dire responsibilities of her position, she found it increasingly difficult to meet Dai King's demands in bed. This was usually the point at which Dai Mistress would meet her end, struggling to maintain her position as her beauty faded. But Madame de Pompadour had a strategy. She encouraged the king to set up a kind of brothel, aux serfs, on the grounds of Versailles. Their Dai middle-aged king could have liaisons with Dai most beautiful young girls in the realm. Madame de Pompadour knew Dai her charm and her political acumen had made her indispensable to the king. What did she have to fear from a 16-year-old who had none of her power and presence? What did it matter if she lost her position in the bedroom, as long as she remained the most powerful woman in France? To secure Dai at position, she became still closer friends with the queen, with whom she started attending church. Although her enemies at the court conspired to have her toppled from her official position as king's mistress, Dai King kept her on, for he needed her calming effect. It was only when her part in the disastrous 7 Years' War drew much criticism on her that she slowly withdrew from public affairs. Madame de Pompadour's health had always been delicate, and she died at the age of 43, in 1764. Her reign as mistress had lasted an unprecedented 20 years. She was regretted by all, wrote the Duc de Croix, for she was kindly and helpful to everyone who approached her. Interpretation. Aware of Dai temporariness of her power, Dai King's mistress would often go into a kind of frenzy after capturing Dai King. She would try to accumulate as much money as possible to protect her after her inevitable fall, and to extend her reign as long as possible. She would be ruthless with her enemies in the court. Her situation, in odier words, seemed to demand from her a greed and vindictiveness. Diet would often be her undoing. Madame de Pompadour succeeded where all others had failed because she never pressed her good fortune. Instead of bullying Dai courtiers from her powerful position as Dai King's mistress, she tried to win their support. She never revealed Dai's slightest hint of greed or arrogance. When she could no longer perform her physical duties as mistress, she did not fret at the tie-out of someone replacing her in bed. She simply applied some strategy. She encouraged the king to take young lovers, knowing that the younger and prettier they were, the less of a dereet they posed, since Dai could not compare to her in charm and sophistication, and would soon bore Dai monarch. Success plays strange tricks on Dai mind. It makes you feel invulnerable, while also making you more hostile and emotional when people challenge your power. It makes you less able to adapt to circumstance. You come to believe your character is more responsible for your success than your strategizing and planning. Like Madame de Pompadour, you need to realize that your moment of triumph is also a moment when you have to rely on cunning and strategy all the more. Consolidating your power base, recognizing the role of luck and circumstance in your success, and remaining vigilant against changes in your good fortune. It is the moment of victory when you need to play the courtier's game and pay more attention than ever to the laws of power. The greatest danger occurs at the moment of victory. Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769 to 1821. Keys to power. Power has its own rhythms and patterns. Those who succeed at the game are the ones who control the patterns and vary them at will, keeping people off balance while they set the tempo. The essence of strategy is controlling what comes next, and the elation of victory can upset your ability to control what comes next in two ways. First, you owe your success to a pattern that you are apt to try to repeat. You will try to keep moving in the same direction without stopping to see whether this is still the direction that is best for you. Second, success tends to go to your head and make you emotional. Feeling invulnerable, you make aggressive moves. It ultimately undo the victory you have gained. The lesson is simple: the powerful vary dire rhythms and patterns, change course, adapt to circumstance, and learn to improvise. Rather than letting their dancing feet impel them forward, they step back and look where they are going. It is as if their bloodstream bore a kind of antidote to the intoxication of victory, letting them control their emotions and come to a kind of mental halt when they have attained success. They steady themselves, give themselves the space to reflect on what has happened, examine the role of circumstance and luck in their success. As they say in writing school, you have to be able to control yourself before you can control the horse. Luck and circumstance always play a role in power. This is inevitable and actually makes the game more interesting. But despite what you may think, good luck is more dangerous than bad luck. Bad luck teaches valuable lessons about patience, timing, and the need to be prepared for the worst. Good luck deludes you into the opposite lesson, making you think your brilliance will carry you to rough. Your fortune will inevitably turn, and when it does you will be completely unprepared. According to Machiavelli, this is what undid Cesare Borgia. He had many triumphs, was actually a clever strategist, but had the bad luck to have good luck. He had a pope for a fattier. Then, when he had bad luck for real, his father's dean was unprepared for it, and the many mice he had made devoured him. The good luck diet elevates you or seals your success, brings the moment for you to open your eyes. The wheel of fortune will hurtle you down as easily as up. If you prepare for the fall, it is less likely to ruin you when it happens. People who have a run of success can catch a kind of fever, and even when they themselves try to stay calm, the people below them often pressure them to go past their mark and into dangerous waters. You have to have a strategy for dealing with these people. Simply preaching moderation will make you look weak and small-minded. Seeming to fail to follow up on a victory can lessen your power. When the Athenian general and statesman Pericles led a series of naval campaigns around the Black Sea in 436 BC, his easy triumphs inflamed the Athenians' desire for more. They dreamed of conquering Egypt, overrunning Persia, sailing for Sicily. On the one hand, Pericles reined in these dangerous emotions by warning of the perils of hubris. On the other hand, he fed them by fighting small battles that he knew he could win, creating the appearance that he was preserving the momentum of success. The skill with which Pericles played this game is revealed by what happened. When he died, the demagogues took over, pushed Athens into invading Sicily, and in one rash move destroyed an empire. The rhythm of power often requires an alternation of force and cunning. Too much force creates a counter-reaction. Too much cunning, no matter how cunning it is, becomes predictable. Working on behalf of his master, Shogun Oda Nobunaga, the great 16th century Japanese general and future emperor, Hideyoshi once engineered a stunning victory over the army of the formidable General Yoshimoto. The shogun wanted to go further, to take on and crush yet another powerful enemy, but Hideyoshi reminded him of the old Japanese saying, when you have won a victory, tighten the strings of your helmet. For Hideyoshi this was moment for the shogun to switch from force to cunning and indirection, setting his enemies against one another through a series of deceptive alliances. In Dai's way he would avoid stirring up needless opposition by appearing overly aggressive. When you are victorious, tie in, lie low, and lull the enemy into inaction. These changes of rhythm are immensely powerful. People who go past the mark are often motivated by a desire to please a master by proving their dedication. But an excessive effort exposes you to die risk of making the master suspicious of you. On several occasions, generals under Philip of Macedon were disgraced and demoted immediately after leading dire troops to a great victory. One more such victory, Philip thought, and the man might become a rival instead of an underling. When you serve a master, it is often wise to measure your victories carefully, letting him get glory and never making him uneasy. It is also wise to establish a pattern of strict obedience to earn his trust. In the 4th century BC, a captain under Dai notoriously severe Chinese General Wu Qi charged ahead before a bat had begun and came back with several enemy heads. He had shown his fiery enthusiasm, but Wu Qi was unimpressed. A talented officer, Dai General said with a sigh as he ordered the man beheaded, but a disobedient one. Another moment when a small success can spoil the chances for a larger one may come if a master or superior grants you a favor. It is a dangerous mistake to ask for more. You will seem insecure, perhaps you feel you did not deserve this favor, and have to grab as much as you can when you have the chance, which may not come again. The proper response is to accept the favor graciously and withdraw any subsequent favors you should earn without having to ask for them. Finally, the moment when you stop has great dramatic import. What comes last sticks in the mind as a kind of exclamation point. There is no better time to stop and walk away than after a victory. Keep going and you risk lessening the effect, even ending up defeated. As lawyers say of cross-examination, always stop with a victory. Image, Icarus falling from the sky. His father deadless. Fashions wings of wax that allow the two men to fly out of the labyrinth and escape the Minotaur. Elated by the triumphant escape and the feeling of flight, Icarus soars higher and higher, until the sun melts the wings and he hurtles to his death. Authority, princes and republics should content themselves with victory, for when they aim at more, they generally lose. The use of insulting language toward an enemy arises from the insolence of victory, or from the false hope of victory, which latter misleads men as often in their actions as in their words, for when this false hope takes possession of the mind, it makes men go beyond the mark and causes them to sacrifice a certain good for an uncertain better. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527. Reversal. As Machiavelli says, either destroy a man or leave him alone entirely. Inflicting half punishment or mild injury will only create an enemy whose bitterness will grow with time, and who will take revenge. When you beat an enemy, then make your victory complete. Crush him into non-existence. In the moment of victory, you do not restrain yourself from crushing the enemy you have defeated, but rather from needlessly advancing against others. Be merciless with your enemy, but do not create new enemies by overreaching. There are some who become more cautious than ever. After a victory, which they see as just giving them more possessions to worry about and protect. Your caution after victory should never make you hesitate, or lose momentum, but rather act as a safeguard against rash action. On the other hand, momentum as a phenomenon is greedy. Overrated. You create your own successes, and if they follow one upon the odor, it is your own doing. Belief in momentum will only make you emotional, less prone to act strategically, and more apt to repeat the same methods. Leave momentum for those who have nothing better to rely upon. Law 48. Assume formlessness. Judgment. By taking a shape, by having a visible plan, you open yourself to attack. Instead of taking a form for your enemy to grasp, keep yourself adaptable and on the move. Accept the fact that nothing is certain and no law is fixed. The best way to protect yourself is to be as fluid and formless as water. Never bet on stability or lasting order. Everything changes. In martial arts, it is important that strategy unfathomable, that form concealed, and that movements unexpected, so that preparedness against then impossible. What enables a good general to win without fail is always having unfathomable wisdom and a modus operandi that leaves no tracks. Only the formless cannot be affected. Sages hide in unfathomability, so their feelings cannot be observed. They operate in formlessness, so their lines cannot be crossed. China. What crime have I committed that I should be thus mutilated by my own master? Pensively exclaimed Jowker, a young mastiff. Here's a pretty condition for a dog of my pretensions. How can I show my face among my friends / O king of beasts, or rather their tyrant, who would dare to treat you thus? His complaints were not unfounded, for that very morning, his master, despite the piercing shrieks of our young friend, had transgression of the law. By the 8th century BC, the city-states of Greece had grown so large and prosperous that they had run out of land to support dire expanding populations. So they turned to the sea, establishing colonies in Asia Minor, Sicily, the Italian peninsula, even Africa. The city-state of Sparta, however, was landlocked and surrounded by mountains. Lacking access to the Mediterranean, the Spartans never became a seafaring people. Instead, they turned on the cities around Diem, and, in a series of brutal, violent conflicts lasting more than 100 years, managed to conquer an immense area. Diet would provide enough land for dire citizens. This solution to dire problem, however, brought a new, more formidable one. How could Dai maintain and police dire conquered territories? The subordinate peoples Dai ruled now outnumbered Diem 10-1. Surely we as horde would take a horrible revenge on Diem. Sparta's solution was to create a society dedicated to Dai art of war. Spartans would be tougher, stronger, and fiercer than dire neighbors. This was the only way Dai could ensure dire stability and survival. When a Spartan boy reached the age of 7, he was taken from his mother and placed in a military club where he was trained to fight and underwent the strictest discipline. The boys slept on beds of reeds. Dai were allotted only one outer garment to wear for an entire year. They studied none of Dai arts. Indeed, the Spartans banned music, and permitted only slaves to practice Dai crafts. Diet were necessary to sustain Diem. The only skills Dai Spartans taught were dios of warfare. Children seen as weaklings were left to die in a cavern in Dai mountains. No system of money or trading was allowed in Sparta. Acquired wealthy, Dai believed, would sow selfishness and dissension, weakening dire warrior discipline. The only way a Spartan could earn a living was tyro-agriculture, mostly on state-owned lands, which slaves, called helots, would work for him. The Spartan's single-mindedness allowed time to forge the most powerful infantry in the world. They marched in perfect order and fought with incomparable bravery. Their tight-knit phalanxes could vanquish an army 10 times dire size, as Dai proved in defeating the Persians at Thermopylae. A Spartan column on Dai march would strike terror in Dai enemy. It seemed to have no weaknesses. Yet although Dai Spartans proved to themselves mighty warriors, Tai had no interest in creating an empire. They only wanted to keep what Dai had already conquered and to defend it against invaders. Decades would pass without a single change in the system. Dai had succeeded so well in preserving Sparta's status quo. At the same time Dai Spartans were evolving dire warlike culture, and Odir city-state was rising to equal prominence. Asians, unlike Sparta, Attians had taken to Dai Sea, not so much to create colonies as for purposes of trade. The Attianians became great merchants. Dire currency, famous all coins, spread throughout the Mediterranean. Unlike the rigid Spartans, the Attianians responded to every problem with consummate creativity, adapting to the occasion and creating new social forms and new arts at an incredible pace. Their society was in constant flux, and as their power grew, they came to pose a threat to the defense-minded Spartans. In 431 BC, the war that had been brewing between Athens and Sparta for so long finally erupted. It lasted 27 years, but after many twists of fortune, the Spartan war machine finally emerged victorious. The Spartans now commanded an empire, and this time UE could not stay in their shell. If they gave up what they had gained, the beaten Athenians would regroup and rise against them, and the long war would have been fought for naught. After the war, Athenian money poured into Sparta. The Spartans had been trained in warfare, not politics or economics, because they were so unaccustomed to it. Wealth and its accompanying ways of life seduced and overwhelmed them. Spartan governors were sent to rule what had been Athenian lands. Far from home, they succumbed to the worst forms of corruption. Sparta had defeated Athens, but the fluid Athenian way of life was slowly breaking down its discipline and loosening its rigid order. And Athens, meanwhile, was adapting to losing its empire, managing to thrive as a cultural and economic center. Confused by a change in its status quo, Sparta grew weaker and weaker. Some 30 years after defeating Athens, it lost an important bat with the city-state of Thebes. Almost overnight, this once mighty nation collapsed, never to recover. Interpretation. In the evolution of species, protective armor has almost always spelled disaster. Although there are a few exceptions, the shell most often becomes a dead end for the animal. Encased in it, it slows the creature down, making it hard for it to forage for food and making it a target for fast-moving predators. Animals that take to the sea or sky, and that move swiftly and unpredictably, are infinitely more powerful and secure in facing a serious problem controlling superior numbers. Sparta reacted like an animal that develops a shell to protect itself from the environment. But like a turtle, the Spartans sacrificed mobility for safety. They managed to preserve stability for 300 years, but at what cost? They had no culture beyond warfare, no arts to relieve the tension, a constant anxiety about the status quo. While their neighbors took to the sea, learning to adapt to a world of constant motion, the Spartans entombed themselves in their own system. Victory would mean new lands to govern, which Tfi did not want, defeat would mean the end of their military machine, which they did not want either. Only stasis allowed them to survive. But nothing in the world can remain stable forever, and the shell or system you evolve for your protection will someday prove your undoing. In the case of Sparta, it was not the armies of Athens that defeated it, but the Athenian money. Money flows everywhere it has the opportunity to go. It cannot be controlled, or made to fit a prescribed pattern. It is inherently chaotic. And in the long run, money made Athens the conqueror. Barbarously cut off his long pendant ears. Jowler expected nothing less than to give up the ghost. As he advanced in years, he perceived that he gained more than he had lost by his mutilation, for, being naturally inclined to fight with others, he would often have returned home with this part disfigured in 100 places. A quarrelsome dog always has his ears lacerated. The less we leave others to lay hold of, the better. When one has but one point to defend, it should be protected for fear of accident. Take for example Master Jowler, who, being armed with a spiked collar, and having about as much ear as a bird, a wolf would be puzzled to know where to tackle him. Fables. Jean de La Fontaine, 1621–1695. One seductive and ultimately always fatal path has been the development of protective armor. An organism can protect itself by concealment, by swiftness in flight, by effective counterattack, by uniting for attack and defense with other individuals of its species, and also by encasing itself within bony plates and spines. Almost always the experiment of armor failed. Creatures adopting it tended to become unwieldy. They had to move relatively slowly. Hence, they were forced to live mainly on vegetable food, and thus, in general, they were at a disadvantage as compared with foes living on more rapidly profitable animal food. The repeated failure of protective armor shows that, even at a somewhat low evolutionary level, mind triumphed over mere matter. It is this sort of triumph which has been supremely exemplified in man. Scientific Theory and Religion. E. W. Barnes, 1933. By infiltrating the Spartan system and corroding its protective armor. In the battle between the two systems, Athens was fluid and creative enough to take new forms, while Sparta could grow only more rigid until it cracked. This is the way the world works, whether for animals, cultures, or individuals. In the face of the world's harshness and danger, organisms of any kind develop protect a coat of armor, a rigid system, a comforting ritual. For the short term it may work, but for the long term it spells disaster. People weighed down by a system and inflexible ways of doing things cannot move fast, cannot sense or adapt to change. They lumber around more and more slowly until they go the way of the brontosaurus. Learn to move fast and adapt or you will be eaten. The best way to avoid DI's fate is to assume formlessness. No predator alive can attack what it cannot see. Observance of the law. When World War II ended and the Japanese, who had invaded China in 1937, had finally been thrown out, the Chinese nationalists, led by Chiang Kai-shek, decided the time had come to annihilate the Chinese communists, their hated rivals, once and for all. They had almost succeeded in 1935, forcing the communists into the Long March. The grueling retreat had greatly diminished their numbers. Although the communists had recovered somewhat during the war against Japan, it would not be difficult to defeat them now. They controlled only isolated areas in the countryside, had unsophisticated weaponry, lacked any military experience or training beyond mountain fighting. and controlled no important parts of China, except areas of Manchuria, which they had managed to take after Japanese retreat. Chiang decided to commit his best forces in Manchuria. He would take over its major cities and from those bases would spread through this northern industrial region, sweeping the communists away. Once Manchuria had fallen, the communists would collapse. In 1945 and 46 the plan worked perfectly. The nationalists easily took the major Manchurian cities. Puzzlingly, though, in the face of this critical campaign, the communist strategy made no sense. When the nationalists began their push, the communists dispersed to Manchuria's most out-of-the-way corners. Their small units harassed the nationalist armies, ambushing them here, retreating unexpectedly to here, but Thai's dispersed units never linked up, making them hard to attack. They would seize a town, only to give it up a few weeks later. Forming neither rear guards nor vanguards, they moved like Mercury, never staying in one place, elusive and formless. The nationalists ascribed this to two things: cowardice in face of superior forces and inexperience in strategy. Mao Zedong, communist leader, was more a poet and philosopher than a general, whereas Chiang had studied warfare in West and was a follower of German military writer Carl Von Clausewitz, among others. Yet a pattern did eventually emerge in Mao's attacks. After the nationalists had taken the cities, leaving the communists to occupy what was generally considered Manchuria's useless space, the communists started using that large space to surround the cities. If Chiang sent an army from one city to reinforce another, communists would encircle the rescuing army. Chiang's forces were slowly broken into smaller and smaller units, isolated from one another, their lines of supply and communication cut. The nationalists still had superior firepower, but if Dai could not move, what good was it? A kind of terror overcame the nationalist soldiers. Commanders comfortably remote from the front lines might laugh at Mao, but the soldiers had fought the communists in mountains, and had come to fear their elusiveness. Now, these soldiers sat in their cities and watched as their fast-moving enemies, as fluid as water, poured in on them from all sides. There seemed to be millions of them. The communists also encircled the soldiers' spirits, bombarding them with propaganda to lower their morale and pressure them to desert. The nationalists began to surrender in their minds. Their encircled and isolated cities started collapsing even before being directly attacked. One after another fell in quick succession. In November of 1948, the nationalists surrendered Manchuria to the communists, a humiliating blow to the technically superior nationalist army, and one that proved decisive in the war. By the following year the communists controlled all of China. Interpretation: the two board games that best approximate tile strategies of war are chess and the Asian game of Go. In chess the board is small. In comparison to Go, the attack comes relatively quickly, forcing a decisive bat. It rarely pays to withdraw or to sacrifice your pieces, which must be concentrated at key areas. Go is much less formal. It is played on a large grid, with 361 intersections, nearly 6 times as many positions as in chess. Black and white stones, one color for each side, are placed on the board's intersections, one at a time, wherever you like. Once all your stones, 52 for each side, are on the board, the object is to isolate stones of your opponent by encircling them. A game of Go called Wei Qi in China can last up to 300 moves. The strategy is more subtle and fluid than Chess, developing slowly, the more complex the pattern your stones initially create on die board, the harder it is for your opponent to understand your strategy. Fighting to control a particular area is not worth the trouble. You have to think in larger terms, to be prepared to sacrifice an area in order eventually to dominate the board. What you are after is not an entrenched position but mobility. With mobility you can isolate the opponent in small areas and men encircle them. The aim is not to kill off the opponent's pieces directly, as in chess, but to induce a kind of paralysis and collapse. Chess is linear, position-oriented, and aggressive. Go is non-linear and fluid. Aggression is in the sage neither seeks to follow the ways of the ancients, nor establishes any fixed standard for all times but examines the things of his age and then prepares to deal with them. There was in Sun a man, who tilled a field in which there stood the trunk of a tree. Once a hare, while running fast, rushed against the trunk, broke its neck, and died. Thereupon, the man cast his plow aside and watched that tree, hoping that he would get another hare. Yet he never caught another hare and was himself ridiculed by the people of Song. Now, supposing somebody wanted to govern the people of the present age with the policies of the early kings, he would be doing exactly the same thing as that man who watched the tree. Han Fei-tzu, Chinese philosopher, 3rd century BC. General Rommel surpassed Patton as a creative intellect. Rommel shunned military formalism. He made no fixed plans beyond those intended for the initial clash. Thereafter, he tailored his tactics to meet specific situations as they arose. He was a lightning-fast decision-maker, physically maintaining a pace that matched his active mentality. In a forbidding sea of sand, he operated in a free environment. Once Rommel ruptured the British lines in Africa, he had the whole northern part of the continent open to him, comparatively free from the hamstringing authority of Berlin, disregarding orders even from Hitler himself. On occasion, Rommel implemented one successful operation after another until he had most of North Africa under his control and Cairo trembling at his feet. The Art of Winning Wars. James Mrazek, 1968. Wrecked until the end of the game, when the winner can surround the opponent's stones at an accelerated pace. Chinese military strategists have been influenced by Go for centuries. Its proverbs have been applied to wartime and again. Mao Zedong was an addict of Wei Qi, and its precepts were ingrained in his strategies. A key Wei Qi concept, for example, is to use the size of the board to your advantage, spreading out in every direction so that your opponent cannot fathom your movements in a simple linear way. Every Chinese, Mao once wrote, should consciously throw himself into this war of a jigsaw pattern against the nationalists. Place your men in a jigsaw pattern and go, and your opponent loses himself trying to figure out what you are up to. Either he wastes time pursuing you or, like Chiang Kai-shek, he assumes you are incompetent and fails to protect himself. And if he concentrates on single areas, as Western strategy advises, he becomes a sitting duck for encirclement. In Dai Wei Qi way of war, you encircle the enemy's brain, using mind games, propaganda, and irritation tactics to confuse and dishearten. This was the strategy of the communists, and apparent formlessness disoriented and terrified their enemy. Where chess is linear and direct, the ancient game of Go is closer to the kind of strategy that will prove relevant in a world where battles are fought indirectly, in vast, loosely connected areas. Its strategies are abstract and multidimensional, inhabiting a plane beyond time and space. Dai strategist's mind. In this fluid form of warfare, you value movement over position. Your speed and mobility make it impossible to predict your moves, unable to understand you. Your enemy can form no strategy to defeat you. Instead of fixing on particular spots, DI's indirect form of warfare spreads out, just as you can use the large and disconnected nature of DI real world to your advantage. Be like a vapor. Do not give your opponents anything solid to attack. Watch as DI exhaust themselves pursuing you, trying to cope with your elusiveness. Only formlessness allows you to truly surprise your enemies. By time they figure out where you are and what you are up to, it is too late. When you want to fight us, we don't let you and you can't find us. But when we want to fight you, we make sure that you can't get away and we hit you squarely and wipe you out. The enemy advances. We retreat. The enemy camps. We harass. The enemy tires. We attack. The enemy retreats. We pursue. Mao Zedong, 1893–1976. Keys to power. The human animal is distinguished by its constant creation of forms. Rarely expressing its emotions directly, it gives them form through language, or derive socially acceptable rituals. We cannot communicate our emotions witty out of form. The forms that we create, however, change constantian fashion, in style, in all those human phenomena representing the mood of the moment. We are constantly altering the forms we have inherited from previous generations, and these changes are signs of life and vitality. Indeed, the tilings that don't change, the forms that rigidify, come to look to us like death, and we destroy them. The young show this most clearly, uncomfortable with the forms that society imposes upon them. Having no set identity, they play with their own characters, trying on a variety of masks and poses to express themselves. This is the vitality that drives the motor of form, creating constant changes in style. The powerful are often people who in their youth have shown immense creativity in expressing something new through a new form. Society grants them power because it hungers for and rewards this sort of newness. The problem comes later, when they often grow conservative and possessive. They no longer dream of creating new forms. Their identities are set, their habits congeal, and their rigidity makes them easy targets. Everyone knows their next move. Instead of demanding respect, they elicit boredom. Get off the stage. We say, let someone else, someone younger, entertain us. When locked in the past, the powerful look comical. They are overripe fruit, waiting to fall from the tree. Power can only thrive if it is flexible in its forms. To be formless is not to be amorphous. Everything has a form. It is impossible to avoid. The formlessness of power is more like that of water, or mercury, taking the form of whatever is around it. Changing constantly, it is never predictable. The powerful are constantly creating form, and their power comes from the rapidity with which they can change. Their formlessness is in the eye of the enemy, who cannot see what they are up to and so has nothing solid to attack. This is the premier pose of power, ungraspable, as elusive and swift as the god Mercury, who could take any form he pleased and used this ability to wreak havoc on Mount Olympus. Human creations evolve toward abstraction, toward being more mental and less material. This evolution is clear in art, which, in this century, made the great discovery of abstraction and conceptualism. It can also be seen in politics, which over time have become less overtly violent, more complicated, indirect and cerebral. Warfare and strategy too have followed this pattern. Strategy began in the manipulation of armies on land, positioning them in ordered formations, On land, strategy is relatively two-dimensional and controlled by topography. But all the great powers have eventually taken to the sea for commerce and colonization. And to protect their trading lanes, they have had to learn how to fight at sea. Maritime warfare requires tremendous creativity and abstract thinking, since the lines are constantly shifting. Naval captains distinguish themselves by their ability to adapt to the literal fluidity of the terrain and to confuse the enemy with an abstract, hard-to-anticipate form. They are operating in a third dimension, the mind. Back on land, guerrilla warfare too demonstrates this evolution toward abstraction. T.E. Lawrence was perhaps the first modern strategist to detach, to carry out the instinctual inhibition demanded by the modern world and to be able to cope with the energy stasis which results from this inhibition. The ego has to undergo a change. The ego, i.e., that part of the person that is exposed to danger, becomes rigid, as we say, when it is continually subjected to the same or similar conflicts between need and a fear-inducing outer world. It acquires in this process a chronic, automatically functioning mode of reaction, i.e., its character FT is as if the affective personality armored itself. As if the hard shell it develops were intended to deflect and weaken the blows of the outer world as well as the clamoring of the inner needs. This armoring makes the person less sensitive to unpleasure, but also restricts his libidinal and aggressive motility and thus reduces his capacity for achievement and pleasure. We say the ego has become less flexible and more rigid, and that the ability to regulate the energy economy depends on the extent of the armoring. Wilhelm Reich, 1897–1957. Developed the theory behind this kind of warfare, and to put it into practice. His ideas influenced Mao, who found in his writings an uncanny Western equivalent to Weiqi. Lawrence was working with Arabs fighting for Tyre territory against the Turks. His idea was to make the Arabs blend into die vast desert, never providing a target, never collecting together in one place. As the Turks scrambled to fight this vaporous army, die spread themselves thin, wasting energy in moving from place to place. They had the superior firepower, but die Arabs kept the initiative by playing cat and mouse, giving die Turks nothing to hold on to, destroying their morale. Most wars were wars of contact. Ours should be a war of detachment, Lawrence wrote. We were to contain the enemy by silent tirade of a vast unknown desert, not disclosing ourselves till we attacked. This is the ultimate form of strategy. The war of engagement has become far too dangerous and costly. Indirection and elusiveness yield far better results at a much lower cost. The main cost, in fact, is mental. The dunking it takes to align your forces in scattered patterns, and to undermine the minds and psychology of your opponents. And nothing will infuriate and disorient them more than formlessness. In a world where wars of detachment are the order of day, formlessness is crucial. The first psychological requirement of formlessness is to train yourself to take nothing personally. Never show any defensiveness. When you act defensive, you show your emotions, revealing a clear form. Your opponents will realize they have hit a nerve, an Achilles heel, and die will hit it again and again. So train yourself to take nothing personally. Never let anyone get your back up. Be like a slippery ball. Till it cannot be held, let no one know what gets to you, or where your weakness is he. Make your face a formless mask, and you will infuriate and disorient your scheming colleagues and opponents. One man who used DI's technique was Baron James Rothschild. A German Jew in Paris, in a culture decidedly unfriendly to foreigners, Rothschild never took any attack on him personally or showed he had been hurt in any way. He furthermore adapted himself to the political climate. Whatever it was, the stiffly formal Restoration monarchy of Louis XVIII, die bourgeois reign of Louis Philippe, die Democratic Revolution of 1848, tie upstart Louis Napoleon, crowned emperor in 1852. Rothschild accepted them one and all, and blended in. He could afford to appear hypocritical or opportunistic because he was valued for his money, not his politics. His money was die currency of power. While he adapted and thrived, outwardly never showing a form, all die. Odier great families Tilet had begun die century immensely. Wealthy were ruined in the period's complicated shifts and turns of fortune. Attaching tie themselves to the past, they revealed their embrace of a form. Throughout history, the formless style of ruling has been most adeptly practiced by die queen who reigns alone. A queen is in a radically different position from a king, because she is a woman. Her subjects and courtiers are likely to doubt her ability to rule, her strength of character. If she favors one side in some ideological struggle, she is said to be acting out of emotional attachment. Yet if she represses her emotions and plays die authoritarian, in the male fashion, she arouses worse criticism still. Either by nature or by experience, then, queens tend to adopt a flexible style of governing that in die end often proves more powerful than the more direct, male form. Two female leaders exemplifying die formless style of rule are Queen Elizabeth of England and Empress Catherine the Great of Russia. In die violent wars between Catholics and Protestants, Elizabeth steered a middle course. She avoided alliances that would commit her to one side, and that over time would harm the country. She managed to keep her country at peace until it was strong enough for war. Her reign was one of the most glorious in history because of her incredible capacity to adapt and her flexible ideology. Caesarin die Great too evolved an improvisatory style of governing. After she deposed her husband, Emperor Peter II, taking sole control of Russia in 1762, no one thought she would survive. But she had no preconceived ideas, no philosophy or theory to dictate her policies. Although a foreigner, she came from Germany, she understood Russia's moods, and how it was changing over the years. One must govern in such a way that one's people think they themselves want to do what one commands them to do, she said, and to do this she had to be always a step ahead of their desires and to adapt to their resistance. By never forcing die issue, she reformed Russia in a strikingly short period of time. This feminine, formless style of ruling may have emerged as a way of prospering under difficult circumstances, but it has proved immensely seductive to those who have served under it. Being fluid, it is relatively easy for its subjects to obey, for they feel less coerced, less bent to their rulers' ideology. It also opens up options where an adherence to a doctrine closes them off. Without committing to one side, it allows the ruler to play one enemy off another. Rigid rulers may seem strong, but with time their inflexibility wears on the nerves, and their subjects find ways to push them from the stage. Flexible, formless rulers will be much criticized. But they will endure, and people will eventually come to identify with them, since die are as tire subjects are changing whitey die wind, open to circumstance. Despite upsets and delays, die permeable style of power generally triumphs in the end, just as Athens eventually won victory over Sparta Tyro its money and its culture. When You find yourself in conflict with someone stronger and more rigid, allow DM a momentary victory. Seemed about a tire. Superiority. Then, by being formless and adaptable, slowly insinuate yourself into their soul. This way you will catch them off guard, for rigid people are always ready to ward off direct blows but are helpless against the subbed and insinuating. To succeed at such a strategy you must play die. Chameleon can form on die surface, while breaking down your enemy from the inside. For centuries the Japanese would accept foreigners graciously, and appeared susceptible to foreign cultures and influences. João Rodrigues, a Portuguese priest who arrived in Japan in 1577 and lived there for many years, wrote, "I am flabbergasted by the Japanese willingness to try and accept everything Portuguese." He saw Japanese in die streets wearing Portuguese clothing, with rosary beads at their necks and crosses at their hips. This might seem like a weak, mutable culture, but Japan's adaptability actually protected the country from having an alien culture imposed by military invasion. It seduced the Portuguese and other Westerners into believing the Japanese were yielding to a superior culture when actually the foreign culture's ways were merely a fashion to be donned and doffed. Under the surface, Japanese culture thrived. Had the Japanese been rigid about foreign influences and tried to fight them off, they might have suffered the injuries that the West inflicted on China. That is the power of formlessness. It gives the aggressor nothing to react against, nothing to hit. In evolution, largeness is often the first step toward extinction. What is immense and bloated has no mobility, but must constantly feed itself. The unintelligent are often seduced into believing that size connotes power. Die bigger, the better. In 483 BC, King Xerxes of Persia invaded Greece, believing he could conquer the country in one easy campaign. After all, he had the largest army ever assembled. For one invasion the historian Herodotus estimated it at over more than 5 million. The Persians planned to build a bridge across the Hellespont to overrun Greece from the land, while Tyre's equally immense navy would pin the Greek ships in harbor, preventing their forces from escaping to sea. The plan seemed sure, yet as Xerxes prepared the invasion, his advisor Artabanus warned his master of grave misgivings. "The two mightiest powers in the world are against you," he said. Xerxes laughed. "What powers could match his gigantic army?" "I will tell you what they are," answered Artabanus. "The land and the sea." There were no safe harbors large enough to receive Xerxes' fleet. And die more land die Persians conquered, and die longer their supply lines stretched, the more ruinous the cost of feeding T's immense army would prove. Thinking his advisor a coward, Xerxes proceeded with the invasion. Yet as Artabanus predicted, bad weather at sea decimated the Persian fleet, which was too large to take shelter in any harbor. On land, meanwhile, the Persian army destroyed everything in its path, which only made it impossible to feed, since the destruction included crops and stores of food. It was also an easy and slow-moving target. The Greeks practiced all kinds of deceptive maneuvers to disorient the Persians. Xerxes' eventual defeat at the hands of Greek allies was an immense disaster. The story is emblematic of all Ueos who sacrifice mobility for size. The flexible and fleet of foot will almost always win, for they have more strategic options. The more gigantic the enemy, the easier it is to induce collapse. The need for formlessness becomes greater the older we get, as we grow more likely to become set in our ways and assume too rigid a form. We become predictable, always the first sign of decrepitude. and predictability makes us appear comical. Although ridicule and disdain might seem mild forms of attack, they are actually potent weapons, and will eventually erode a foundation of power. An enemy who does not respect you will grow bold, and boldness makes even the smallest animal dangerous. The late 18th century court of France, as exemplified by Marie Antoinette, had become so hopelessly tied to a rigid formality that the average Frenchman thought it a silly relic. This depreciation of a centuries-old institution was the first sign of a terminal disease, for it represented a symbolic loosening of the people's ties to monarchy. As the situation worsened, Marie Antoinette and King Louis XVI grew only more rigid in their adherence to the past and quickened their path to the guillotine. King Charles I of England reacted similarly to the tide of democratic change brewing in England in the 1630s. He disbanded Parliament, and his court rituals grew increasingly formal and distant. He wanted to return to an older style of ruling, with adherence to all kinds of petty protocol. His rigidity only heightened the desire for change. Soon, of course, he was swept up in a devastating civil war, and eventually he lost his head to the executioner's axe. As you get older, you must rely even less on the past. Be vigilant lest the form your character has taken makes you seem a relic. It is not a matter of mimicking the fashions of youth that is equally worthy of laughter. Rather, your mind must constantly adapt to each circumstance, even the inevitable change that the time has come to move over, and let those of younger age prepare for their ascendancy. Rigidity will only make you look uncannily like a cadaver. Never forget, though, that formlessness is a strategic pose. It gives you room to create tactical surprises. As your enemies struggle to guess your next move, they reveal their own strategy, putting them at a decided disadvantage. It keeps the initiative on your side, putting your enemies in the position of never acting, constantly reacting. It foils their spying and intelligence. Remember, formlessness is a tool. Never confuse it with a go-with-the-flow style, or with a religious resignation to the twists of fortune. Use formlessness, not because it creates inner harmony and peace, but because it will increase your power. Finally, learning to adapt to each new circumstance means seeing events through your own eyes, and often ignoring the advice that people constantly peddle your way. It means that ultimately you must throw out the laws that others preach, and the books they write to tell you what to do, and the sage advice of the elder. The laws that govern circumstances are abolished by new circumstances. Napoleon wrote, which means diet it is up to you to gauge each new situation. Rely too much on other people's ideas, and you end up taking a form not of your own making. 2. Much respect for other people's wisdom will make you depreciate your own. Be brutal with the past, especially your own, and have no respect for the philosophies that are foisted on you from outside. Image, Mercury, the winged messenger, god of commerce, patron saint of thieves, gamblers, and all those who deceive through swiftness. The day Mercury was born he invented die lyre. By that evening he had stolen the cattle of Apollo. He would scour the world, assuming whatever form he desired. Like the liquid metal named after him, he embodies the elusive, the ungraspable power of formlessness. Authority, therefore the consummation of forming an army is to arrive at formlessness. Victory in war is not repetitious, but adapts its form endlessly. A military force has no constant formation, water has no constant shape. The ability to gain victory by changing and adapting according to the opponent is called genius. Sun Tzu, 4th century BC. Reversal. Using space to disperse and create an abstract pattern should not mean forsaking the concentration of your power when it is valuable to you. Formlessness makes your enemies hunt all over for you, scattering their own forces, mental as well as physical. When you finally engage them, though, hit them with a powerful, concentrated blow. That is how Mao succeeded against the nationalists. He broke their forces into small, isolated units, which he then could easily overwhelm with a strong attack. The law of concentration prevailed. When you play with formlessness, keep on top of the process, and keep your long-term strategy in mind. When you assume a form and go on the attack, use concentration, speed, and power. As Mao said, when we fight you, we make sure you can't get away. The end.